Our next speaker is Victor Hwang, who will talk to you about 1,000 Davids. Victor is an economic growth expert. His ideas have shaped the economic lives of millions of people worldwide. His work has helped over 300 communities, cities, states, companies, and even entire countries in creating greater economic prosperity. Victor, the virtual stage is yours.
It's been a tough year, no doubt about that. There's been so much suffering, and all of us, including me, can feel helpless at times. The world seems huge, and events can feel out of control from forces bigger than us. You probably wonder, like I do, what can you or me, as a single individual, possibly do? I've spent my life examining this question, and I'm here to tell you some good news. You have more power than you know. In fact, your actions change the world. You know the story of David and Goliath? Goliath was the invincible giant. David was the young man carrying only a sling. No one expected David could slay Goliath, but he did. Here's the thing about the story, though, that no one likes to admit. David got a lucky shot. He wasn't supposed to win. The story is only interesting because usually Goliath wins. But instead, let's retell the story of David and Goliath, this time with a twist. Instead of one David, imagine an army of 1,000 Davids. 1,000 Davids, armed with just little slings, can defeat a Goliath any day. You don't need to be lucky with 1,000 Davids. One David alone requires a very lucky shot from a sling, but 1,000 Davids will always win. It's the math of large numbers. The idea of 1,000 Davids is more than just a fairy tale. It's actually what works in real life too. I know, because I've been studying this idea for almost 3 decades. I'll give you a specific example in my area of specialty, economic growth. What happens economically when a community is struggling with declining jobs, growing inequality, lost hope? It's like what we're seeing now in this difficult time. For years, many people assumed the answer was a savior from the outside, like a Goliath, a large corporation that would open a new manufacturing center or a warehouse or an auto plant. But the latest research is telling us something different. Small is more powerful than big. New, small, nimble businesses create more jobs as a whole than old, stagnant corporations. Small generates more impact, more productivity, more dynamism. Small is bigger than big. Communities grow best by building their own army of Davids. You don't need to wait for a Goliath to come save you. You can build your own army of 1,000 Davids. 1,000 emerging entrepreneurs will create more impact and more jobs than any one giant corporation. I've seen that happen so many times. And the idea of 1,000 Davids doesn't just apply to business. Every idea, every mission, every solution to a problem begging to get solved starts and succeeds in the same way. So how do you create an army of 1,000 Davids? Well, simple. Starting with the first David. All good things start small, with a single David that attracts another person. So one David becomes 2 Davids, and so on, until they eventually become 1,000 Davids. In this difficult year, here's a powerful truth to remember. We human beings are born to be starters, makers, doers, dreamers. That spirit has driven our progress as a human species. To improve the world around us, we create, invent, build, launch, construct, design, explore, and venture forth. Each of us has a fundamental right to start an idea, create something of value, and forge a unique path. It's the right for all of us to be entrepreneurial and take back control of our futures. That simplest of ideas, that all of us have the right to start, is basic to the human condition. When that right is widespread, prosperity ripples across millions of lives in the forms of jobs, productivity, dynamism, opportunity. All great things start small, as little Davids. Big rivers start as streams. Big trees start as saplings. Little guys and gals start little businesses that can grow into great ones. But no one can start and grow anything alone. We need to be surrounded by other people who support our journeys, because all new ideas start small and grow through webs of human relationships. So here's a simple formula to remember. 3 plus 997 equals 1,000. Each month, 3 out of 1,000 people decide to start a new business. But the new science shows that what the 997 do to help the 3 is critical to the success of the 3 and the well-being of the entire 1,000. So in that sense, everyone is a David. Everyone's actions affect the whole. And with 1,000 Davids, everyone participates. If you don't start or run a business yourself, you can help those people by being their customers, giving advice, making connections, or just being a friend to offer support. How can each of us support that right to start in our daily lives? At the simplest level, we can be an early customer for a new business, especially when times are tough. Try out that new store or restaurant in the neighborhood. Support that crowdfund project launched by a friend. Shop at that small online store instead of the giant one. We can also advocate for better policies, be a voice for the voiceless starters. That's why I started a nonprofit campaign called Right to Start. It's an effort to rebuild the American economy by making sure everyone has fair access to entrepreneurial opportunity. Right to Start is advocating for a society that lifts up all the Davids and the armies of 1,000 Davids everywhere. We're changing minds, policies, and communities. You can join the campaign at righttostart.org. So, what can you as an individual do? The answer is a lot. You matter. If there's a big problem to be solved, don't think of yourself as a small individual fighting the world. Instead, think of yourself as David number 1, the first of 1,000. Whichever future arrives is up to you. No savior, no Goliath is coming to the rescue. You are the leader you've been waiting for. It's time to get started. Thank you, and good luck.
Our next presenter is Professor Khalil Ramadi from MIT. He is a global network professor of bioengineering at New York University and the director of the Laboratory for Advanced Neuroengineering and Translational Medicine at NYU Abu Dhabi. His research focuses on developing non-invasive technologies for the neuromodulation for more effective therapies for various disorders. Khalil is also former co-director and current regional director of MIT Hacking Medicine, an initiative dedicated to enhancing healthcare entrepreneurship across the world. Khalil, the virtual stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to start off today with sharing a story. I've had the privilege of spending most of the last decade at MIT, one of the best universities in the world, full of really bright people tackling really hard problems. And yet, I found that this experience has only taught me one part of the equation. I have learned just as much, if not more, from people outside of the world of cutting-edge technology. The building where I work has a cafeteria in the lobby. This is the hub of activity, and every morning I go there to get a fresh cup of coffee. One day, a few years ago, I noticed that the cashiers at checkout had changed one specific task, seemingly overnight. New credit card machines had been installed that forced them to use chip on credit cards instead of the magnetic stripes. The problem was, however, that chip readings took 4 times as long as the magnetic stripes. This was a busy cafeteria, and there were lines for most of the day. So, to avoid delays, the cashiers had started inserting the chip card, quickly removing it, leading to a read error, after which they could again swipe the card the way they had been used to. They had hacked their own way around the way something was meant to be because it was more efficient. Today, I'd like to talk to you about innovation, healthcare, and you. Innovation has been thrown out as a lofty ideal. Companies, people, universities, everyone is striving to be innovative. To be an innovator is akin to being a genius. But it's a lot simpler than that. Innovation is simply the act of taking something complex and making it simple. Most of us are innovators every day of our life. We know to fix a wobbly table with a piece of cardboard under the legs. We don't throw out the table or resurface the floor. To prop a door open, we use a doorstop. We don't replace it, the entire door. We are all subconscious innovators. An initiative that I'm a part of, MIT Hacking Medicine, seeks to tap into just that. We aim to bring together non-experts and experts alike to generate new ideas and solutions to problems in healthcare. Healthcare is a field that has been historically dominated by experts, but non-experts offer a valuable fresh perspective that can have a profound impact. The cashiers at the cafe clearly had never talked to the expert engineers that designed credit card machines. As you may have noticed recently, healthcare is also an industry in need of fresh perspectives, or a new way of doing things. Some elements of healthcare have remained unchanged for centuries. If I get sick, I get admitted into a hospital ward that looks a lot like those from the 1500s. Do these photos look familiar to you? They should. The one on the right is a present-day image. Our motto at Hacking Medicine is simple. We take a problem, we break it down, build it up again, and make it better. We've taught this model at over 150 events around the world, in all sorts of contexts from rural health to advanced digital medicine and artificial intelligence. This model works. These events have spawned over 50 companies and startups that have gone on to raise funding, partner with hospitals, clinics, and tech companies, and most importantly, have a tangible impact on patients' lives. This brings me to my last and most important point. You. What should each of you as subconscious innovators do? What can we all do? We need to practice innovation that is empathetic, resistance-proof, and collaborative. The way we think about innovations is fundamentally oversimplified. We have this image of a linear trajectory between a problem which is tackled, leading to a solution which then resolves the original issue. And yet, how often have we seen in history solutions that lead to more problems? In the 19th century, the wagon was supposed to make transportation easier. Instead, it freaked out horses on the road, leading to other inventions like horsey horseless that were specifically made to avoid startling the other horses. So I would like to propose a different terminology here. We do not face problems, we face situations. Situations are not solved, they are navigated. The cashier did not solve her problem. She did not get a new card machine. She navigated it by developing a different way to minimize time. We need to stop solving problems and start navigating solutions. To do this, we need to get our hands dirty, delving into the details and the context of a problem. Who experiences it? Why is it the way that it is? Who might benefit from changing it or not changing it? We need to empathize and develop an intimate connection with the issues before hoping to address them. A few years ago, one hospital tried to encourage more frequent hand hygiene by placing hand sanitizer dispensers at entrances. They found a modest 15% increase in hand washing. Good, but not quite good enough. They then tried adding one of two extra things: a lemon scent in the air, or a stern pair of eyes printed on paper and put on the wall next to the sanitizer. Hand washing increased by almost 50% immediately. This is an example of empathetic innovation, delving into a situation, putting yourselves in others' shoes, and dissecting individual components with a desired result in mind. Often, what holds us back is hesitation that others should know better. But I can guarantee you that any idea you have is worth exploring. And if you have it, then others have had it as well. The only difference being that perhaps they never pursued it. So don't worry about resistance. I can also guarantee you that there will be resistance, and that's okay. History is full of examples of innovations that have changed our lives for the better in spite of criticism. The first doctor to propose hand washing was considered insane in the 18th century. When the thermometer was invented to take people's temperatures, physicians were appalled, concerned that they were being replaced. Which brings me to my last point for you. Work together. We are all subconscious innovators and navigators. Our subconscious does this every single day. What is needed is for us to harness this as a team of collaborators. This means both realizing when we do things, as well as observing others when they do those. Imagine what we could do if we could combine all of our subconscious innovations together. If I leave you with anything today, it is with this image of two tango dancers. Notice the synchrony. They are in step, they understand each other, and only then are they able to perform such a beautiful dance. Dancing requires developing a deep connection with a partner to understand and anticipate their move. This is what you should do with your situations. Understand, empathize, anticipate. To face your problems, you essentially need to dance with them. We are all innovators, we are all navigators. So the next time you face a situation, remember, build it up, break it down, make it better. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jill Minton. Jill's compelling story about taking control of her health will inspire you in so many ways. She took her passion and turned it into a multi-million-dollar brand that provided many amazing experiences for those in her community. Jill, the virtual stage is yours.
So I'm currently on vacation with my family in Colorado, but I wanted to share with you a very different time in my life. It was around 2009, and it was a beautiful, sunny Sunday morning, and we had just loaded our 1 and our 3-year-old up in the car and sat back in the seat, and I could not keep my eyes open. And it was a 5-minute car ride to church. And so at this point in my life, I could no longer drive for longer than 30 minutes because I was afraid I'd fall asleep at the wheel. And so I vowed in church that morning. I said, Lord, please help me figure out what's going on. I'm in my 20s. I eat right. And at this time, I was a IT consultant, and I traveled all the time and worked all the time, and I had 2 little kids, and so I kept chalking it up to just being a busy working mom and just being tired. But I knew in the back of my mind something was wrong when I couldn't stay awake. I could no longer stay awake in a 5-minute car ride to church. And so after that Sunday, I went to doctor after doctor and ran test after test, and finally figured out I had celiac disease. My dad, my daughter, my sister, it's hereditary, have celiac disease. And what it is it's an autoimmune disease, and once your body is exposed to gluten, it attacks itself. And once it learns to do that, it can never unlearn to do that. So the only cure is to never eat gluten again. Gluten's found in everything good, like beer, cookies, cakes, bread. So we had to completely transform the way we were living and the way we were cooking and the way we were eating. And so through that healing process, I became crazy passionate about health and nutrition and eating right and feeding my family right, and could not believe how amazing I felt. And so I said, I need to do something with this. I've been given this gift. I've got to do something with it. And so started dreaming and putting the pieces and parts together, and decided I wanted to open a line of fast casual health cafes. And so I went to my husband and I said, I think in order to do this, we need to downsize our life. And so we sold our brand new house in the suburbs and our brand new Yukon and moved to a tiny little fixer-upper in the city. And I remember moving day and looking at that pink and green tile and being like, what the hell are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Is this how you're going to raise your kids? And snapped myself out of it and said, you know what, if this is what it takes to show my kids what it means to chase a dream, what it means to sacrifice, what it means to not be tied to material things, then yes, this is what I'm going to do. And we moved in that day and decided before I completely jumped off the cliff, I wanted to take the concept to the farmer's market. And so went to the city and said I'd like to be a part of the farmer's market. And they said, you need to get your food service permit. And I was like, so dumb. I didn't know what a food service permit was. My food service experience consisted of working at a Pizza Hut in high school. And so I went to the health department, and they said, yes, we've got to come out and inspect your deal. So set up my whole gig out in the yard, my tent, and what I was going to look like at the farmer's market, my hand wash station, in all the pieces and parts, and it started pouring rain. So I pulled everything inside, set it up inside. The health department came, ended up getting my food service permit, and the next day called the farmer's market and said, hey, I'm excited, got my food service permit, I'm ready. And they said, we're full. I'm sorry, we're full. You're going to have to wait until next year. And I'm like, I cannot wait a whole nother year. Like, we put everything on the line. We're like ready to go. I cannot wait a whole nother year. And that night I couldn't sleep. So I stayed up all night. I made our product. I made marketing collateral. So this is how we would be an amazing part of the farmer's market. And so on my way into work the next day, I went by the city and took them all my collateral, and they called me an hour later and said, okay, I think we've got a spot for you, but it's in an alley and the trucks drive through it, but if you want it, you can have it. I said, we'll take it. We don't care. We'll take it. We ended up taking over that spot, ended up being like the best spot ever. We took over that alleyway. We ended up every weekend bringing more and more and more, basically setting up a retail shop every weekend. We had curtains and a wood menu board and like easel and planters and benches and shelves and this whole setup by the end of summer, and ended up getting an amazing following and selling out at the farmer's market. And so decided, okay, I think we're ready. So we started looking at commercial spaces, and a lot of commercial landlords didn't want a lot to do with us because another $1 million idea that couldn't pay the rent. So we landed on a spot in a half-empty strip center, and the building next to it needed torn down. And I said, you know what, we'll just bring the people to us. It was in a questionable edge of the city, but we're like, you know what, it'll be fine. We'll figure it out. So we got our spot, and I kept my job up until 2 weeks before opening, and my husband was then working an hour away, and so he would go into work really early, and he would come an hour each way, and he would go straight from work to our space and work on our space. And so we built out our space ourselves, built up furniture, everything. I had champagne dreams on a beer can budget, but we did everything ourselves. Ended up coming in 50% under budget, which was amazing. And the media, good news media, local news media, got a hold of our story. And so opening day, we got bombarded, line out the door, sold out of nearly everything, and went on to continue to blow and grow and open 5 locations within the Kansas City metro area, and grew it into a multi-million-dollar business, and fed the Kansas City Royals and every visiting MLB team for the next 2 years, had celebrities coming in the stores, and just got to do some really cool things. And the community just really surrounded us and was just really amazing. And so we decided we wanted to go on and take our concept to other cities and grow and make it this national brand that we had dreamt about. And so we brought on partners. Looking back, we probably didn't do enough due diligence and brought on the wrong partners. And 7 years of hard work and sleepless nights, we lost it all. And we had to start over. And so when I look back at the peaks and valleys of entrepreneurship, and the peaks and valleys of life, and the peaks and valleys of business, and when you've been pushed to that edge, or you have put yourself on that edge, my greatest advice is don't be afraid of the valley. Like, just keep putting one foot in front of the other and make it through the valley. Because when you are faced with these devastating valleys, and you can make it through, and you can get to the other side, and you can look back, it's like, I like to think of it like one of the Grand Canyons of your life, and you look back at that valley and you see yourself being broke wide open, and all the colors inside, and the perseverance you're made up of, and the hard work and the character that's deep inside, that's cracked wide open and exposed. Like, man, you take that wisdom with you the rest of your life. So when you get to the edge, don't be afraid of the valley. Just keep going, and be grateful when you look back and you see that Grand Canyon. Don't be afraid of the Grand Canyons in your life. They are the beautiful masterpieces that make you real and rich and give you that wisdom for the rest of your life. So don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of the valley. It's where all the beauty is.
Next up is Carolyn Pethick from Down Under. After serving over 30 years with the Victoria Police, Carolyn travels the world talking to groups and businesses about her experiences of discrimination, bullying, and sexual harassment within the ranks of the police department. Both her talks and her book, To Hell and Back, A Policewoman's Story, are aimed at encouraging women to speak up and report the discriminative treatment that women experience in the workplace daily. She is also educating the offenders on the long-term effects that these behaviors can have on their victims. Carolyn has also made it her mission to be the voice of the victims, both male and female, who are too scared or intimidated to speak out for themselves. Carolyn, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Pethick from Melbourne, Australia. And what is my story for today? I joined the police force in 1981 at the age of 21. Men could join at the age of 18, but women had to wait until they were 21, until they had matured enough. I then did my 21 weeks at the police academy and went to my training station. My first day at my training station, the senior sergeant calls me into his office and says to me, "We'll get one thing straight right here and now. I've never had to work with a fucking female. I have no intentions of ever working with a fucking female. So keep out of my fucking way and we'll get along fine." He didn't speak to me for the rest of my 3 months at the training station. I then went to a place called the Independent Patrol Group, which was one of our main roles was to supply members to areas that were temporarily short-staffed. One day the superintendent came to me and he said, "I've got a temporary duty for you, Carolyn. You're off to the stolen car squad for 3 months." So off I went to the CIB building, walked in, spoke to the senior sergeant and he said, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "I've come to do the 3 months temporary duty." "But you're a girl. We don't have girls here. Girls can't be detectives." Back you go. So back I went. My boss picks up the phone and says, "If I've got to have him, you've got to have him. She's coming back." So back I went. He picked up a folder off his desk that I could tell had been there for quite some time and said, "Fine, you can do this." What it involved was Germany was having a spate of stolen Porsches that they believed were coming to Australia. He'd asked his members to have a look and they just couldn't be bothered. The whole point of working in one of these squads is that you're supposed to work as part of a team, and I could tell that I was my own team. Nobody was going to help me. So I had to do it all by myself. For the next 3 weeks, I worked tirelessly on it. At the end of the 3 weeks, I went back to the boss and said, "Boss, I finished this file. I found all those cars." He said, "What?" I said, "Yes, they're all here in Melbourne." That inquiry ended up being the biggest inquiry the stolen car squad had handled up until that date. It involved many trips to Germany, not for me, for my bosses. And at the end of my time there, he gave me a report to take back to my superintendent. And it said, not only did she perform as well as some of my male members, she in fact performed better than some of my male members. She's taken away my prejudice against policewomen as detectives, and I may consider having another one in the future. I was pretty impressed with that. Back to the Independent Patrol Group I went. A couple of months later, the boss comes to me and says, "I've got another temporary duty for you. You're off to the boat squad for the Christmas holidays." So down to St Kilda I went to the boat squad office, walked in, the boss looks at me, "What are you doing here?" "I've come to do the 3 months temporary duty." "But you're a girl." "Yes, I know." "Well, girls can't work here, girls can't operate a boat." Back you go. So back I went. My boss picks up the phone and says, "If I've got to have him, you've got to have him, she's coming back." So back I went. He said, "Fine, you can stay if you can pass the boat squad exam." And I said, "Well, what's the boat squad exam? I've never heard of it." And he said, "Come and see me tomorrow." He had to go home that night and write the boat squad exam. Much to my luck and much to his unluck, I actually passed the exam and stayed for the 3 months. Then back to the Independent Patrol Group. A few months later, the boss comes to me and says, "I've got another temporary duty for you. You're off to the vice squad." "Oh, thanks." No, this time they actually want you. So down I went to St Kilda to the vice squad, and I was the only female there in the vice squad. And of course, being female, my arrest rates were fantastic. While I was down there, it was time for me to actually put in to become a detective. Even though I'd spent most of my career so far as a detective, you still had to sit the exams and do it formally. And you had to get references. And I was in the car with the boss from the vice squad one day, heading off to a job, and I said to him, "Boss, I'm applying for the CIB. Is there any chance you could give me a reference?" And he said, of course, Carolyn, you've done a fantastic job since you've been here. But if you want a really, really good reference, I expect to see you on my desk naked when we get back to the office. First of all, I thought he was joking, but I looked at his face and I could tell he was dead set serious. We arrived at our job, he got out to do whatever he had to do, and I got out and ran into an inspector that I knew. And he took one look at me and he said, Carolyn, you look terrible, are you all right? So I told him what had happened. His response even shocked me more. I could tell it wasn't the first time he'd heard it, he certainly wasn't surprised, and he just said, leave it with me, I'll fix it. I never heard anything more about it, but a couple of weeks later I was found unsuitable for the CIB. I was pretty devastated about that. Didn't know what I was going to do, when the boss came to me again and said, I've got another temporary duty for you. It's in Mildura, which is 600 kilometres from Melbourne. You're going up to the police women's division. So off I went. I only to find out when I got there that I was at the Mildura Police Women's Division. And it was police women's work. Rapes, incest, child abuse, domestic violence. But my 3 months became 3 years. I loved it so much. And I only left there to come back to Melbourne because I had passed my sergeant's exams, and to get promoted I had to come back to the city. I worked in a number of areas for some time, and after a few years I decided I would put in for senior sergeant's positions. And I got told that I had a board for one. And I was talking to my boss about how I was going to get there to do the board when I heard a voice from behind me saying, are we talking about the Mildura job? And I said yes, and I turned around and there was an assistant commissioner standing behind me. And he said, yes, there's a lot of talk about that job. And I said, why is that? And he said, because you're the most qualified, but you're not getting it. I said, I beg your pardon? And he said, Tim Smith's getting that job. And I knew Tim Smith, and I said, how could he possibly get that job over me? He's only been a sergeant for 2 years. And he said, yeah, but he's one of the boys and they need him for the football team. I did the board, and of course Tim Smith got the job. Once again, pretty devastated. But by now I was pregnant, so I decided I would go off on my maternity leave and then decide what to do when I got back. I came back and went to a station where the members there believed that women should be home with their children. They shouldn't be working. So it started off with I was working every night shift. I was working every weekend. A lot of other little things they did. And then I started putting in for 1 week of each school holidays off, which is not unreasonable. But I kept getting knocked back. Until one day a very junior member came to me and said, why don't you ever take the school holidays off? And I said, well, I try, but I keep getting knocked back. And he said, that's what I thought, but a funny thing happened to me last night. The roster sergeant rang me home and he said, you haven't put in for your leave, when would you like it? And this member said, I don't care. And the roster sergeant said, would you like the school holidays? And he said, only if nobody else wants it. And the boss said to him, we have members that want it, but we don't want them to have it, so we have to fill it up. Do you want it? And he said, yes. But as soon as he put the phone down, he knew they were talking about me. So I decided I had to do something about it. Big mistake. I put in a grievance report, which is a strictly confidential report that goes straight to the superintendent if you believe you're the victim of bullying or discrimination. I put it in, next day came back to work and realised everybody knew about it. The working environment was unbearable. But I finally got told I had a sergeant's position. You have to wait 4 weeks. So I thought I could put up with this for 4 weeks. But 2 weeks later the inspector rang me to say, Carolyn, we can't promote you because you have an active ethical complaint file against you, which means that somebody of the public had made serious allegations against me. I knew I'd done nothing wrong. I knew that this was in retaliation for me putting in a report on my bosses. The next couple of months were literally unbearable working conditions. And of course, in the end, there were no allegations against me, they were all dropped. The members that had tried to charge me were unaware of a change of procedure that I had followed, which they thought was wrong. I then continued to work for another 8 years in the police force. But after that I decided that I needed to speak out. I needed to let other people know that they're not alone, to let other people know that they can also complain if this is happening to them. So I decided to write a book. The thing with that is, if you publish a book about the police force, you can no longer stay in the police force. So I decided to resign. I made a very big decision, a decision that I'm so grateful for today. My book has done really well, To Hell and Back, a policewoman's story. And I go around and talk businesses, schools, community groups about my experiences. I've also been actively involved in getting compensation for members who have been bullied. It's called the Police Redress Scheme, and after 5 years it has finally come into fruition. Although members are compensated financially, it's a fairly poor compensation, but the biggest thing I aimed for was that they acknowledged that members were being bullied, that they acknowledged that the police force had a problem. And they have, finally, and things will change in the police force. And my message to you is, if you believe in something, fight for it. I know sometimes it can be hard, but when you achieve it, the rewards are so great. And the other thing is, don't ever let somebody push you out of a job that you love. Take a stand, speak up, and do something about it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sidney Minassian from Impact Ladder, Down Under. He's one of my favorite people in the whole wide world. When I first met Sidney, I'll never forget what he said to me that day. He reached out his hand and said, "Hi, my name is Sidney from Sydney." How could anybody ever forget that? He's one of the most influential people I know in the area of getting peak performance out of people in all walks of life. He always has the right questions at the right time. Sidney, the virtual stage is yours.
Hi everyone, it's Sidney from Sydney. It's spring here in Australia and I'm hoping to bring some hope and joy into your hearts with a little story that I want to share with you today. This story is called Walk on My Fire, and it's from 26 years ago when I was a young 19-year-old, and Tony Robbins was going to be in Australia doing his UPW event. Now, if you don't know about Tony and the UPW event, Tony is an amazing speaker and life transformer, and the UPW event is where thousands of people turn up, and it's 3 days of intensive motivation and life transformation, and one of the key features of the event is that there is a fire walk that you do. So I was desperate to attend this event, and as you can imagine, as a young 19-year-old, I didn't have much money. So I had to go to my dad and ask for money to go to this event. Now, to put things in context, I'm from an immigrant family. Dad was doing 3 jobs to keep it all together and to create a new life for us. And so I had to explain why I needed this money. And so Dad says, "So what's this event that you want to go to, Sydney?" And I said, "Well, there's going to be thousands of people there. And in fact, Oprah went to this event in Miami. There'll be African drums playing, and there's a fire, and you can walk. We're going to do a fire walk." And Dad sort of had a bit of a think, and he looked down at his shoes and looked back up, and he said, "Son, how about I cook a great Armenian barbecue in the backyard with real fire and real coals, and you walk on my fire?" So that's where the story started, and I ended up going to the event, and it was a great event. And to this day, 26 years later, Dad still reminds me at every family get-together that I still haven't paid him back for that event. Now, putting all jokes aside, many years later, as I reflect on that response and that story, there was a hidden message in my dad's response which I've come to really appreciate, and that is, in life, to become your extraordinary, you absolutely have to rely on yourself, and to walk on your own fire is the metaphor for me, or to walk on my fire is the metaphor on trusting myself and not anything from the external world to become our extraordinary. So what is it about our extraordinary? What is our extraordinary? Well, when I think about it, at our extraordinary, it's where we're getting the recognition that we deserve for who we are and what we do. It's where opportunities open up for working on the things that we want to work on and working with the people that we want to work with. And from an income perspective, it's where we're getting the income that we deserve and is reflective of the value that we're creating in life. You could argue that when we're at our extraordinary, we are in a state of flow. It's where we're satisfying our mental, emotional, spiritual, financial needs. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? So why is it that most people are struggling with the ordinary, let alone becoming their extraordinary? Well, after 20 plus years of running my own businesses, having success and failure, being a dad to 3 kids, and for the last number of years being a coach to people and teams creating high performers, I can tell you there are 3 blocks that are in our way that stop us from becoming our extraordinary. These 3 blocks are the mirror, the whistle, and the compass. Let me explain. The mirror is all of our self-talk. You know, that noise that's in the side of our heads, that voice that's inside of our heads that starts very early in the morning, the minute we get up, and often we're not even mindful of what it's telling us. But it's all the stories that are telling us why things aren't good about us, right? You know, I'm an immigrant, I came to this country, couldn't speak the language, I was teased as a child, I've had business failure, I've had health issues, I've had relationship breakups, I'm gay, I'm straight, I'm male, I'm female. All the reasons that we pile on, all the stories that are running that are just not working for us. That's the mirror. The whistle is external noise. That's society telling us things, and for some crazy reason, we treat it as authority. And often it starts at home. Your parents having an opinion about what you should do with your life, your in-laws having an opinion on how you should raise your kids, your church having an opinion about something, the way you should be leading your life, your university, your school, all the way to Instagram, where we're constantly judging ourselves to other people's goals and standards and objectives, and then we're wondering why we're not feeling great about who we are and not hitting our extraordinary. And finally, the compass is the misalignment to our true north. So what we're thinking and feeling on the inside, we're not portraying and pursuing on the outside. And so effectively, we could argue that we're sort of living a fake life, an inauthentic life. And put all these 3 things together, it's no wonder then we're not hitting our extraordinary. So what do we do from here, right? How do we become our extraordinary? So the first thing we need to do is we need to have the courage to imagine and in detail design what our extraordinary looks like. So as a takeaway from today's talk, I want you to go and reflect on who is the extraordinary version of you, and how you respect that person, what they do, what they've achieved, how they think, how they act, and write it down. It's a great little exercise for you to do for yourself. And the second thing we need to do to become our extraordinary is to make sure that we address the mirror, the whistle, and the compass, right? So go and think about what is it that's stopping you from becoming your extraordinary, and I bet you can classify it in one of these 3 categories, and be mindful and deliberate about designing the next version of you, and have the courage and the joy in your heart that you can do this. So thank you for being with me today. I certainly have now learnt that I'll be walking on my own fire, and I'm encouraging you to go and walk on your fire. Have a great day and see you next time.
Our next speaker is Daniela Fernandez. She is one of the most motivated people I have ever met on a mission to save the ocean. Since graduating Georgetown University, she has made it her mission to activate young people all around the world to work together. Today, the Sustainable Ocean Alliance, or SOA, has people in over 165 countries working together to solve some of the biggest challenges with our ocean. Let's see what she has to share with you now. Daniela, the virtual stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Let me take you back to the year 2014. I am 19 years old and a freshman at Georgetown University. I am entering the UN in disbelief that I have been invited to attend a high-level meeting on the health of our ocean. The meeting begins, and I'm listening to the laundry list of problems that are facing our environment and our ocean. As the meeting continues, I start to notice that something is missing from these conversations. I start feeling helpless and discouraged by what I hear and wonder if there is in fact any hope. My 12-year-old self, the little girl who had been exposed to the reality of climate change from watching Al Gore's movie An Inconvenient Truth, reminds me of the commitment I made to myself to do everything and anything in my power to help protect our ocean and our environment. And so in that moment at the UN, I make it my responsibility to find a way to solve the problems facing our ocean. That's when I realized the two essential truths that would become the reason I create Sustainable Ocean Alliance. One, I realized that there must be other young people like me who are desperately looking for ways to take action, but have no platform through which to channel that energy and those ideas. And two, there also must be a way to develop innovative solutions that will help tackle all of the problems that are being listed by world leaders. That was the day that SOA, Sustainable Ocean Alliance, was born. SOA is founded on the belief that we need to create innovative market-based solutions. We must develop young ocean leaders and activate them globally. And we also must advance grassroots solutions in order to protect and sustain the health of our ocean. Since that UN meeting in 2014, fast forward 6 years later, after having graduated from Georgetown University, and after having moved to San Francisco to build SOA, we have created the Leadership and the Accelerator program to fulfill that mission of accelerating ocean solutions and developing young ocean leaders. We have thousands of young people in over 165 countries working tirelessly to bring their ideas to life, to bring their grassroots solutions to life, to bring their nonprofits and for-profit startups to life. So SOA becomes their catalyst. We become their educator, their support system, and their launch pad to guarantee that they don't lose hope, but instead, they become encouraged to be part of something much bigger than themselves. I'd like to introduce you to one of our startup companies, Lollyware. Lollyware is the world's leading seaweed material company. And what they're doing is they're replacing single-use plastics and fighting climate change at the same time. This startup has a direct impact in the ocean by making plastic obsolete while also sequestering carbon from our atmosphere, which is absolutely amazing. To date, Lollyware has raised $8 million, and in conducting a recent impact assessment, they found out that they are the only straw material company that is carbon negative. Another case study that I want to share with you is that of Coral Vita. Coral Vita is another incredible startup that is the world's first land-based coral farm that is capable of growing corals 50 times faster than in the wild. Coral Vita and Lollyware are just two examples out of the 20 ocean solutions we have accelerated in just the past 2 years. Through our work, we don't only accelerate these amazing ocean startups, but we also have played a big role in establishing and shaping the sustainable ocean economy. We have the opportunity to transform so many industries that in the past have been impacting the ocean in a negative way. This is our time to make sustainability a priority. Through our thought leadership, we also have sought to make legislators aware of the barriers of entry that exist for ocean entrepreneurs. We influence consumer preference of our next generation young leaders, and we build a sense of urgency in our constituents. We're also now working to redirect capital into the ocean technology space. What we've seen over the past couple of years is that many ocean technology entrepreneurs are successful in raising seed funding, in getting attention around their product. However, they often struggle to find follow-on funding, since many investors are still not familiar with the concept of ocean technology and are inexperienced in making these investments in the ocean space. This is why last year, SOA launched Seabird Ventures, an LLC that is managed by SOA to attract LPs that are interested in participating in this ocean technology investment and in this industry. By relying on SOA's ocean expertise in sourcing and working hands-on with the most impactful ocean technology companies. As part of our accelerator, we will be producing a series of virtual summits called SOA Connects, which we hope will not only be shared globally, but will also be accelerated through our community. Recently, we just hosted our second summit with almost 900 registrants representing 88 countries. During this summit, we highlighted the female voices and leaders in our community for the theme of women in ocean science, technology, and innovation. It was amazing to see so much engagement and excitement around this event. For our next summit, we will have a special edition as it will serve as our demo day for our October Accelerator cohort. Now to close, I shared this image with you because these penguins are the reason why, as a 12-year-old, I committed myself to doing everything in my power to help save them, to save their habitat, to save our planet. Truly, I had no idea what I was getting myself into. I did not expect to become a social entrepreneur, nor did I imagine the amount of challenges I would have to face in building SOA. However, I wouldn't trade my journey for the world. I know that I will have dedicated my life to leaving this world a better place. And I also know that all of you here today share that sentiment, that desire to leave the next generation with the possibilities, with hope, and with the innovations required to heal and live in harmony with our environment. I want to invite you to join us on this journey. If you are an investor, if you're an entrepreneur, or a young person looking to make a difference in this world, join us in our fight to protect and sustain the health of our ocean. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Charles Lorum. He is the executive director of the Nordic Information House in New York. He has some of the most interesting experience to share with you regarding how Nordic values can inform optimism through crises and challenges. Charles, the virtual stage is yours.
Hello, I'm Charles Lorum, and I'm the executive director of Nordic Innovation House New York. And I'm here to talk about how Nordic values can inform optimism through difficult times. Americans throughout the Western Hemisphere have a well-earned reputation for optimism. And while public sentiment about the state of the world has darkened over the past few years, private optimism has remained high. The recent COVID-19 pandemic, combined with fast-changing economic and political events around the world, has challenged this, however. We are in the midst of a crisis of optimism. We all know it's easy to stay positive when things are going well, but how do we stay optimistic in the face of adversity? To answer that question, we look to a region which has one of the harshest climates, but also consistently ranks near the top of the list of the happiest countries in the world, the Nordics. The Finns call it sisu, a dogged and passionate determination to succeed, but it applies equally in Reykjavik as it does in Helsinki. It takes stoic determination to set sail and settle a land of ice and erupting geysers and occasional volcanoes. It requires a purposeful resilience to navigate the great powers and still carve out a collective future that benefits everyone. Yet this resilience exists in all cultures, even if unspoken. We don't need a global catastrophe as an excuse to discover our inner Viking. Optimism, informed by Nordic values, can build resilience in our everyday personal lives. So what is optimism? It is often defined as the hopefulness and confidence about the future or successful outcome of something. Anxiety, then, would be the anticipation of regret from failure or pessimism. Optimists, on the other hand, regard failure as an experience from which they can learn, a way they can grow as people, even if only in a small way. Small improvements lead to big changes. The Nordics have distilled their approach to life into 5 fundamental values: preserving the environment, innovation and creativity, openness and transparency, compassion and equality, and lastly, and equally as important, trust. Paramount in values the caretaking of the environment and our natural resources, with key emphasis on sustainability. Nature nourishes and restores us, and so it makes sense that we would value and preserve it. In our everyday lives, cultivating a positive environment can affect our mood and outlook. To sustain our energy and reinforce good habits, we need a healthy lifestyle and workplace. And a healthy environment reflects a healthy mindset. When we are mindful of the environment, we're able to see the interconnectedness of things and be compassionate. Compassion and equality go hand in hand. We're able to see that the value that people bring purposely and consciously in our interactions. The more conscious we can be about our feelings, thoughts, words, and actions, the more likely we are to stay positive and to move through adversity in a way that we can actually learn and grow from, and not just survive. With compassion, we're able to add value and positivity to somebody else's life. With understanding and compassion comes respect for diversity within our communities. Everyone has different talents, perspectives, and experiences, and these all have value in tackling problems and improving the community. Creativity and innovation are sparked through this mutual respect and collaboration. The relationships we build can remind us that through times of adversity, that while things might be tough, we have much to be grateful for. We can even learn to appreciate the difficulty itself, the lessons learned, and the strengths we discover along the way. Respecting the value that others brings opens up a new world of possibilities. Openness and transparency benefits everybody. When everybody has access to information, people can share opinions openly and publicly. To be open, we need to be honest, first with ourselves and then with others. This both requires strength and builds strength. Learning to accept things about ourselves and others allows us to own those feelings and then to express them. They have a way of dissipating in the process, and we can free ourselves from the negative impact. Openness is uncomfortable at first. We feel exposed and naked. But over time, we get used to it, and eventually, rather than seeking struggle as a judgment of our status in life, we can interpret it as a cue that positive change needs to occur. Instead of trying to avoid intense feelings, we look for a solution. Openness and transparency allow everyone to contribute in a way that builds trust, most importantly within ourselves. Trust is fundamental. It's a fundamental value that underpins strong societies. But it also strengthens our personal lives. Our relationships with family, friends, coworkers, and even strangers grow from trust. More trust equals less control and stress. More trust means we can be generous with others and ourselves. We're able to realize that setbacks are inevitable, but we're able to carry on and rely on our relationships for support. We aren't in this alone. We'll get through it together. You've got this.
Next up is Natalia Cohen. With 15 plus years of experience of living and working in over 70 countries, Natalia has a broad range of professional experience within the travel industry and has made an art of embracing and adapting to change. Her understanding of team dynamics, the importance of connection, effective communication, and a positive mindset led her to become part of the first all-female team to row unsupported across the Pacific Ocean. Natalia's mission at the moment is to help others successfully navigate their own personal Pacific. Natalia, the virtual stage is yours.
I'm 1,000 miles from land, isolated in the middle of the vast Pacific Ocean on a tiny 8-meter-long rowing boat with 3 other women. There's no privacy or personal space. My hands are calloused, my lips are blistered and bleeding, and I've got salt sores all over my body. These huge waves are crashing over the side of the boat constantly, and there's a storm on the horizon. I can literally see this dark wall of water moving ominously towards me, and all I can do is brace myself for the downpour. I'm rowing as hard as I can, but due to the winds and the currents, we're actually travelling backwards. We haven't seen another boat for 2 weeks, haven't slept for more than 90 minutes at a time in 72 days, and we're running out of food. And I'm loving every minute of it. Why? When I think about it now and on reflection, it was all about connection and looking for the positives. But I'm just going to rewind and take you back to the beginning of my story. I was born in South Africa. I moved to the UK when I was 5 years old, and I suppose you could say that's when my fascination with travel and adventure first began. I'm very fortunate to have always had a loving, supportive family. My dad is one of my all-time heroes. He lost his right leg to cancer when I was very young, so he's an above-the-knee amputee, and he was always this shining example of someone that looked for the positive in every situation. My parents also always encouraged me to do things that I was passionate about. And over the years, my passions lay with dance, sport, any kind of movement really, and travel. I decided to follow my passion for travel, and I got involved in the travel industry, where for 15 years I lived, worked and travelled in close to 70 different countries and got involved in various different industries. Without a doubt, my love for, passion and adventures had whilst travelling completely transformed my life and allowed me to learn so many skills that I will always carry with me. Over the years, I ended up in some weird and wonderful places, but none of them were quite as extraordinary as the middle of the Pacific Ocean. In January 2016, I was part of a team of 6 women that set 2 world records rowing across the Pacific in a 29-foot pink ocean rowing boat that we called Doris. We all had very different reasons for doing this expedition, but generally speaking, the project was all about fighting and overcoming adversity. Although we may have crossed our literal Pacific, I believe that we all have our own Pacific to cross or our own challenges to face. These challenges come in many different shapes and sizes. Some of them we choose and others get forced upon us. Our plan or our challenge was to row from mainland America to Cairns in Australia in a 3-stage or a 3-leg row, making 2 stopovers, one in Hawaii, one in Samoa, to restock the boat with food and supplies, do any boat maintenance, and also to swap in 1 team member. The journey as a whole, when I looked at it, was completely overwhelming. And so to stop myself from freaking out mentally, what I needed to do was to break it down into these more manageable size chunks. And I think it's always the beginning of any challenge that's the hardest part. Martin Luther King puts it so beautifully when he says, faith is taking the first step, even if you can't see the whole staircase. And for us, it was literally the case of taking the first stroke and then taking it simply stroke by stroke, 2-hour shift by 2-hour shift, leg by leg. And by doing it that way, it made this enormous challenge seem a lot more manageable. However, as is quite often the case in life, things don't always go according to plan. Due to an unfortunate restart and a weather phenomenon known as El Niño, which meant the trade winds and currents that we were expecting to help propel and push us across the ocean just didn't exist. And so our journey ended up taking us a staggering 9 months in total. It was a full 3 months, or 50% longer than our projected time at sea, and we covered just under 9,000 nautical miles. I'm thinking now might be the perfect time to share with you all that I had never rowed before getting involved with this expedition. And if I'm very honest with you, I'll probably never row again. There were so many things with this challenge. We were dealing with Mother Nature that were completely out of our control. So we had to learn to make that distinction and just concentrate on controlling the controllable, and then taking everything else once again stroke by stroke, day by day, moment to moment. We were a crew of 4 on the boat at any one time, and we rowed in pairs in 2-hour shifts. 2 hours on, 2 hours off, 24 hours a day. When we weren't rowing, we would spend time inside the cabins, which, to give you some kind of perspective, was about the size of a single bed. And this space was our everything. It was our lounge, our dining room, our bedroom, our kitchen. I mean, because it took us so much longer than we expected, we even had our Christmas party in there. In legs 2 and 3 of the journey, the temperature would get to over 100 degrees inside that cabin. It was unbearable. So for 9 months, we faced exhaustion, sleep deprivation, seasickness, these confined spaces. We used a small red bucket as a toilet. It was a wonderfully simple process. Bucket and chuck it. And we ate nothing but freeze-dried food and snacks. So let's go back to that question, why? Like, why did we enjoy any of this expedition when really we should have been miserable for every one of those 257 days? And don't get me wrong, there were many moments, lots of tears, when we were exceptionally miserable. But the important fact was that there was always a choice we could make. We could choose how we felt about each situation, and we chose to enjoy the journey. We chose to actively look for the beauty and the positive that was around us, and then to consciously connect. To connect with each other, to develop that relationship within the team, to treat each other as human beings with empathy and compassion. And one of the most beautiful things about being out there was that we actually had the time to truly listen to one another and to be heard. And quite often that's all we really want in life, is for someone to hear us and to be heard. We connected to that environment. So for us, it was that mighty Pacific Ocean, that 360-degree horizon. There were some days and moments in leg 2 when we rode through the doldrums, where the wind dropped and the ocean became so flat, so calm, so still, that at night time, if it was that quiet and still, the stars would reflect in the sea, and it felt like we were rowing through the galaxy. It was magical. And then the most important connection is that connection to yourself. to start having an understanding and an awareness of what is going on in your mind, and to try to begin to control that incessant inner dialogue, that negative self-talk, that inner critic that's constantly running. And it's such a simple concept to decide how to feel, to have that freedom to choose, but out there on the ocean, it really did become an essential tool for our survival. And of all the things we can't control, the one thing we can is how we choose to react to situations. We can choose our attitude. We also developed these other exercises where in our rowing pairs, to help keep our spirits up, we had to share a daily highlight. Could have been anything. An interesting or entertaining conversation that we had while we were rowing, a beautiful sunrise or sunset. A highlight could have been washing your hair. In leg 3 I went 68 days without washing my hair. It was a major highlight when I did. Actually, it was probably more of a highlight for my team than it was for me. And you know, they say that your hair starts to self-clean after a certain amount of time. I can tell you right now, not true at all. A highlight could have been a wildlife interaction. We had a Galapagos shark that we called Fernando that followed the boat for 2 weeks in leg 2. And then in leg 3 we had Eduardo. For some reason I gave all of the sharks Spanish names. And Eduardo would come not only during the day but at night time as well. You would just see his large fin slicing through the dark water so close to the boat that you could have touched it. The thing was, it didn't matter what the highlight was. We just needed to make a point to train our minds to look for something, anything positive every day. What I'd like to do now is show you a short video that will give you a good overview of the expedition.
There's an incredible insight to be gained to know that you can fight and overcome anything that is thrown your way.
The main reason is to test myself, to see what I'm capable of.
The story of why we're here and why we're doing it for breast cancer. You think life's too short and you really do have to live it, and that's why we're doing what we're doing. 154 days to go.
We haven't seen the sunshine in about a week.
You only have one life, so you might as well make the most of it.
Jesus is here!
The girls aren't going to break any records. They're actually going to establish records because this has never been done before.
The quote goes that you can never cross an ocean unless you have the courage to lose sight of the shore, and that's where your real achievements lie.
Battery fire and we lost the MPPT box.
I believe that everyone has their own Pacific to cross.
Losing Sight of Shore is the name of our documentary that we've had made that's available now on Amazon and iTunes. Just bear in mind that 9 months has been put into 92 minutes, which isn't even as long as one of our 2-hour rowing shifts. It's also the title taken from one of my favourite sayings, which is you can never cross an ocean until you have the courage to lose sight of the shore. And for me, this symbolises stepping into the unknown and knowing that when you do lose the sight of shore and you're out of your comfort zone and you're dealing with a challenge, there are going to be moments when you feel completely lost and you question what you're doing and you question yourself, but you just have to keep on going until you eventually spot land again. This takes a lot of courage, determination. You have to trust your intuition. It's all about taking a leap of faith, which is something that I think all of us as a team did. The 6 of us came together specifically for this project, so we didn't know each other beforehand. 3 of us rode the full 9-month journey, and then the other 3 rotated the 4th seat on the boat. So they swapped over with one another to row one leg of the journey each, like a relay team. And we were completely different people. Different backgrounds, diverse personality types, interests, skill sets, and we had to learn how to work together, to know what would bring out the best in each other, and also to understand what would bring out the worst in us. It was the fact that we were so different that turned out to be our greatest success. And what I love about us as a team is that we each brought a different strength or something unique to that boat. And by doing that, it gave each of us the confidence and allowed each of us to feel valued as part of this team. Despite all of our differences, though, there were a few fundamental things that we did have in common. We all had the same determination, this shared vision to be successful at completing our goal. We had this trust and respect that underpinned everything that we did, and we shared the same values. We tied our values together using the acronym SPIRIT, and we drew on that spirit, that strength, perseverance, integrity, resilience, inspiration and trust to help us get across the ocean successfully. It wasn't just that we had these values and we knew what they were. We lived by those values every day. They guided us and they helped us not only cross the ocean but also get to the start line of this expedition as well. The ocean mirrors life perfectly. There are ups and downs, ebbs and flows. I think we're all constantly riding those peaks and troughs of waves, and the one thing we needed to remember out there was that no wave would ever last forever. The ocean taught us all about change. Not only every day, but every 2-hour shift could be completely different. And what I needed to do was to make sure that I didn't carry any negativity with me from one shift into the next shift. So every 2 hours I would almost reset how I was feeling and sort of start that new shift with this renewed sense of positivity. And we used different strategies to help us with that, whether it was music, breathing techniques, mantras, visualizations. They were all part of these strategies that we had in place to help us shift our mindset when we needed to. And I think for me, music was one of the most powerful ones. It has this incredible ability, doesn't it, to move you to a moment in life very, very quickly and take you away from how you're feeling. And we all had our own personal power songs that we knew would inject us with that energy when we needed it, or also on the opposite, if we needed to calm down very quickly, we needed to have ways to do that. As well as change, the ocean taught us about perseverance. We would have these 24-hour periods where we would row as hard as we could, but because of these counter-currents, we would literally get pushed backwards. It was so demoralizing, but we persevered, and it might have taken us a lot longer than we expected, but we eventually made it to Cairns in Australia. But what did I really learn? I think it's so important to always do something every day or every week that sparks joy for you in your life, whatever that may be. For me, the one thing I've always loved is dancing. So I discovered that I can dance anywhere, even in the middle of the ocean. Because we rode in pairs, it wasn't that often that the 4 of us would get together. So every week or so I would coordinate a team social. And one of my favorite socials was this dance social that we did, where we literally stood up on the boat, we blasted music from our stereo, and we danced for about 10 minutes in the middle of the ocean. It was so much fun. And then one of my favorite dance quotes is this one. At the end of the day, you've got to look after yourself first. You've got to put yourself mentally in the strongest position you can before you can ever really help anyone else around you or have that ripple effect. And so we all had to find our own ways to deal with our personal demons that we had. And for me, it was about being as optimistic and as positive as possible. It was about looking for those little things, celebrating small successes along the way rather than concentrating on the negatives. So just to summarize, I'd like to leave you with 4 of the main insights that I think helped us cross the ocean as successfully as we did as a team, and that are equally as transferable now on land, and particularly during this pandemic. And that's to believe in yourself, to believe in your strengths and trust in the support network that you have around you. That trust and respect is one of the most important qualities you can have. In 257 days, not one of us missed one rowing shift. And I think that says so much to how we didn't want to let each other down and how much trust we had for one another. Find your spirit. It's so important to know what your core values are, to know what's driving you, what's motivating you. No decision you ever make will be the wrong decision if it's aligned with what your values are. We're constantly going to get challenged. I mean, there's no two ways about it. And for me, I find that I get overwhelmed quite easily, and I need to find ways to deal with that. And that breaking things down into these smaller, more manageable sized chunks really worked for me, particularly 2-hour shifts out there on that ocean. But we just needed to make sure that we had the mentality of being unstoppable. And while we were doing that, just take it stroke by stroke, but keep on going. And then knowing that there are so many things in life that we just can't control. Don't worry about those things. Don't waste your time and energy on them. Just concentrate on controlling the controllables, and then support. Encourage one another, connect, work together, celebrate those small successes, and make that choice to enjoy the journey. I know this is an event all about optimism, but I also know that we have a lot of challenges and uncertainty ahead. So I just want to wish you all a lot of luck and courage to navigate these ever-changing waters and successfully cross any Pacific you find yourselves facing. Thank you.
In 2012, at just 18 years of age, I had one big, crazy dream. It all started with the drawing. I just was sitting in my girlfriend's lounge room just drawing some funky little logos and thought Monster Surfboard sounded cool. Christmas came along and we had some good sales there, and the momentum was, kept going. But then by January 2014, everything had just stopped. We were getting hardly any sales, and the momentum had been completely sucked out of what I was doing. My friends thought I was a little bit crazy, didn't really know what I was doing or why I was doing it. Later that year, I went to Kenya and was super inspired to actually turn this hobby of mine into a platform that could give back. And I asked Mama how many fish she wanted to put in the fish farm. So we ended up getting 4,000 catfish into this fish farm. So today, I am more excited about what I do than I've ever been before. It's not about having the newest, the coolest surf brand. It's about using what you're passionate about to make a difference and inspiring other people along the way.
Our next speaker is the young, spirited, and adventurous Cam Greenwood, who is one of Australia's most creative entrepreneurs under the age of 30. He is the co-founder, alongside his wife, Elise, and chief pioneer of Zorali, the eco-innovative outdoor brand that is on a mission to get the world outside. Cam's ability to challenge his audience to expand their thinking has led him to become one of Australia's most in-demand speakers under the age of 30. Ultimately, Cam's goal is to inspire people to believe that all things are possible when you actively engage in a life driven more strongly by curiosity than fear, as he provides insights into the path of possibility and success. Cam, the virtual stage is yours.
Hey team, it's Cam Greenwood here, coming to you all the way from Australia. And I'm super honored and privileged to be sharing a part of this incredible 24-hour live event, all around the importance of learning to listen to the right voice. And I think this is so important because in life, many of us, we want a map. We want the exact steps from A to B. But I've found that instead of a map, we're actually given a compass, something that simply tells us which direction to walk towards. Now, I'm sure you've probably all heard this compass before, and you might be thinking, how do I hear a compass? But I tell you how, it's that little inner voice that nudges you when you come across something that leaves you feeling inspired. It's that voice that beckons within you when you dream. It's that voice that calls out from you from time to time, and hey, maybe it has today, urging you to begin that adventure that deep down you know you were born to live. It's the voice that I like to call the voice of possibility, and I think you'd be astounded at what could happen in your life if you really learnt to trust and follow this voice. So let me take you back to 2012. I just finished school, and it was the time in my life where I had to kind of figure out which career path I wanted to go down. And I remember feeling really frustrated that I didn't have this big vision for my life or anything like that. And I think it's because I wanted the map. I wanted to see the whole thing worked out. And that's because I was listening to the voice of fear. The voice that was telling me, that I wasn't brave enough or good enough to do anything outside of the box, that I needed to stick to the rules. And I remember going for a surf during this time, and I was just sitting on my board out in the ocean, and I felt this voice just nudging me, gently whispering within me, encouraging me that I was made for more than just going through the motions, that I was made for more than just following everyone else. And I didn't know it at the time, but looking back, that was the voice of possibility, calling out to me, urging me to not settle for anything less than that life of adventure that I believed could be out there, to follow my dreams, to keep that childlike spirit alive, and to help others do the same in their own lives. Because you see, most of us, we have two lives. There's the life that we live, and there's the life that we imagine. And what stands between these two is the voice of fear. It's fear of failure, it's fear of rejection, it's fear of what could go wrong by following our heart. The list goes on and on. But I made a decision back then, in 2012, to reject that voice of fear and to really trust and follow that voice of possibility, which for me at the time looked like starting a surf brand. And that's just what I did. And after an extreme amount of struggle and sacrifice, an accumulation of small and big leaps of faith, like deciding to even start the business, even when all the wise people around me seriously doubted my plans, or dropping out of uni when it looked like I needed a plan B to fall back on, or just the daily decision to believe in my vision over and over again, even when everything on the outside looked like it was destined to fail. My brand, Monster Surf, became this thriving surf brand with customers from over 40 countries worldwide. It was truly incredible. But just about 3 years ago, I received this legal letter in the mail that changed our world forever. I remember just opening up this letter and just looking at the header. And I just instantly knew like we were in some crazy times. You know, what I read scared me. I feared our future. I feared what was on the line. We had this global brand who really didn't like us using the word monster. And, you know, if I rolled over, I would have risked losing everything that we'd built. But if I was up for the fight, I was going to be dragged into this lengthy legal battle against this business that undoubtedly had way more resources and lawyers than we did. It was truly a modern day David versus Goliath. Now, it was in this time where I started to experience real anxiety for the first time in my life. Like the kind where it feels like your heart's just gonna come out your chest. I couldn't sleep, I couldn't think, I just felt hopeless because I was looking at things through the lens of fear. You know, I even got so stressed that I just actually ended up in hospital with severe burnout and fatigue. And you know, I truly hit the wall and truly hit rock bottom. And at first I just sat around and I wanted to blame everyone else for my problems. You know, I wonder if you've ever had something gone wrong and you just want to blame other people. Trust me, I've been there. But I learned at some point that you have to decide if you're going to be overcome by circumstance, by hard times, by situations out of your control, or if you're going to be an overcomer. Because life doesn't always work out the way that we plan, but we can choose to believe that it's all part of a greater plan. And that's just what I did. I started to reject that voice of fear, and I started to listen to that voice of possibility. And it really began to change my perspective, and I began to anticipate and dream that, hey, maybe something new would come out of these pressing times that I was in. And it was in this season where I met my now wife Elise in this small coastal town of Ocean Grove where we now live. And we spent most of our early days just outside together, exploring the coast, surfing, camping, and long story short, we fell in love and we got engaged just 5 months later. And we had this deep belief that maybe we'd been brought together for something greater than us. And we thought that maybe this legal challenge that I was in could be like our secret key, something that could take all that we had learned on our respective paths and unlock our future by creating something new. And I began to wonder if this first journey that I embarked on with Monster Surf was just the warm-up, the vehicle that would take me to the next stage of my journey. And we really believed that this next stage was building something together, combining our creative talents to do what we loved most, to inspire others to do what we love most, to get outside and spend time in nature, because it is good for the soul. You can't argue with that. And I remember when asking Elise if she wanted to leave the comfort of her job, which she loves, for the unknown path of where we felt called towards. And she simply just looked at me and said, Cam, we weren't created to be comfy. And I never heard such true and impacting words. And you see, as humans, we naturally seek comfort and stability. And without some sort of inspiration that disrupts your comfort, you won't enter into something new. It's almost like you need to jump into the dream, into the discomfort, into the fear, into the unknown. Otherwise, the dream will never happen. So that's just what we did. Elise left her job just 2 months before we got married. And we embarked on this journey with hardly any savings to our name. Seriously, I don't know if it was crazy, stupid, dumb. It was definitely naive, but we did it. And now we're on the other side. We launched this new outdoor brand called Zarali just about a year ago now, with a mission to get the world outside, because we really believe that time spent in nature is the pathway to a happy and healthy life. And it's been an incredible journey, but we know that we're just at the beginning. We've got such big dreams for where we want to take the brand, but man, we're loving it, and it's been a crazy, crazy journey so far. But I tell you how we did it. By trusting that voice of possibility. That's all we can ever do. Trust. Trust that voice. Get to know it. Let it guide you. Let it encourage you. Let it spur you on into your passions, into your dreams, and most importantly, into your purpose. Because that's the journey. That journey of life, it often doesn't make sense looking forward. But in hindsight, you can look back and you can see how everything worked together, and the good, the bad, the ugly, how it all works together for good. And that's why it's all about trust, because it doesn't always make sense. When you're in those times, when you're on the edge of the unknown and you feel like you're being called into it, but it doesn't make sense, you need to trust that voice of possibility in those times. And maybe you're watching this right now, and for you, it feels hard to see anything beautiful about the future, or it's hard to see the other side of whatever you're facing. But I promise you, there is always another side. There is always summer after winter. This is like the first week of spring here in Australia, and I'm grateful for it, because I feel like I've been dipped in milk. My body needs some sun. There is always another side. And that's the beautiful thing about that journey of trust, is that when you get to that other side, just by putting one foot in front of another, when you get there, you stop and you look back at all those times where it just felt like everything was falling apart, and you see that someone or something greater was there with you in those times, through it all, taking all these things that were awful and hard to understand and turning them into a better story. And that's the journey. So I want to encourage you, everyone on this call today, as I come to a close, if you've lost the dreams in your heart, if you've stopped dreaming, if that voice of fear has robbed you of your joy, I'm declaring for you that those days are over. And I'm believing for you that you would come to deeply know the right voice to listen to, that voice of possibility, and that you would allow the joy and the freedom that comes from listening and following this voice to occupy your headspace. That's my hope for all of you, that you would literally become someone that walks in possibility. So keep dreaming, keep believing, keep trusting, and simply learn to listen to the right voice. Because I promise you, everything that you want in life, purpose, meaning, significance, fulfillment, anything great in your life will come to pass by following that voice of possibility. Thank you.
One of the greatest compliments I receive is, Dan, you've got such great energy to you, whether it's in these videos or on stage. But it's not rocket science. Here's what I do. First, you start at the start. When you wake up, are you scrolling trying to draw energy from others? Or have you found a way to draw energy from within? Little things like journaling, meditating, mindfulness, or just simple breathing to find the power within you. Second, are you self-aware enough to realize when your energy's dipping? I know as an introvert that excessive time with people or just that post-lunch blues is a time that I really slow down. So what are the natural, healthy ways of drawing energy? I'm not talking about energy drinks and coffee. I'm talking about a quick walk outside. I'm talking about sitting at the piano and using the creative side of your brain. I'm talking about taking a break for yourself, including that occasional gym workout. And finally, I don't let other people control my energy, my thoughts, my attitudes, my perspectives in life. I own my energy. Literally, how do I own this red carpet? Body posture, facial expressions, the energy with my voice, my body, every part of it, I'm hyper intentional about it, and I control it. So, those are some quick tips on energy, because ultimately, people will remember how you make them feel, whether it's a conversation or a cup of coffee, whether it's walking down the road, in public transport, in the classroom, in the workspace, wherever you are. Control your energy from morning till end.
Next up, Valerie Alexander, a renowned expert on workplace happiness and a leading voice on equity and inclusion. As a nationally recognized speaker on the topics of happiness, the advancement of women, and unconscious bias, her keynotes and workshops have entertained, trained, and inspired lawyers, artists, truck drivers, doctors, investment bankers, software developers, homemakers, CEOs, and countless others around the world. Valerie, the virtual stage is yours.
In the summer of 2012, because of the economy and our own economic circumstances, my husband and I downsized to a smaller house, pretty far from town, in a zip code no one in Los Angeles envies. Despite that, I love this place. This house has character, and it's just the right size for people and a big German Shepherd. Our new neighbors are friendly, and that makes this neighborhood so much more valuable. And we're friends with each other in a way that doesn't happen in other parts of LA. But there's one thing about this house that I've always hated. On the small walkway to the front door, there's a large flower box that makes no sense. It's far from any source of water. It's too large to water by hand. It gets no direct sunlight, and the neighbors' cats use it as a litter box. But the worst part of this flower box is that everyone who came to my house had to walk past this ugly box of dirt. Over the years, I stopped letting it bother me. I thought about doing something with it now and then, but I am the world's worst gardener. When I walk through the greenhouse section of the store, I can hear the plants saying, "No, no, don't pick me, please. I want to live. I want to live." So, other than filling it with rocks or concrete, there was nothing that could be done. I couldn't see any potential in this stupid box of dirt. But in reality, the problem wasn't the empty flower box. It was me and what I believed about my circumstances and my abilities. And in about 10 minutes, I'll share with you the transformation that changed my view of everything. But before we get there, I want to talk about the greatest irony in human history, and that is this. Young people don't want old people to tell them how to live their lives. And every old person looks back on their youth and says, "I wish I knew then what I know now." Which means human beings are in this endless cycle of having to learn everything the hard way. So, I hope in the short time we have together, I can spare you some of those painful lessons. Here are the things in my life I got right and things I got wrong. Got right. I played soccer for 13 years, from the age of 14 to 27, including on my college team. That gave me a healthy body and a high metabolism that carried me through some pretty inactive and unhealthy years in the corporate world. Got wrong? I never wore sunscreen. And I played in Texas. Old person advice. Make a commitment now every day to protect your skin. It's the largest organ on your body and the only one visible to everyone around you. And trust me, as much as you care about your appearance now, you will care at least as much 30 years from now. Got right. I got a good education. I got degrees that opened up doors for me. Got wrong. I cared more about the score I was getting than what I was learning. I didn't fully appreciate how much opportunity there was in school to expand my worldview and my skills, not just what would get me to the next milestone. There are things I wish I'd learned in college, and it was available to me for free because it was included in the tuition I was already paying. I could have taken an extra class or two, at least once a year. I could have learned how to play piano. That was a gift from my husband for my 40th birthday. I've never played before. It's always been a dream of mine, and I promise you, learning an instrument is a lot harder than it is when you're half that age. I wish I'd become fluent in another language when I had the chance. Think of how much more of the world that would have opened up to me. I wish I'd learned more about art and music and non-Judeo-Christian religions and non-European cultures. I wish instead of just becoming educated, I became learned. Got right. I went to a prestigious private college on a full scholarship. Got wrong. I came from a background of very limited means. I won't say we were poor. I will say we didn't have all the luxuries that other people had. And there were students at my school who had wealth like I had never seen. In my class was a man whose family had buildings on our campus named after them. One woman's last name was on several of the appliances in my home, and another student's was on the expensive chocolate that I'd only ever tasted once, and that was at Christmas. I wasn't like these people, so I decided I didn't like these people. At the first meeting of our freshman dorm, one woman asked if there would be some type of tutorial on how to do laundry, something I'd been doing since I was 9. I couldn't believe anyone didn't know how to do it. So I asked, well, who does the laundry in your house? And she said, one of the maids? At that moment, I hated her. We didn't speak again the entire school year. The following fall, she joined the soccer team, and I found out that when she was 16, her mom died, and her dad worked all the time, and the maids were the only adults in her life who cared about her. Oh, and she was a wonderful human being, warm and generous and funny. But by then, friendships had been formed. We all had our cliques, and while she and I liked each other, there was no chance we'd be close. Old person advice. Don't withdraw yourself from people who are different from you. Don't think of anyone as greater or lesser than you, regardless of your circumstances. Just think of them as people and openly bring them into your life. Got wrong. Was engaged twice, mostly because I wanted a big wedding, didn't really think about the marriage, and because some arbitrary milestone was coming up and I thought I had to be married before it. Got right. Ended both those engagements before vows were spoken and waited to find the person I actually wanted to spend the rest of my life with before getting married. We got married 3 months after we met at a small ceremony with one friend as a witness. That was 14 years ago. People always ask me, how did you know he was the one? There is no the one. You don't just know. You choose. Hopefully you choose wisely. But you choose to be with this person. And then once you make that commitment every day, you have to wake up and choose to be the best partner, the best friend, the best person you can be. And if you're really lucky, they wake up every day and make the same choice about you. And that's how you create your own forever. Got right. Bought a house as soon as I got my first real job. It wasn't in the part of town everyone wanted to live in. And all my colleagues and classmates drove beautiful cars and went to amazing places on vacation that I couldn't afford. But 5 years later, when I needed it, selling that house covered my expenses for the next 3 years of my life. Still got wrong. I never bothered to fully understand wealth creation because I didn't come from that kind of a background. I didn't really know how to make money grow and how to stay out of debt during lean times. You having economic security as you barrel towards retirement. Put at least 10% of your income every year into investing, starting today. That sounds ridiculous. You can't imagine how you could do it. There are people who live on 90% of what you earn. Learn how to be one of them. It will give you so much more freedom in the future. No one ever got financially secure selling their hours for dollars. There are a limited number of hours. You build wealth by owning things that increase in value. Start figuring out how to do that now. Got right. Paid my dues. Worked insane hours to be great at my job. Learned everything I could and provided value in every task. Got wrong. Didn't have the skills to navigate office politics and didn't know I needed to develop them. Engaged in workplace gossip, which if you don't know is a career killer. Didn't always keep my mouth shut when I should have. Tried my best to make it work in a toxic environment. And when I walked away from that, opportunities opened up that I never would have expected, and it was wonderful. Then, 3 careers down the road, my mom got a brain tumor, and it was the size of a navel orange. It was 1/3 of her brain weight. And I liquidated everything I owned, sold my house, sold my car, with 2 suitcases and a dog. I got on a plane and moved back to the small town I swore I'd never set foot in again and took care of my mom. That was 20 years ago. And she's still with us today. Still driving, which she shouldn't be, but she's also the most supportive, generous human being I know, and my life would not be the same without her. After that year with my mom, everything became about getting it right. I learned how to make a career out of doing things I love, like writing, speaking, making movies. I learned that there are things I'm not great at, like running tech companies. And I learned that changing direction is not failure. The failure is sticking with things that do not serve you out of fear or inertia or the need to prove that you can do it. Old person advice: changing direction is not failure. No matter where you are right now, you will change direction a lot in the next 30 years. Some by your own choice, and some against your deepest wishes. Accept that, and the road will be much easier. The year 2050 will arrive. It will exist in your lifetime. It'll exist in my lifetime. But if 2050 sounds like 1,000 years away, I can assure you it's not. It will be here in a minute. And I promise you will feel just as young and full of promise then as you do today. I know, because I have the same excitement about life I do now as I did in 1990. I know the world right now might seem like a worthless box of dirt, but that's only because we're not seeing its potential. A year ago yesterday, my husband's father died, just days after his 92nd birthday. And some friends sent us this beautiful arrangement of 9 small plants, each about the size of a racquetball. It sat in our home for 2 weeks, then I put it out on the back porch, where it got no direct sunlight, and I rarely watered it. And after 6 months, I walked out back one day and noticed that arrangement. And I noticed that the plants weren't dead. And another plant in that same environment was getting so big and unruly that it needed to be pruned. And a light bulb went on. So I took the small plants from that planter and the trimmings from the unruly hedge to my ugly, despised flower box out front. And I planted them in that dry, loose dirt. And I hauled a garden hose from the complete other side of the house and filled that flower box with water to give those little plants a chance. That was 6 months ago. And this is how that flower box looks today. It gives me so much joy. I love every time I walk past it. I love knowing that people who come to our home are greeted by this. But you have to know this, as I deliver this message to you today from my little corner of Los Angeles, it is 117 degrees in the shade. And these guys are doing great. This flower box wasn't ugly or worthless. It just needed to find organisms that could thrive in its environment. But I have to ask, why did that take 7 years? What would this look like if on the day we moved in, I had looked at this and said to myself, I can turn this into something beautiful? If right now 2020 feels like a worthless flower box to you, let me assure you, you can turn it into something beautiful. You were born, raised, educated, and are now fully prepared to thrive in this environment. So open your heart and open your mind and find organisms like you and make 2020 the flower box that produces the hardiest, healthiest, most deep-rooted life forms this planet has ever known. Because 2050 will be here tomorrow, and I can't wait to see what you grow. Bye.
Hi everyone, Christine Rappa here. It's morning where I am on the east coast of the US. So something I love to do to start the day is sun salutations. We're gonna go through one, and you can try and practice these a few more times on your own. It's great to do 3 or 4 of these in the morning when you wake up. So come to a cushioned surface and let's get started. If you have a yoga mat, start at the top of your mat. Stand up nice and tall, feet hips width apart. Inhale and reach your arms up tall overhead. On your exhale, fold forward over your legs. On your next inhale, press your hands into your shins or your thighs, coming to a flat back position. On your exhale, plant your hands on your mat and step back to a plank pose. You can keep your knees up, or you can do this with your knees down. Lower your chest halfway or less. And then on your inhale, press your chest through your hands for an upward facing dog position. Again, this can be knees down or knees up. Something to work towards if you're just starting. On your exhale, push your hips up to the sky, coming back to a downward facing dog position. Take a deep breath in, exhale it out, and step your feet to your hands. Halfway lift to a flat back position once again. Forward fold on your exhale, and on your inhale, reach up
and overhead for extended mountain pose. There you go. One sun salutation. Thank you for practicing with me today. For more, follow me at Strong Mindful Resilient on Instagram.
Our next segment is one of the most interesting forms of art I have seen in a long time. Georgia Louise is an astral aerialist. That's a new one for me and perhaps even for you. Here's Georgia sharing her moving art with grace. Our next speaker is Kevin Adler. I met Kevin many years ago, right about the time he shared a story of a homeless person that he helped reunite with loved ones. This was on Market Street, right here in San Francisco, where we have some of the most challenging situations with homeless people. Kevin is not only going to share a bit of his story, but how people like you and me can also impact the lives of people we usually walk right past. Let's take a look at this first.
Mom, I love you and I miss you and I need to see you.
When's the last time you saw me?
About 10 years.
You know, my kids, I can never find them. They move all the time. Sure.
What's going on? This is a cry out to my dad. I'm sure you know everything that's going on with my situation right now. You know, I'm going through the same thing that you went through when I didn't see you for years. I love you. I can't wait to see you. And I'm looking for you with all my heart. And whatever it is that I need to do to get back to y'all, I'm doing it. I'm just trying to find out what it is, y'all. And to my wife, I love you too.
Stigma
Hi, David. This is Dad and Sharon. We hope you're okay and that you're doing just fine.
We were very happy to hear from you.
Yes, we certainly were.
The scale from confidence to doubt. I would hold you.
Hi, Mary.
Yeah, she's right here. Yeah, happy Mother's Day, Mom.
Concentration breaks under frivolous weight. If the right words exist, may they find our lips. Let's stay the course and let the tension make us new. I don't know if it's virtue. I don't know if it's just dumb luck. Would it matter if it was? What if we welcome changing? If we opened up just enough to let it begin.
Hey everyone, my name is Kevin Adler. I'm the founder and CEO of Miracle Messages. We're a nonprofit organization based out of San Francisco that helps people experiencing homelessness reconnect with their loved ones and with us as their neighbors. We're on a mission to end relational poverty on the streets because we know that relational poverty is a form of poverty. And our work to help people experiencing homelessness rebuild their social support systems has resulted in 375 family reunifications for our unhoused neighbors, with an average time disconnected of 15 years, and over 120 friendships formed between unhoused individuals and our trained volunteers. And you will be able to sign up to be a friend, a part of Miracle Friends, our buddy system, phone-based buddy system, if you'd like. And I'll share more information at the end of my talk on how you can do that. But for now, we're going to start with a short video on our work at Miracle Messages. I'll share on the story that prompted me to get involved in this work, my backstory, and also highlight the work we've done and how you can get involved. So if you're interested, stay tuned. You can learn more at miraclemessages.org and sign up to get involved there. But first, we'll begin with a short video. Thank you. This is a photo of my family. Right there at the bottom left, that's me. Still make that pose every so often. That's my grandparents, my brother, my mom. In the middle there, that's my Uncle Mark. Mark was one of my favorite family members. He remembered every birthday, was the guest of honor, Thanksgiving, Christmas. We'd talk for hours about burritos and our shared love of super burritos. Mark also lived on and off the streets for 30 years. He suffered from schizophrenia. And after he died, I never thought of him as a homeless man because he was my beloved uncle. But I started wondering who this man was when he wasn't at the Thanksgiving or the Christmas dinner table. Did people walk by him knowing that he was some kid's beloved uncle? Did they know that he was somebody to a family that was very dear to him and he was very dear to us? I just wondered if the people I started walking by every day in San Francisco on the way to and from work perhaps had more in common with my Uncle Mark than I realized. Some may have been struggling from mental health. Some may have had health problems that put them into a situation of homelessness. Some have lost jobs, or some have simply been victims of the systemic breakdown of affordable housing and support services around that. So I just started wondering if people's stories were similar to my Uncle Mark's, and what would it look like if I saw people that I walked by not as problem to be solved, but as a person to be loved, very similar to my uncle. And I started thinking about how we use storytelling tools to build our common humanity. Things like GoPro cameras, to show how great we are, maybe on a surfboard. And if we're really innovative with a GoPro camera, really thinking outside the box, it's something like this. But what would it look like, I started wondering, to use the storytelling tools that we have access to help people like my Uncle Mark share their stories? What stories would we hear? That thought prompted me to start a side project. I've been working in tech in the education space in San Francisco. Really didn't know much about homelessness, but knew that I didn't know much and wanted to understand what people's life experiences were like. And so I invited, over the course of a year, 24 people experiencing homelessness to wear GoPro cameras around their chests and narrate their experiences of what life is like on the streets. I'm going to show a short clip of one of those individuals named Adam.
My name's Adam Reichert. I'm living in San Francisco, and I've been homeless on and off for like almost 6 years now. Most people that are homeless, I hear it from friends and I see it, don't have any type of real interaction that means anything to them when you're homeless, because people treat you so much different.
About 90% of these people could care less about standing in front of them or not, most of them would not want to see me would rather not see me at all out here. And when I say that, I don't mean see me out here being homeless. They would just rather not see me out here at all. And it's, I guess, the way the society is turned, and where they look at me like I'm below them or something like that, and they don't realize it. Like I said earlier, a lot of people that I know right here in this neighborhood, in Castro, are living paycheck to paycheck, wondering if they're going to be housed next week. How you doing, folks? Tomorrow's my birthday. I'm trying to get a hotel. I'm going to get a paper.
And what stuck out to me is, over and over again in watching these videos, I heard different versions of a very similar story, which was encapsulated by this quote: "I never realized I was homeless when I lost my housing, only when I lost my family and friends." This made sense to me, that there's what I've come to call this relational poverty element of homelessness, but I never really thought it could be true. I'd never heard anyone articulate it. And I thought, gosh, if this is true, if this is really an issue, maybe we could just walk down Market Street. Someone could go down Market Street, go up to every person experiencing homelessness and say, hey, do you have any loved ones you'd like to reconnect with? Maybe some percentage would say yes, of individuals experiencing homelessness. So after hearing over the course of a year people express this level of relational poverty that I hadn't heard any city agency or nonprofit organization talk about, I thought, gosh, well, maybe I'll just walk down the street and do this. And that's how I met Adam. I walked by Adam the first time, just passed by him, didn't really pay much attention. And I thought, gosh, I promised that I'd do this. I had made kind of a vow. I had prayed about it. And I said I was going to talk to every single person I passed who was visibly homeless. So I didn't want to make any exceptions. So I sat down next to Adam. And when he started talking about his loved ones, he looked me right in the eye. And he said that he hadn't seen his family in a long, long time. And here's a short video of that first encounter with Jeffrey, who I met December 2014.
My name is Jeffrey Michael Gottschall. I was born August 7th, 1969, in a small town in Pennsylvania named Georgeville.
Are there any friends that you would like to send a holiday message?
In Pennsylvania, in Georgeville, Pennsylvania, if you can.
Well, what are their names?
My dad, Harold.
What would you like to say to your dad?
I intend to go home and see you again someday.
Any friends? Any other loved ones?
My niece and nephew I never met. my sister had him after I left. I know that because me and my dad write letters back and forth from time to time. My niece and nephew, Josh and Rachel. Tell them I intend to come home and see them sometime, if I can.
So I had this video message from Jeffrey, didn't know what to do with it, and went home that night. And you know what I did? It was absolutely nothing. I just sat on it because I wasn't even sure he was telling the truth. That's how much disconnect I had with my own humanity as it related to our homeless neighbors. But a few days passed and I said, I gotta do something. And so I went on Facebook and I found a Facebook group connected to Jeffrey's hometown. I posted the video there. What happened next was a miracle because as you can see on the screen, over 100 people, 200 something people shared that video and shared that post. Comments started coming in. Hey, I went to high school with Jeffrey. I work in construction. Does he need a job? I work at the congressman's office. Does he need health care? In the first 20 minutes of that post, Jeffrey's sister, Jennifer, was tagged. We got on the phone the next day. She told me that Jeffrey had been a missing person for 12 years.
I've been talking to many people, trying to do what I can to get you home and the help that you need once you're here. My holiday message to you is this: if you don't give up, I won't either.
Jeffrey and Jennifer were able to reconnect on a phone call a few days later. And then a few months after that, they reconnected in person. Again, first time in 12 years and disconnected for over 20. And so this prompted me to realize two things. One, that this should not be happening. A person like this should not be so disconnected from the rest of us that literally thousands of people could walk by and not see this individual, not engage this individual like Jeffrey, while he has an entire social support network that's just under the surface, wondering where he is. And that Jeffrey's not the only one. There's probably many people just like Jeffrey. I wasn't thinking it was just a one-off occasion. And I started doing a research on why this was, talking to other people experiencing homelessness, and really have identified a handful of reasons why a person experiencing homelessness might be so disconnected from social support systems. So one is digital literacy technological barriers. Many individuals on the streets have difficult getting access to charging stations, phones, batteries, Wi-Fi, or perhaps don't have the literacy to use some of these devices or access the internet. So one, it's just being off the grid and losing phone numbers. Imagine if you moved around a lot, you lost your phone, and your family moved, you didn't know how to locate them. So it's pretty understandable that people change phone numbers, change addresses, and get out of touch that way. Then there's the bureaucratic barriers. So shelters in the United States, as a result of HIPAA regulations, do not confirm or deny whether someone's at a facility. And there's plenty of good reasons why this might work for some instances of LGBTQ youth running away from unsafe environments at home or domestic violence. But there's also a number of individuals whose families are looking for them who could be part of a positive outcome rather than part of the problem. And shelters put privacy over common sense at times. Economic barriers are another issue where people in the United States, 1 out of every 2 Americans are a paycheck away from not being able to pay rent. And so we're not simply just talking about people that we see walking down the street who may be impoverished, but some of their families, friends, their networks aren't that better off. But really, the number one reason of all why many people are disconnected from their loved ones, I'll play a short video with Ben, who really gives light into this issue of the emotional barriers.
I came here and I knew that maybe somebody like you guys could maybe help me out a little bit because I'm an alcoholic and I got a problem and I don't know how to fix it. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do anymore. And I haven't talked to my family in Catherine a lot because she's my sister, and I really miss my brother Rusty, and I miss my mother Gary, and I miss my dad a lot, and haven't been very good. I haven't been very good to him, but it's not because that I don't care about them. It's that I don't really care about myself a lot, and that's why I've been away for a long time. And I just want to tell you, I'm sorry about that. Sorry. I miss you guys. I wish I could figure out some way to reconnect with you guys. I guess that's all I got to say.
The emotional barriers, shame, low self-esteem, feeling worthless. This is something that Ben articulated so clearly in his message to his brothers, sisters, his family. But, there's hope, because if this is the number one reason why people are disconnected, this is something we can do something about, where we see people not as problems, but as people. We embrace them as our neighbors and see them as someone's brother or sister, rather than defined by their lack of housing. Because we know relational poverty is a form of poverty. And the good news is with Ben, he's one of the individuals who recorded a message with what has become Miracle Messages through this work, and he did reconnect with his family. And that's a photo of him with his brother. And so Miracle Messages, it's no longer just me wandering around the streets with a camera anymore. It's a community, a movement of people all around the world who have dedicated themselves to helping their unhoused neighbors reconnect with loved ones, rebuild social supports, and connecting with them as neighbors. So I'll share a little bit about what Miracle Messages does. We help people experiencing homelessness reconnect with loved ones, and with us, rebuild their social support systems and end relational poverty on the streets is our goal. Here's how it works. In terms of our reunion service, individuals experiencing homelessness can either self-record a message, a video message, an audio message, a written message, call our hotline, 1-800-MISS-YOU, fill out a paper form, or use the mobile app, or a caseworker, social worker on their behalf, or a volunteer. That message goes into our database, where our network of trained digital detectives. This is something you can get involved with if you're interested. Be a digital detective for good, digital sleuth for good. They go on the internet, make phone calls, write letters to try to locate loved ones, deliver messages, and help people reunite, which you see here with Joseph and his father, Perry. So this is a little bit more the mobile app, the hotline, 1-800-MISS-YOU, the online referral form, paper form. This is all at miraclemessages.org/refer. Through the digital detective network is the deliveries, and then the reunions. And again, we make partnerships with nonprofits, government agencies, corporate partners to engage other volunteers, to help with some of the building of the technology, the platform we're on. So really looking for an all-hands-on-deck approach to ending relational poverty on the streets. This is a photo of our team of digital detectives. This is one of the few in-person meetings. Almost all of them are virtual, remote. You can call in Wednesday evenings in California, 5:30 p.m. Pacific time, every Wednesday. So reach out to us if you're interested in joining that. We hire formerly homeless individuals as community ambassadors. This is Brian and Beverly. They're two of our first formerly unhoused ambassadors that offer Miracle Messages and recruit people to Miracle Friends, our buddy system that I'll share a little bit more about momentarily. Here's some of the phone numbers to date. We have reunited now, if we include some of the Find Them cases where families reach out to us looking for their unhoused loved one who's missing. We're now over 375 reunions. 80% have led to a positive outcome, and the average time disconnected is 15 years. Dozens have led to stable housing or living with family, again, at a fraction of the cost of most service programs. Miracle Friends is a new program that came as a result of COVID-19. We created that and really modified it to fit this very unique and challenging moment in our world. Miracle Friends is a virtual buddy system that connects people who are experiencing homelessness, especially those who have been moved into hotels, but people who are on the streets, living in cars, in encampments, at SROs, single room occupancies, who have different types of, housing but are unstably housed, housing insecure. We connect them with trained volunteers in this Big Brothers, Big Sisters type program that's really driven by phone calls, text messages on a weekly basis. So if you're interested to join Miracle Friends, you can go to miraclefriends.org or learn more through our primary site, miraclemessages.org. We're also having a wonderful event called the Good Neighbor Awards, where we're celebrating a lot of our community members. So if you're interested to learn more, mark your calendars, Wednesday, September 30th, 6 p.m. Pacific time. You can RSVP at miraclemessages.org. And it's a really wonderful showcase and celebration of a lot of the individuals who are working to help their neighbors rebuild their social support systems. There's a really interesting storytelling component to this work. So we've had a lot of media coverage. This allows us to really shine a spotlight on our local partners and on their reunion stories, and trying to change the stigma around homelessness. As so often we just think of homelessness defining a human being by what they lack. We would never look at each other as housed people, but we look at our unhoused neighbors by their lack of housing security. And so we try to reframe people not, again, as problems to be solved, but as people to be loved, and see them as someone's brother, someone's sister, someone's uncle, someone's somebody. A few reunion stories. This is Jasmine and her uncle Wayne. Jasmine, every week in San Francisco, would wander the streets looking for her uncle. He recorded a message to his family. We got them reconnected, and now he's in stable housing in the East Bay off the streets. This is Mick and his mom, Polly. They reconnected after 67 years. She had to give him up when he was just a baby, and they were able to get reconnected after 67 years. And she said, there's nothing I'd love more than to spend the last years of my life getting to know my son. He had a heart defect, I believe, when he was young, and she just couldn't afford the procedure. So she had to give him up for adoption. It's a photo of me and my mom, who passed away in 2008. And I like to close with this photo because I look at her face and it's just so clear I had such a wonderful mom that all of us, I just wish any of us, we'd all have a person at some point in our life who's looked at us like that. My mom certainly did, as one of the many people who looked at me with such love and compassion. Who's your somebody? Who's that person for you? Is it your partner? Is it a sibling? Is it a parent? Is it a child? Is it a friend? Is it a coach? And then the thought of that person being disconnected from you, or you being disconnected from them over a period of time. Not all families are perfect. Sometimes families are part of the problem, not part of the solution. That's why we talk about chosen family. But really, who's your somebody? Who would be a person that you'd want to reconnect with and really be there to support? And who, if they were disconnected, would you want to be there for? So always like to think about these individuals that we're serving and that we're working together collaboratively to help reconnect to social support systems when it's appropriate, and really imagining that those people that they're thinking about, who they love and miss so dearly. And so that's why Miracle Messages, we're committed to ending relational poverty on the streets, rebuilding social support systems through family reunification, and by creating a buddy system where anyone in the world can connect and get matched with an unhoused individual for weekly phone calls, text messages, because we know everyone is someone's somebody and no one should be defined by what they lack. So thank you. And if you're interested in getting involved or learning more, you can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or go to miraclemessages.org and sign up on our Get Involved page. Thanks so
Our next speaker is Ben Skinner, a world-renowned authority and writer on modern-day slavery, and he is the founder and president of Transparentum. When you hear what Ben has to say about what's going on in today's world that we all live in, you will be as shocked as I am. The kind of stuff Ben is going to share is not something you typically find on page 1 of the news. It's a tough subject, but we all need to hear this. Ben, the virtual stage is yours.
It's a pleasure to join all of you for CARE24.Global today. I wish I could say the topic I will cover, which has dominated my professional life for the last 20 years, was equally pleasurable, but it is not. Let me begin with a simple and terrible fact. There are more slaves today than at any point in human history. But for that to mean anything, slavery has to mean something. Merriam-Webster defines the term as synonymous with drudgery or toil, but in reality, slaves are those forced to work for no pay beyond subsistence under threat of violence to them or their families. These are people that cannot walk away from their work without severe consequences. And by that definition, there are as many as 45 million slaves in the world today. According to the International Labor Organization, most are in some form of debt bondage, compelled to work to pay off loans that in some cases their ancestors originally took for what would today amount to a few dollars. Some work in the sex trade, but a clear majority do not. And yet, statistics don't tell anything close to the whole story. Many times, the worst people have the best quotes, and Joseph Stalin is supposed to have said, "The death of 1,000,000 men is a statistic. The death of one man is a tragedy." In my work, beginning as a journalist and author of a book called A Crime So Monstrous, I sought to allow slaves, survivors, liberators, and yes, even traffickers, to bear witness through me, to tell their stories to those who might make a difference. Today, I hope that through me, their voices can reach you. I want to tell you about a man we'll call Ganu. I have changed his name because, as far as I know, he's still in jeopardy. Ganu was born into slavery, compelled to pay off a debt that his grandfather had incurred for the bride price of his mother. The original loan, for which Ganu and his entire family now toiled in an Indian rock quarry, was 75 cents. From before dawn until dusk every day, Ganu's family would break rocks with pikes and mortars and further pulverize those rocks down into sand, silica sand, which is used in the manufacture of glass. Now, there's only one way in the modern world that you turn profit off of handmade sand, as Ganu's master, the quarry contractor, also an alleged murderer, did, and that is through slavery. When I asked Ganu why he didn't just run away, hitch a train to Delhi, and pull a rickshaw, he said, "Where would I go? How would I eat?" For him, slavery was no mere concept. Slavery was his world, and the quarry contractor was God in that world. He was the taker of life, but he was also the giver of sustenance. Throughout history, when slavery has been abolished by fiat, but not followed up with comprehensive programs to empower survivors, the effects are grim. One only has to look at the violence that sears America today to know that this is true. But I have hope, and so should you. Through my work, I had the privilege to meet extraordinary survivors who have become courageous leaders in the fight to end the crime once and for all. In Indonesia, I met a young man, we'll call him Yusril. Yusril caught fish in violent conditions under menace from debt-holding traffickers on Korean foreign charter vessels. Those ships were then trawling the waters of New Zealand's exclusive economic zone. While others on his vessel had been cowed into silence, Yusril courageously told me his story. When I asked him why he took the risk, He pointed to his heart. He said, dignity. He had impact precisely because all of you listening to this have power. When his story ran in Bloomberg Business Week, the public response was significant as the fish he caught wound up on American tables. Markets moved, and a few months later, New Zealand's parliament changed the code so that any vessels fishing its waters now have to follow its labor laws. Why the change? Because speaking truth to power works. I want to talk to you about a couple of ways to get involved in this fight, which I believe we can win in our lifetime. First of all, stay active and make sure that the hard work that has already been done to pass anti-slavery laws, to make slavery illegal in every country on earth, is not in vain. Critically, make sure that those that get out of slavery are given the opportunity not only to thrive, but to grow, to expand their lives. One organization that helps ensure that emancipation is more than a word is the Human Trafficking Legal Center. They are on the web at htlegalcenter.org. The center enlists the world's best litigators to make sure that survivors receive reparations, real reparations, for harm done. To date, the center has won over $45 million in judgments for survivors. Those survivors, in turn, use those funds to pursue their education, to buy homes, to dream, to live freely. Next, we have to really actively listen to survivors in their own voices. An excellent organization that works to help elevate those essential spokespeople is Survivor Alliance, on the web at survivoralliance.org. Survivor Alliance puts survivors rightly in the leadership of the anti-slavery movement. Critically, it also helps them find pathways to employment in a broad range of fields. Finally, understand that you make moral decisions which can prolong global slavery or speed its demise every day. Those decisions are called purchases. And what you buy, what you consume, can make a big difference. My own investigative organization, Transparentum, on the web at transparentum.com, works to bring hard truths about issues such as forced and child labor to those with the power to drive change. First, we tell brands and retailers what we have found in their suppliers. Then, we tell others, including investors, regulators, and journalists. But our power to drive change is minute compared to the power of the collective you. When you buy a t-shirt, check if the brand discloses its suppliers and has a code of conduct that prohibits those suppliers from using workers that have paid for their own jobs. Ask the brands if they demand and verify their suppliers provide safe working conditions, that those that make the stuff you are buying have control over their own identity documents. Ask if the workers who harvested the food that you can eat can walk away from their jobs if they want to do so. Ultimately, slavery is a crime that we not only can, but must end in our lifetimes. Learning about it is the first step, but it can't be the last step. In April 1861, a few days before the first shots of the American Civil War were fired at Fort Sumter, the great philosopher Henry David Thoreau, then torn between pacifism and abolitionism, wrote to his friend. This friend had been reading reports of the rumbling disunion in the New York Herald Tribune. If you know of it, Thoreau wrote, you are particeps criminis. You're a partner in the crime. What business have you, if you are an angel of light, to be pondering over the deeds of darkness? Now, he meant that as a warning. I took it, and I hope all of you will take it as a call to arms. I look forward to seeing you in the fight. Thank you.
Our next speaker is actually a Broadway actress. Well, at least for 3 days she was, and then the pandemic hit, and the New York Entertainment Center went dark in all theaters. You see, Lily Kaufman had a dream to perform on Broadway since she can remember, and she worked her whole life to get there. When her dream blew up, She did not immediately start looking for another job or career as some people might. Lily spent weeks reinventing herself so that she could leverage all the success and learnings from making it to Broadway in the first place. So let's have Lily share some of her story now, so you hopefully can be inspired to adapt to the kind of change she faced in her career, only in your career. Lily, the virtual stage is yours.
What's up, cool cats? What if I told you that I manifested specifically in the year 2020, I am going to be on Broadway? Would you believe it if I told you that you can create the reality that you desire with a little trust, a little action, and an effective use of all the power and energy that surrounds us, even during quarantine? Let's start from the beginning of my story because it wasn't easy, and I want you to sidestep some of my early mistakes and learn how you can manifest a life you absolutely love. So I grew up in Kansas City, and I realized at a very early age how alive I felt every time I got to perform. I said, tutu? Me too. I just loved the fluffy costumes and twirling around. I sang a lot. People would probably call me loud before they would call me good. But I thought it was all that and a bag of chips, okay? I decided that my dream was to be on Broadway. One of my dance teachers told me, every little girl in this room wants to be on Broadway. And I thought, do you see this girl? Do you see that mic? Maybe she's born with it. So fast forward to senior year of high school, and I am still going for it. I apply for 12 different musical theater schools and audition, and there were really only 4 or 5 that I wanted to go to that really meant something. I get back acceptance letter after acceptance letter to find I did not get accepted. These schools that I thought were so right for me said, "You're not right for us." I mean, did I make the wrong choice with my career? Did I foolishly follow a pipe dream? Well, I got into a couple of my backup choices, so I took a deep breath, decided it didn't matter that much. I applied for some extra scholarships, and I went to the school that I thought I had the best chance of succeeding at. At the time, I didn't have the wisdom to be excited and thankful for the opportunity, but in the end, it was exactly what I needed. I worked my butt off for 4 years. I left school with less debt than I would have at all the other schools. I was immersed in a more diverse culture, and I accidentally evaded seasonal depression by ending up somewhere warm and sunny that brought me happiness every day. I left college with incredible memories and friends and lessons, and realized what a gift this opportunity gave me. So I ask you, do you think perhaps maybe that thing that you're not quite happy about or that feels like a bump in the road is actually exactly what you need right now? I mean, if you're someone who feels like I did, whose life just isn't lining up quite right, what if you looked around and found the gratitude and positivity in the cards that you have been handed? It might be what you actually need, and not just what you think you need. So let's jump ahead a bit to 2018, and it has been 8 months since I moved to New York City, And I'm trying to manage this insane lifestyle of working a side job 1 million hours a week to afford this crazy city, but also spending the normal working hours auditioning day in and day out without so much as a callback. And everyone from home is calling me saying, have you gotten a job yet? Have you gotten a callback? Anything? I mean, their expectations were so high for me, and it was hard to tell them that the only thing I've heard all year is nope. And I have an agent, which is cool, but they aren't really doing much or responding to any of my emails, so it's tough to stay positive and even tougher to stay afloat. Sometimes I have to eat ramen or Wendy's every day or not go out with my friends so that I can pay for rent and hopefully get some sleep. But I know that I have to keep persevering. Keep on keeping on. I know I deserve a better agent. I know that someday I'll get a call back for something that's right for me. I believe in myself. I know I can make this dream come true. And then I learn about manifesting. Get out your pencils, boys and girls. Time to learn. So I'm gonna break this down. We'll start with 2 categories, energy and action. So I'll start by explaining the law of attraction. Basically, we're all made up of energy, and it's always moving and exchanging all around us. And all of this energy vibrates at a certain frequency. All of our wants and desires also vibrate at a certain frequency. Vibration attracts like vibration. So, if you want to attract good things in your life, you have to raise your frequency. Then we hop into action. First step, get clear on what you truly want. And not just what you think you want or what your parents want you to want or any of that. This means like soul searching. It takes time, and it takes really listening to yourself. Sometimes it's just getting real about the qualities that are most important in your ideal life. Get specific though. 2, believe that it is available to you regardless of your circumstances. Also hard, I know. But your faith has to be greater than your fear for this to work. Believe that you can have exactly what you want. Then, get to work. Hone your skills, practice, learn, mess up, fall down, get back up. This journey will have hardships and tough lessons, but you gotta send the message out to the universe that you can take it. Okay? Also easier said than done. Trust me, I was not always good at this. I mean, it took a lot of practice, and it will for you too. It's like building a muscle. Just got to keep doing it. And if you can laugh at yourself as you go, find the silver linings, I know you can get through this tough process, and it'll be a little more fun while you do it. So all of these things will raise your frequency and attract better things into your life. So whilst you work on these goals, this dream, it's important to make sure that you are good here. You got to actually take some time with this as well, to make sure that you believe in yourself, to give love to yourself, to accept your own flaws. Ooh, tough one. You got to take time to tune in with why you're so freaking awesome, because I promise you, you're freaking awesome. I mean, for me, it took years, a lot of therapy, sometimes with my dog, and yoga for me. It's different for everyone. And again, it takes time. But if you don't actually believe in yourself, then the universe will know. And the frequencies that you attract will be me. All right. Next, this powerful love that you have inside that you've cultivated, you're going to send this amazing energy into the world. Compliment people. donate or tip a little bit more than usual. Be loving to those who aren't so loving back. Take in positive content. Begin to surround yourself with the energy you wish to attract. I'm going to say that again. Begin to surround yourself with the energy you wish to attract. Organize your home. Hang out at local places where people who inspire you hang out. Break out of your comfort zone and introduce yourself to people you might want to know who will help raise your frequency, which also may mean minimizing people in your life who don't raise your frequency. Surround yourself with the energy you wish to attract. When I redecorated my space in New York and started hanging out downtown instead of around the corner, when I started meeting strangers at concerts and coffee shops, I started raising my frequency. I reached out and cultivated friendships that made me laugh, inspired me to work even harder, and showered me with support that I then returned. I raised my frequency. I was kind to the people on the train who pushed past me, raised the frequency. I even noticed that once I truly started believing in myself and then sent back that love and kindness, more people were interested in me romantically. This manifestation stuff was my jam and is my jam. You get the picture. Now, that's a lot of woo-woo and to-dos. So, let's take all of this knowledge and work and blah, 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 and get back to Lily. 8th month with no success in New York City. I'm running to work late in the rain because the train was late again, and a car drives by and splashes me like literally from a movie. So I'm showing up to work late, and I'm muddy and sad, and I am tired from a long audition weekend that I just had in Pittsburgh a few days prior, and I just breathe, remind myself, good things take time. If I just keep working towards my goal, it will manifest in some way. And the phone rings on my break at work, and they say, hey, we want you to come in for a callback for a national tour. A day later, I found out I got that job in Pittsburgh. And just a few days after that, I found out I got the tour. One job was scheduled to end a day before the next one began. When it rains, it pours. And remember that good-for-nothing agent that I mentioned who helped me get 0% of the jobs and took 10% of every salary? Yeah, time to manifest something better. I said to the universe, I know there's better out there for me. I gave compliments to strangers. I reached out to friends and reconnected with people I hadn't talked to in a while. And all of a sudden, I am getting drinks with a friend who hears my situation and tells me the agency she works for would be a perfect fit for me and that she'd reach out to them and see if they'd be willing to meet. Before I know it, I've got a new agent. I go on tour, I come back in October and decide that it's finally time to put my truest, biggest dream at the forefront of my manifestation to-do list. I mean, it's been working well. So I say it in the mirror. I say it in my mind. I say it when I meditate. I say it when I make a wish on a candle or a shooting star. I say, I will be on Broadway in 2020. I will make my lifelong dream come true. The new year rolls around, and before you know it, I am singing on Broadway in Mean Girls the Musical. Now listen, this isn't a happy ending. I mean, it is. I did it. And then, Corona Girl. It's my third day in the Broadway show. My sister just landed in NYC to see the show tonight, and my stage manager gets a call. No show tonight. No shows for a while. I'll never forget my sister helping me clear out my dressing room, carrying vases of flowers and bottles of champagne out of the theater, holding back tears. She never even got to see the show. My dad never got to see the show. So many people did not ever get to see the show. I had 2 days, 48 hours on Broadway. And now the whole theater industry is shut down. Broadway is certainly shut down. And because I was on a limited contract, those 2 days on Broadway are probably the only 2 that I get. And now I really don't know what I'm doing with my life. I've spent all my energy on this one dream. And now so many people say they are so sorry when they hear my story, that it's so sad that this is how my dream coming true played out. But here's the thing. I am so grateful. I've got nothing but smiles when I think about those 48 hours of bliss. I mean, I did it. And gratitude is power. It manifests happiness all by itself. And life looks a hell of a lot nicer when all the cups around me are half full, so I'm gonna stay positive. And I'm gonna do what I've learned works. I'm gonna increase my frequency by making sure I'm doing okay on the inside and then sending that love outward. I'm gonna take action by looking for new opportunities or ideas that I may not have even considered before. And frankly, just take it one step at a time. Because if I had given up on my dream during that first hardship or second or 18th, I would never have stepped on Broadway. I wouldn't have known how to be grateful in the face of uncertainty. So I'm looking at that history now. If I let myself be consumed by my unemployment or the sadness that came with losing my job on Broadway, I would miss what it is that I need to be doing right now. So instead, I ask myself how I can give to others. What can I explore? How can I center myself? Just over here, raising my frequency. I hope you can use these principles to help yourself and to give yourself some hope during this weird time. And now you have some actions that you can use to help pave your way now and always. Because hardships have always been exactly what I needed to grow and to refocus and to learn how to be resilient. Corona Girl is no different. And if any of you scientists out there want to manifest a vaccine, that'd be cute. Just keep on keeping on, my friends. You got this.
Hi everyone, Christine Rappa here. We're gonna try a little yoga. Yoga's a great exercise for your body and your mind. So get on the floor and let's get started. Come to a comfortable cross-legged position. Sit up nice and tall. Put your left hand on your right knee, your right hand on the floor behind you. Take a deep breath in, and on your exhale, twist from your chest over to your right. One more deep breath in. Exhale, twist. And release. Switch sides. Left hand on your right knee, right hand behind you. Inhale. Exhale, twist. One more deep breath in. And exhale. And release. Thank you for practicing with me today. For more, follow me at Strong Mindful Resilient on Instagram. Namaste.
Hi everyone, it's Sidney from Sydney. Welcome to hour 22 of CARE24.Global. I'm your MC for the next 2 hours, and we're in the home stretch, so thank you for being with us. And how fitting that being in the home stretch, our topic for this session is called How to Design the World to Live to 1,000 Years. And to do that, I'm joined by two amazing leaders who are going to be on my panel today, and they're going to be talking to us. My first panelist is Aubrey de Grey. Aubrey is the Chief Science Officer of SENS Research Foundation and VP of Technology Discovery at AgeX Therapeutics. They're joining us now. Aubrey works on the development of medical innovations that can postpone all forms of age-related ill health. His main focus is on the rejuvenation, that is the active repair of the various types of molecular and cellular damage, which eventually cause age-related disease and disability, as opposed to the mere retardation of the accumulation of such damage. Welcome, Aubrey.
Hello, and thank you for having me here.
Great to have you here. Let me introduce our second panelist, and then we'll dive into a conversation. And my second panelist is Steve Downs. Steve is the co-founder of Building H, where he's working with collaborators to grow a community of entrepreneurs, investors, designers, engineers, and researchers who believe that we need to reimagine and reshape everyday life, how we eat, sleep, get from place to place, socialize, and entertain ourselves to be healthy by design. Welcome, Steve.
Thanks, Sidney. It's great to be here.
Well, good to have you both. And look, we're going to talk about exploring longevity and well-being. Fascinating topic. We've got roughly 50 minutes. I'm going to try to get the most out of the two big brains I've got in this session as possible. But before we get there, I'm really fascinated on why you're doing what you're doing and how did you get here to this position? I'm going to kick off with Aubrey. Aubrey, a couple of minutes of background and what was the trigger of why on earth you're doing this?
Well, the short answer is I'm doing it, or I started doing it, because back then, 25 years ago, nobody else was, or hardly anybody else. And that's crazy. You know, really, the big question is, why isn't everybody doing this? Why isn't everybody recognizing that aging is the world's #1 problem, the source of the vast majority of human suffering in today's world? Why isn't everyone trying to fix that? And it was only when I discovered, to my horror, that actually biologists in general were not working on it, that I thought, well, I better switch fields from my original career, which was in artificial intelligence research.
Fascinating. And Steve, you've got a bit of a story on, you know, what was the calling for you. Please share with us, you know, how you got here and why you're doing this.
Yeah, so I should take you back about 3 years ago. At the time I was an executive with Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. Robert Wood Johnson is a large US-based philanthropy. They focus on improving health in the United States. And we've been working on a lot of hard problems, things like how do you improve the quality of healthcare, how do you prevent childhood obesity. And a friend of mine, Thomas Getz, had suggested I read a book on evolutionary biology. And it was a fascinating book. It's called The Story of the Human Body by Daniel Lieberman. And the first half of it is interesting. It tells the story of how we evolved to become the creatures that we are. And then in the second half, it takes something of a dark turn. And I was reading that and I hit a passage that just really stopped me in my tracks. And I think I actually want to read that here for just a second, which is, Lieberman writes, the fundamental answer to why so many humans are now getting sick from previously rare illnesses is that many of the body's features were adapted in environments from which we evolved, but have become maladapted in the modern environments we have now created. So let me just parse that for a second. You know, what he's saying is there are all sorts of chronic diseases that we humans now have, things like diabetes and obesity, depression, heart disease, chronic back pain, that our ancestors didn't really have all that much. And the reason, he's saying, is that because our bodies are fine-tuned to work and to thrive in the environments that existed when we were evolved. And those are the environments that our ancestors knew. But that we've done a lot of changes. We've made changes and we've created a modern world for which our bodies and minds are not terribly well suited. And so I'm reading that and you know, the sort of, the hair's going up on the back of my neck and I'm breaking into a bit of a cold sweat and I'm starting to think, oh my gosh, you know, we've been thinking about the problem at the wrong level. You know, this is kind of a big deal if this is actually the case. And, you know, I also felt just some puzzle pieces kind of dropping into place when I read that. And that changed me and that set me on the course that I'm on now.
Fascinating. You're both very committed in what you're doing, and I want to sort of, if you like, peel the layers off the onion as much as possible in today's session. Aubrey, you talk about postponing all forms of age-related health. That's a big vision. So please share us a bit of what's your thesis on longevity, what will it take, and then I'm sure there'll be both questions by myself, and Steve, I know, has a bunch of questions for you as well. So share with us a little bit of the thinking that you're doing, the 7 areas that you talk about, and so on.
Sure, yeah. So, well, first of all, I should probably say that it's not really my thesis anymore. I mean, it's mine in the sense that I was the first expert in the biology of aging who really pioneered the idea that this approach to keeping people healthy late in life might work 20 years ago, but it's now very mainstream and orthodox. So essentially it arises from the definition of aging, which is something that it's really rather weird that I would even have to actually give, because, you know, aging has been the foremost preoccupation of the human race since the beginning of civilization. You would kind of think we would have agreed what it is, but no. So you can ask lots of people what it is and you'll get different answers. But aging is really simple to understand. It's just the accumulation within the body of a variety of types of molecular and cellular damage that are caused as side effects of our normal metabolic processes throughout life, even starting before we're born. And the body is set up to tolerate a certain amount of that damage, which means that people in their, let's say, 40s or 50s are pretty much as functional, both mentally and physically, as when they were in their 20s. But then after that, we get to the point where there's more damage than what the body is set up to tolerate. And that's when things start to go wrong and the body starts working less well and eventually stops working at all. So, you know, that's all that aging is, really simple, just the same as you would if you wanted a definition of aging of a car or an aeroplane. And that's really important because what it tells us is, first of all, that there is absolutely no reason why we shouldn't be able to rejuvenate people. Rejuvenation is simply damage repair. It's simply restoring the composition of the body at the molecular and cellular level to something like how it was at an earlier age, just the way we successfully do indefinitely for cars, for example. Cars that are 100 years old today were typically designed to last only 10 or 15 years. The other thing it tells us is that it is a misconception to suppose that there is some kind of real biological meaningful distinction between the so-called diseases of old age on the one hand versus aging itself on the other hand. There is no such thing as that. Those two things, the difference between those two things is purely semantic. Anything that predominantly affects people who were born a long time ago is part of aging, whether or not we've chosen to give a disease-like name to it. And that means that damage repair is a comprehensive solution to the health problems of late life, the ones we call aging itself and the ones we don't. So that's why, that's the approach that is really catching on now. And it really is catching on, you know, there's a private sector getting interested in everything. The complication comes when you try to characterize what the damage is that you have to repair, which of course is a requirement for this approach. And you have to, you know, get your arms around the whole thing. There's a lot of different types of damage. But the big insight that I had 20 years ago that allowed this to move forward was that those many, many types of damage can be classified into a very manageable number of categories, only 7 categories. And this classification, the purpose of it is to identify repair strategies. So for each of these 7 categories, there's a generic repair strategy, which of course, you know, there are many examples within the category of types of damage in different organs that are subtly different, and that translates into subtle differences in the repair strategy, but not differences in the fundamentals, which means that the process of developing these repair strategies is enormously simplified. once you've got it working for one or two examples within a category, then getting it working for the next one and the one after that takes far less time and effort, because you can really use all the information or the stuff you learned in getting the first one working. So that's why this is moving forward so well.
Interesting. So how far into the journey are we in terms of getting close to living to 1,000 years? I mean, will I see this in my lifetime? Will my kids see it? I've got 70-year-old parents and in-laws. Are they going to see it? Is there hope? Where are we at?
All right, so two things to that. First of all, let me get you off the question of longevity, at least for a moment, because I don't work on longevity. I work on health. I just do medical research, just like any other medical researcher. Okay. Longevity, this is another extraordinarily pervasive and unkillable misconception, it seems. I've been trying for 20 years, that that longevity is a side effect of health. People think of it as somehow in opposition. They think, oh, quality of life is more important than quantity of life. But this is a crazy distinction, because there's no trade-off between them. Quality of life is precisely what confers quantity of life. So that's a very important thing to recognize. So in terms of living to 1,000, well, yeah, I've been quite a lot on that, but I don't think that the therapies that we are going to develop anytime soon are going to get us to live to 1,000. However, what I do think is that there's a high likelihood that a lot of people alive today will live to 1,000. So how can those things both be true? Well, the answer is that rejuvenation, damage repair, buys time. So if we develop therapies within the next, let's say, 15, 20 years, which I think we have at least a 50-50 chance of doing, that give us only maybe 20 or 30 years of extra life, that'll do it. That will be enough. Because the people that will benefit from it are people who are already in middle age or older at that time. Let's say they're 60 or 70 then, so they're 40 or 50 now, all right? And those people will be rejuvenated. They will go back so that they won't be biologically 60 or 70 again until 20 or 30 years later, by which time we'll be on rejuvenation 2.0, which will be able to re-rejuvenate the same people, even though the damage that they have in their bodies was inherently stuff that was incapable of being repaired by the generation 1.0. And so long as we carry on improving the comprehensiveness of the therapies fast enough, which turns out to be really not very fast at all, it's certain that we will, then we end up being able to stay one step ahead of the problem indefinitely. And then lifespans in the thousands are completely plausible, indeed, very likely.
Got it. So I'm going to do a quick recap of what you've just said. Firstly, it was around making sure we have the definition right of what is aging and being able to agree on that. Secondly, you spoke about 7 categories of repair that we can look at. And thirdly, you pulled me away from this concept of 1,000 years of longevity. And you said, really, the issue is better health. And that's what we need to focus on. Perfect segue to switch over to Steve, because I know that's actually, you're coming at from it from different angles, but we're all trying to sort of achieve the same outcome, better health. So Steve, you seem to be on the theme around design, right? So maybe tell us a little bit, what's wrong with what we have today?
Well, so I'll come from a couple of different angles, but start again with that insight around evolution that says, we've sort of changed the world faster than our genome has responded, right? So we're still having the bodies and minds of hunter-gatherers, but we're now living in cities with, sort of cars and Netflix and all of that, and Cheetos. So then you look at what's happened particularly in the United States, but I think we're sort of seeing the trend in other parts of the world, which is the rise of chronic diseases. So the rise of things like obesity and diabetes. If you look at diabetes from 1960 until now, in 1960, 1% of Americans had diabetes. Now it's around 10%. It's projected to go to 14% by the end of the decade. Obesity was, I think, around 13, 14% in 1960. Now 42.4% of Americans are living with obesity. And that's not counting the other 30% who are overweight. Severe obesity is actually an even more alarming trend. That's just to give an idea of it. Somebody who's 5'9" would have to weigh 270, 75 pounds or more to be severely obese. That has gone from 1% to 10%, or not, excuse me, 9%, and is growing. It is projected actually to go to 24% by the end of the decade, which is just staggering. I sort of looked at this thing of so if we're not sort of suited for the modern lifestyle, and our bodies are feeling the strain, there are kind of a number of directions you can go with it. And one, I think, is the direction that Aubrey and other scientists are going, which is, can we really work sort of the medical science, to try to enable people to be their bodies to be healthier in the context that we have. But I'm much more interested in, or I should say, my focus is much more on how do we adapt the world now that we understand better this mismatch between what we've built and who we are designed to be, or designed through evolution. The way I sometimes think about it is what's happened when you look at all those numbers of chronic disease, is that we've essentially made it hard to be healthy. It's actually hard work to be healthy. And I sort of liken this to the idea that we're all swimming upstream. We're constantly swimming upstream against the currents of modern life, against the abundance of cheap processed food, against an automobile-based transportation culture, against commute times that get longer and longer every year, work days that seemingly have no boundaries anymore. And against what Tristan Harris has called kind of the bottomless bowls of Netflix and Instagram and the like. And a lot of the innovation on the behavioral side, because I think we all recognize these are largely diseases of behavior. And I think we'll learn probably more from Aubrey that there's an element of aging in them as well. But they're largely diseases of behavior. And so what most of the solutions and the innovations that people have come up with have really taken the form of helping people become better swimmers. So in effect, it's using things like motivation to try to get people to try harder and to really watch their behavior, or using more education and information to help people make better decisions, or even tools like Fitbits and Apple Watches that allow us to track our behaviors. And I think they're all good and positive, but at a macro scale, the numbers are still moving in the wrong direction. And so I think we have to be much bolder and really think about a different question, which is, what would it take to reverse the direction of the river so that we weren't having to work so hard to be healthy, so that actually sort of going about your business every day would naturally entail healthy behaviors. And I think to do that that's where some of the design comes in and some of the intention comes in, is the idea that we really reimagine a lot of the things that we take for granted about everyday life. How we eat, how we sleep, how we get around, how we socialize with our friends, and even how we entertain ourselves. And to reimagine those with sort of health and well-being as a clear intention. And I think that's an exciting challenge to pursue.
Okay, so your key message is we're basically out of sync with evolution, and we've gone ahead and created this life, but our minds and our souls and the way we work hasn't sort of caught up to it. And really, you're saying there's three options in a way. One is change people, which is improving the human life through maybe the work that Aubrey is leading. Two is try harder,
right.
But the third one is design with intention. Okay, sounds good. And in fact, I like many elements of that, because I always say motivation is overrated. We need hacks in life, right? To figure it out. What needs to happen? I mean, who's responsible for this? Are we doing this at a home level? Is this a government initiative? Is this a global initiative? Are businesses involved? What's your view on this, Steve?
It's actually one of the challenges is when you have a problem of this magnitude, and I think Aubrey would probably say the same thing, is that nobody's really in charge, right? Nobody truly owns the problem and says, this is it. We're the ones that have to do this. And so it really takes collective leadership, and I think it takes action on all fronts. So, I want to think of a simple example around, how do we sort of reinvent transportation, or not even reinvent transportation, but how do we put more intention behind transportation so that it's more active, right? So in the U.S. in particular, I think it's better. In a lot of other parts of the world, commuting by car is far and away the norm, and it gets more and more every year. But there are a lot of things behind that. I think we could have innovation in products that make it easier to use alternatives like bicycles and scooters and the like, and we're seeing some of that. But that innovation has to be coupled with public policy that makes things like bike lanes and sidewalks and sort of well-financed bus service and that kind of thing. So I think it comes together. But what we're particularly interested in is actually getting the private sector to create the products and services that really shape our lives and to do so with this intention. To sort of say, if we could create things that sort of reimagine the food experience so that cooking dinner, as a family was something that happened more often. What products will we create to make that happen? Or people need to get more sleep. So what could we do around the way we design houses and sort of the environments within houses that would lead to more sleep for people? So I think it's collective. It's going to take leadership. But I'd love to see the private sector really sort of sink their teeth into this.
Great. So I think Aubrey's got the same challenge and objective and opportunity from getting the private sector involved. But also, Aubrey, I'd be interested in your perspective on what does it take to, talk about repair of body parts and things like that. Who makes these decisions? Who gets involved? At what age? How do we get to this? What are the challenges with, and who, maybe even also talk about who's against you? Sorry, I've thrown 3 questions at you simultaneously, but it's a free chat. I'm in Australia, one's on the East Coast, one's on the West Coast of the US. Here we go.
Yeah, well, actually, before I answer any of those, I'd like to actually add a couple of things to what Steve said. So, of course, while everything that Steve said is very true, I think there's a couple of things that really need to be added to it. Yes, absolutely, we're not built for the current environment. We have created an environment which is not aligned with our inherent biology. But of course, we like it that way because our environment does actually allow us to live a lot longer. We get things that we used not to get because we live a long time, but we don't get very much diphtheria anymore and stuff like that. So the big elephant in the room, I think, is that the benefits that we would enjoy if we did everything that Steve is trying to achieve in his work in terms of the environment, and also everything in terms of lifestyle and such like that so many other people are emphasizing, the magnitude of that impact is really not enough to impress people. People often laugh at the USA because in the US, it's way ahead of any other country in terms of the amount of money spent on medical care per capita. But if you look at life expectancy, the ranking of life expectancy, it's way down the list. It's towards the bottom of the OECD, around, I think, number 45 in the list of countries.
Yeah, thereabouts. Yeah.
It's insane. But the thing is, if you look at the actual numbers rather than the ranking, then it's not nearly so interesting. If you compare the life expectancy of the US with the life expectancy of Japan, the number 1 country, if you only count large countries, then it's only 5 years. And of course, every month is worth having, but if you ask someone whether they'd prefer to live 5 years longer or whether they prefer to go to McDonald's every day or carry on smoking or whatever other bad thing they do, this is the thing that we're up against if we're trying to get people to make healthy choices. The magnitude of the benefit that arises from those healthy choices just doesn't impress people enough. And that's, I think, why in the end we may end up finding it's more effective to do medicine to counteract the non-alignment between today's environment and our genetics and our biology than to do anything else. So that, I guess, we'll see. And I'm certainly not saying that that Steve's work is in any way secondary to this. At the moment, before the work that I do comes to fruition, we desperately need all that we can get in terms of improvements in the environment, improvements in lifestyle and everything. But yes, I mean, I'm still fairly happy that Steve is one of the many, many people that I'm going to be putting out of a job, including along with all the undertakers and so on. Yeah, I mean, so to come to Sidney's questions, yeah, I mean, who has to, well, really not very many people. This is the thing, you see, I find, there's an insatiable appetite for information about this work. I'm constantly on stage and on camera talking about this, and so are my colleagues who are other leaders in this field. So, if you ask people, oh, do you want to live a long time? They'll say, oh no, that would be terrible. And even if you point out that you're talking about healthy life, which, coming back to what I said earlier, even then they're very unsure. People seem to be very, very keen to maintain some kind of emotional distance from this question. And I believe that the reason for that is people are so terrified of aging that the only way they can cope is by pretending that they're not terrified at all and just putting it out of their mind and getting on with their miserably short lives and making the best of it. And so, the question is, how can that change? And I think that all that needs to change is we need to get fairly close to actually being able to give people much longer, healthy lives. At the moment, people don't know how long it's going to be. I think it's got a 50-50 chance of being 15 or 20 years, but I know perfectly well that there's at least a 10% chance that it could be 100 years because, it's pioneering technology. We never know, right? So people just don't want to get their hopes up. And the further we get in laboratories in showing that this is coming, the more that dam is going to break. People are going to realize that it's okay to think in terms of this actually coming along in time for them. And that is all that it needs. So that means that really all that we need now is a very small amount of support for the early stage research. Doesn't even need to go all the way through to the phase 3 clinical trials that cost billions of dollars. That'll happen in due course anyway. All that we need to do is get to a point of sufficient proof of concept, even in laboratories, not even in clinics, that convinces people in the field, the scientists, that this is so certain to be coming that they can afford to say so on camera and on stage. That's really all it takes. Small amounts of money, and that money is now materializing. I think I mentioned a moment ago that there's now an industry. 5 years ago, this was entirely the province of nonprofits like my foundation. Now, there's a burgeoning interest from investors, and masses and masses of startups that are now happening. We're a nonprofit, but we spin out projects regularly as startup companies because we can, which we could not do 5 years ago because there were no investors. So that is now becoming a solved problem.
Steve, I saw a reaction from you.
I think part of it, I think there are two things, and I think, Aubrey, you make a really important point that the nature of the problem, and you could argue sort of similar with climate change, is that it is somewhat abstract, and as you said, lifestyle changes aren't necessarily going to lead to 20 extra years of life expectancy. Sort of in today's world, it could lead to a much greater quality of life. But I think we often fight this sort of thing that the healthy thing is really the unpleasant thing, or the undesirable thing. And I think it doesn't necessarily have to be so. And I think about something like, I used to be very lucky to be able to ride my bicycle to work, and I didn't do it because I needed to work off X number of calories every day in order to maintain a healthy weight. I did it because it's fun. I did it because I was outdoors and I would see nature. I did it because I love the feeling, of the wind in my lungs and of my heart pumping as I did it. There's some interesting stuff these days around nutrition, where sort of a new, and one could argue, why did it take so long, strategy around healthy eating is that the best way to get people to eat healthy foods is to make them taste really good, which makes a lot of sense, right? And I think that there's a lot of opportunity, particularly if people get smart and creative about this, to actually sort of shift some norms around healthy behaviors being more desirable. One of the things that I often talk about is the idea of shifting our thinking from pushing behaviors to pulling behaviors. And an example of that is what Elon Musk did with Tesla and carbon emissions, which is to say, he could have designed a really boring car that wasn't well built, that cost a lot, and then said, you should all drive it because it's important for the planet. But he didn't do that. He built a car that was really fantastic and that people wanted it for its own sake. And then they got the benefit of lower carbon emissions as a result. So I think it's important to frame health in that way. I did want to sort of Aubrey, I'm really curious because we sort of go back to this idea of one of the things that gets in the way is people often think, well, I don't want to be 100 years old for another 800 years. But it's really much more about, I'm going to be feeling like I'm in my 20s for 800 years. But the difference, or I guess one of my questions is, are you feeling like a really super healthy 20-year-old, or are you feeling like, perhaps a less healthy 20-year-old, depending on your lifestyle? Or is it, the lifestyle doesn't matter. You can do Cheetos in the basement watching TV 24/7, and you're still going to come out, sort of like an Olympic athlete.
Yeah, it will be pretty much the latter, actually.
Oh boy.
And I kind of hesitate to say this because, of course, it's encouraging people to think lazily. And
it's moral hazard creating.
Well, of course, I want to emphasize is that until these medicines actually arrive, it's that much more important not to do that, not to eat your Cheetos, whatever, right? But yeah, I mean, basically, the problem with a poor diet is ultimately that the body doesn't like it, and you end up accumulating these various types of molecular and cellular damage somewhat more rapidly than you would if you had a healthy diet and lifestyle. But all that means, once we have rejuvenation medicines that do the damage repair, is that you need to apply those medicines a bit more thoroughly and a bit more frequently, maybe, than you would if you had the healthy lifestyle. So in that sense, yes, it's rather like, it was a very poor lifestyle choice to go to Africa as a tourist 200 years ago before we had vaccines against malaria, whereas now it's okay.
I mean, it's interesting then, because I think what you're getting at is that if you want to live a super outdoorsy, healthy eating, lots of sleep, sort of full kind of vital life as we might think of it today, you could choose that path. Or you could kind of choose I don't know if folks ever saw the movie Wall-E, where everybody is sort of bloated up and sitting in lounge chairs with built-in sodas, watching TV. And the result would be largely the same. You just might need a little bit more medication and a little bit more maintenance. You need to go into the shop more often.
Right. Yeah. I mean, people would not actually be obese. They would just be able to, they would be physically fit despite having a bad diet.
So what do you think the implications are for mental health? Because then
that's where I was also going to take this, mental and emotional. We fix the body parts on the inside, but what is it doing for us mentally, emotionally?
Right, so I think this is incredibly important. And I think the best way to answer it is to start by saying, what could we do today for mental and emotional health of society if we chose to prioritize it and spend a lot of money on it? Which we don't, right? Or at least more than we do. Now, the thing about having more people who are chronologically old, but hardly anyone who's biologically old, is your society is vastly more prosperous because we're not spending money on, on keeping sick people alive. Furthermore, the elderly, since they're able-bodied, they're able to continue contributing wealth to society, and the kids of the elderly are more productive because they're not having to look after their sick parents and everything. So the only real question is, what do we do with that additional prosperity? And of course, that's only one source. We've also got at the same time the rise of
buy a lot of stuff.
Well, we've got the rise of automation and so on. So the point is, we've got a lot of choices in society of what to do with all of that. And I think that the right thing to do, and maybe the likely thing that will be done, is to spend more of it on adult education and training and other, things that allow people, even if they drew short straws early in life and didn't get a good education, for example, to allow such people to have the tools with which to get the most out of their lives and to make the most of what life has to offer. In general, people with a good education have considerably fewer mental health problems and less worry about boredom and so on, and they generally get the most out of life. So I feel that's probably the way to go. And it's something that we'll be able to do because of the increased prosperity arising from not having sick people.
So I think, the prosperity is sitting there. I'd argue that it's sitting there with one part of the economy. Now, I think there's a happy balance somewhere between, designing your life to be healthy versus getting into the situation where you're dependent on medication and, and big pharma. Everyone's, there is this whole argument that, when you go to the doctor or the hospital or whatever, it's not in their best interest to make you well soon, because that's how they make their money, the alignment, right, of the way we make money. What's your view on that?
Yeah, I can give you a very direct answer to that. So yeah, people make this mistake all the time. They think, the medical industry is not going to be in favor of all of this stuff because they make their money out of sick people. Now, of course, they do currently make their money out of sick people, mostly, but not entirely. And it's quite informative to look at the exceptions. There are two enormous and enormously profitable classes of drugs that are unequivocally preventative medicine. They're prescribed preventatively. One is statins for high cholesterol, and one is ACE inhibitors for high blood pressure. In both cases, we're treating people who are not yet sick. The question is, why are they profitable? And the answer is because the public gets it. The public is convinced that these two things are indeed harbingers of bad stuff to come, and that if you get them down, you will genuinely postpone that bad stuff. Now that is enough for the entire system to respond, whether it's the big pharma developing these drugs, or whether it's providers, or whether it's payers. It doesn't matter whether it's a public healthcare system or a private one. The system responds. So if we can, I'm not saying this is easy, but if we can get the public to understand that preventative medicine of this sort, damage repair, is actually the way to go, the way to maintain their quality of life and their health and everything, then game over. The industry overall, not just big pharma companies, but the entire industry will just follow the money.
Steve, what are your thoughts?
It sets up an interesting sort of social dynamic around, if I understood some of your earlier comments to suggest that, depending on your lifestyle, you might need more of this than your neighbor. And so you then run into the question, which is, to be fair, exists in society today, of sort of the issues around equity of who's getting more of this, who deserves more, which probably comes out sort of, there is a little bit of, I'm trying to think of the, sort of, are people going to, in effect, sort of hold each other accountable for their lifestyles to the degree that they then require a lot of extra care and maintenance? It exists today, and we wrestle with it a little bit today. But
I think we wrestle with it. I think we wrestle with it a lot today, and this is actually something that I often find is a recurring theme in my answers to people's questions and concerns. Is there is often a tendency for people not to do what you just did. In other words, not to see the similarities between the situation they are fearing that might arise in consequence of defeating aging relative to things that we already cope with perfectly well as a society. So thank you for highlighting that. It's absolutely correct.
Right.
So I think one perspective is, as we get older, we get more cynical, right? Life happens, we have our own trials and tribulations, and we, are led down the garden path by certain people, certain leaders in society or in the world. And we're, it doesn't fulfill the promises that they were making. A little story around this is last night there was a little birthday party we went to, and at the dinner table with all the adults, I was mentioning that I'll be hosting this panel, and people, it's all about people living to 1,000, and and I know, Aubrey, you course corrected us earlier on. It's not about that, but that's the title they gave us for this session. So that's the title I went with. And more than one person around the dinner table went, no, thank you, right? So to Aubrey's point around people already have that fear or that mental model that this is not possible. And then in the car on the way home from that event, again, I was sharing with the kids, I've got to get up early, go to the office, I want to set up, I'm running this panel. And my youngest, the 10-year-old, said, whatever it is that these two guys are selling, I'm buying some, right? So this promise and this mindset. So back to the point around educating society. is there a certain age group that we should focus on versus trying to, make this for everyone, given, the chances of convincing them or educating them, getting them on the journey? Is there a view around that?
Well, of course, the people who are actually going to be benefiting from the therapies when they arrive will be the relatively elderly who are old enough to have accumulated enough damage to be worth repairing. But if we're talking who should we be educating now, obviously the answer is the billionaires, and educating them that actually this is worth doing. I spend a lot of my time talking to billionaires, and some of them are a lot more receptive than others, shall we say. But yeah, I mean, I think the whole business of the fact that people get more jaded as they get older, of course, that's true. But also, people like to put things out of their minds when they can't do anything about them. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that psychology. It's just, it's a part of being human. But it does happen, that people, especially when you're ground down by failure over year after year, when you lose, when you don't get the degree you wanted or whatever, you get used to being philosophical. And, there's not much of a difference between being philosophical and being cynical sometimes. So, right. Yeah, in that sense, I wish more kids were billionaires. And actually, it must be said that right now, in terms of the support that we get from high net worth individuals, it's very interesting to see the very youngest generation of those people coming along. In fact, so just to give an example, in my foundation, which is a 501c3, a public charity in the US, our single biggest donor over the past couple of years is Vitalik Buterin, the guy who created Ethereum, the cryptocurrency. And he has been a fan since he read my book when he was 14. And, there are a few people like that cropping up, and they seem to, the thing is, I call these people the children of the revolution. They haven't actually, they've never had to change their minds about this. They were never brought up in a mindset of thinking aging is this kind of, completely inevitable thing that's built into the fabric of the universe and it's kind of off limits to medicine. They didn't have that misconception in the first place.
So, Aubrey, you're the mathematician. I don't mean to overstep the mark here, but I think from what you're describing, it should be the young billionaires is the XY crossing of who we're targeting.
Well, certainly the really elderly ones do seem to be particularly impervious to anything I say. Right. They first of all, they'll constantly say, "Oh, it's not going to be here in time for me." Last I heard, it was fairly fashionable to care about your kids, but apparently not if you're a billionaire. So yeah, that's a bit of a pain in the ass. But also, of course, the point is the older they are, the longer they have spent in this pre-Aubrey world in which there was no plan, in which, it was reasonably rational to be completely jaded about the whole thing.
Got it. So look, gents, we've got roughly 7 minutes left. I want to make sure we cover anything we haven't. Steve, one question I've got for you, and also chime in from the conversation we were just leading, is what can we be doing today? Like both of you are talking about fairly big visions here, but there's things that we could be doing today or conversations we should be having today. Steve, please.
Yeah, I think there's a lot that can be done today. I mean, I think there are really simple things like, we can do goals around transportation. We can say, how do we make sort of the 1 mile car ride, a thing of the past? In the sense that now, obviously, there are many circumstances, disabilities, bad weather, heavy groceries, whatever, where you're going to need that. But what if we just said, hey, let's figure out how to make that, a rare occurrence, or targets around people eating dinner. I think there's a really interesting challenge right now, which is around entertainment. They all say in a couple of years we're going to be seeing augmented reality glasses. And we've already seen things where the world can come alive through augmented reality. I think it's a really interesting area for entertainment. I'd love to see people take a run at that. So I think there are some near-term things that I think innovators, entrepreneurs can shoot for, that companies can direct some of their resources toward. But I think it's really about sort of collectively us getting behind some more things in lifestyle that are not just about one individual trying harder, but are really about sort of shifting some cultural norms around how do we make this a thing that lots of people do, but let's make it easy to do. Let's not collectively raise everybody's willpower. Let's actually collectively lower barriers.
Interesting. And Aubrey, yourself, any thoughts on things we could be doing today?
Well, sure. I mean, of course, I have to come back to what I was saying earlier about the magnitude of how much benefit one can actually gain from doing things differently, which is, you know, not nothing, but it's relatively modest. So while I'm all for, as many people as possible, doing the kind of thing that Steve's doing and doing the corresponding thing with regard to people's lifestyle and diet, you know, nevertheless, at the end of the day, the greatest difference that you're going to be able to make to your own probability of making the cut or your own probability of never getting sick when you get old is by hastening the research. So, you know, obviously, you know, financially supporting the whole thing is very important, but not everyone's a billionaire. However, I do like to point out that, you know, the poorer you are, the more people you know who are wealthier than you. So that means you can, like, advocacy is something everyone can do, right? Everybody can raise the quality of people's thinking about this if they understand that it's not about longevity for longevity's sake, and it's not about being old for a long time, and there's, you know, all the things that all the misconceptions I was mentioning earlier, then that would be a very good start. And of course, there's more than that. You know, if you're a scientist or you're about to become a scientist, you can choose which fields to go into to make the most impact. If you're a journalist or a conference organizer, you can do what, you know, the conference organizers here are doing right now and get people like me and Steve on camera, things like that.
Yeah. I mean, I think the other thing that I think is clear is that we are both aiming for health and quality of life. And I think, you know, in somewhat different ways. I mean, Aubrey, I agree on the point that, you know, a lot of the lifestyle changes may not change life expectancy dramatically. You know, as you say, maybe a few years on the margins. I do think, again, sort of in a world prior to, you know, sort of your research coming through and being operationalized, the difference in quality of life over decades is actually quite significant.
And I would want to amplify that a bit by saying that I often like to say that the fact that this research that we do is coming should intensify people's incentives to actually live right and, for that matter, to develop better transportation and better environmental situations, so as to maximize not only the quality of life in the interim before these therapies come along, but also to maximize any individual's chances of making the cut, of leaving health long enough, right?
That's right. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, so certainly I think while we may be looking at it from different angles, and while one panelist threatened the other one that I'm going to take your job, but I think actually we're working collaboratively. I think it's additive what you guys are doing. You know, I can't help myself but sitting here as a lifelong entrepreneur, I'm literally trying to concentrate on what you guys are saying, but my mind's going off going opportunity, opportunity, opportunity. We've got 90 seconds left. Steve, any broad areas where other people could be thinking about this from a business opportunity perspective to either do it on their own or collaborate with you?
Yeah, I think the areas that and I mentioned some of them already. I think the transportation experience, I think the food experience. I think, you know, when you think about sort of housing and architecture and community development, I think there's a lot of sort of building environments that are calming, that help us sleep, that are also from a community perspective that are very social. I think we need more social connection. I think that's another area that can where we can do a lot of things. And as I mentioned, I think entertainment is something where we can do a lot of creative things. You know, we've spent a lot of years now with the idea that entertainment is sitting on a couch looking at a screen. And hopefully we're entertaining today. People are sitting on couches looking at screens at us.
Yes.
But it doesn't have to be that way. There are a lot of fun things in the world besides sitting and looking at a screen. And I think people can leverage some emerging technologies to be creative about that as well.
And I think in our pre-call, we spoke about the Pokemon Go being an example of that. They got people running around, and I was saying how one of my data scientists in my last venture had to run off down to Opera House in Sydney because he'd hacked the system and he could see some big prize being put up and he was going to go mine it. And that was a classic example.
Brilliant example of pulling behavior, because it's not about health. Pokemon Go is entertainment. It's fun. It's a game, but gets people moving around, gets them outdoors, gets them doing it with friends. Three good things.
Yes.
Yeah,
and Aubrey, from your perspective?
Yeah, I would say simply, from a capitalist perspective, this is the time to be getting into this. Investors are piling in. Just last week, so this is a really, really new sector. So it's, a startup world, but just last week was the very first case of a high value acquisition of a bona fide rejuvenation company for $250 million. This is becoming a proper established sector that people can really make money from.
Fantastic. Gentlemen, it's been fascinating. Aubrey and Steve, thank you very much for being on this panel. You've definitely given us a lot to think about and a number of actions that we can take. And to everyone else, please stay with us. We're heading into the next hour and I'm continuing to be your MC. So stay with us and I'll be right back in a second.
2020 has been a really challenging year for so many people. We've been locked down, plans have been cancelled, lives put on hold, jobs lost, and for many of us, loved ones have been lost. But also this year, there's been so much compassion from people, from helping neighbours who are self-isolating to go and get their groceries, to, locally to me, like families have been leaving boxes of toys outside their house for, that they no longer need, for kids that can't go to school at the moment.
I want to show you something that I'm proud of. So here's a 360 of that. This is the place where I settled. This is the place where I moved to 20 years ago when I didn't know a soul, didn't know anybody, didn't know anything. And this is where I recreated myself, my life, who I am today, and everything I work for. So this is what I'm most proud of. The fact that I overcame so many challenges, so many things, and created a new home, a new support network, and a new sense of community and love, abundance around in my life.
Actually, I'll show you first. Something I've been proud of. I painted this picture in New York. As a kid, I was always very good at art. But after school, I stopped, fell out of love with it. And a couple of years ago, I picked up my paintbrush and gave it another go, and I've been quite proud of some of the stuff that I managed to put together. I've even sold a couple of items in a local art gallery, so it's been really good for me, actually.
What I'm proud of is that painting behind me, I have painted it after a very long break. I didn't paint for almost 15 years, and when I came to Malta. So this is one of the streets just not far from where I live, and as you can see, it's a typical Maltese door with a typical furniture outside for people to gather and some plants and pots, and I'm proud to be able to capture that. And I know if I move to another place, it would always be a great reminder of where I used to live.
A lot of the moments that I'm proud of as it pertains to my dance company are actually reflected on this wall. I have certifications that I've received in different styles. I have some of the trophies that we've won throughout the years, as well as a couple of gifts from my students, like unicorns. But we tend to look at this case not just for the trophies, but we remember all, like, the entire journey that it took us to get to whichever thing we're looking at that moment. And for me, it reminds me of all the amazing people that I've been able to meet.
All right, let's go.
proud of, I guess, is the latest single that we're about to release called Last Night. Once, I guess, COVID sort of started happening and we were in lockdown, we started deciding to like stop rehearsing for our live show. And we started like going over some draft demos that we had, that we found like the chords that we had written that Car's playing right now. And then from there, it just really quickly happened where we said, yeah, we knew what we were going to do. And we moved into our recording space. This really captures what Me Again is about.
Nathan actually played drums on this song, so this is kind of fun.
Last night, I was waiting by your room. You make sense of all the lies, secrets we both knew. And when your guard is down.
So there's one thing that I'm most proud of out of all the things that I'm proud of.
Hi, Color Me Educated is a painting project that I do with my friends every Easter Saturday. The only time that we didn't do it was this year, and that was only because there was a lockdown. Ever since 2016, we've had this amazing project, and every year has been better than the previous one. When we started, we had no idea how far it was going to go. We just decided to put all our resources together and paint a school and donate some stationery to them. We didn't have a lot of money back then, so that seemed like the easiest and cheapest way to give back. And it's been amazing. I've met a lot of people, and I actually have people who come up to me to ask me, oh, when is the next project? I want to come, I want to be involved. And I will just encourage you, if you have an idea and if you want to make other people's days better or lives better, just start. You don't have to have $1 million. You don't have to become famous before you start. Just start. It can be just one person benefiting, but the more you work on it, the more you grow. And I think that with hard work and consistency, you can do much more than you ever thought.
You asked me to tell you something that I'm proud of, and I'm actually sitting in it. My office here. We bought this house in Croatia a year ago, expecting it to be an occasional holiday home, and over the past 3 months, and for the short term now, it's become a permanent home. But we decided to invest, time and energy to renovate over these months that we're here. And this was an outdoor balcony a month ago, and my gorgeous wife Dani said, you need a place to be, you need a place that you feel safe, your nest, a place to do your work in. And so she created this beautiful space. We had these windows put in, but importantly windows that can slide all the way back, so there's still plenty of fresh air blowing through. And a place that, I feel at peace with. If I look sort of, over here, I'm surrounded by nature. I have hundreds of acres of land all around me, and I'm looking out to the sea. And as tough as some days are, and some of the calls I have to engage in, and I'm every day working harder than ever, but to do so in an environment where I'm at peace and close to nature is something that I'm really proud and feel very blessed to be able to do so.
So you want me to show you something I'm proud of? Well, we'd have to get on a plane, and we'd have to go to Doha, we'd have to go to Damascus, we'd have to go to Dubai. And we'd have to tour the corridors of the hotels that I've worked in. You'd have to join me in the day-to-day life. And I'm really proud of the teams that I've had the opportunity to work with, and they will forever be dear to my heart. But on a personal note, I'm proud that I've made it thus far and haven't joined the Darwin Club. And I'm looking forward to the next 10, 20, 30 years. I think there's a lot to be proud of thus far, and I'm looking forward to being proud of the next 30 years.
Hi everyone, it's Sidney from Sydney again. I'm your MC for this hour 23. Welcome to the CARE24.Global event. What a marathon of awesome speakers we've had, and this next hour is certainly going to blow your minds. My next inspiring speaker is Guy Kawasaki, and gee, I'm a fanboy, and I spent time in Silicon Valley going to Guy's events. I've been in his office. He definitely won't remember. And definitely when he was in Australia, I went and attended a number of his talks. So Guy's the chief evangelist of Canva, an Australian company, and the creator of the Guy Kawasaki's Remarkable People podcast. He is a brand ambassador for Mercedes-Benz and an executive of a fellow of the Haas School of Business, UC Berkeley, an adjunct professor of the University of New South Wales in Australia. Maybe he's an Aussie. He was the chief evangelist at Apple and a trustee of the Wikimedia Foundation. He's also the author of Wise Guy, The Art of the Start 2.0, The Art of Social Media, Enchantment, and 11 other books. Guy has a BA from Stanford University, an MBA from UCLA, and an honorary doctorate from Babson College. Guy, the virtual stage is yours, and I'll see you afterwards for a bit of a Q&A session with you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for having me on part of this program. I'm very happy to do it. I'm in Northern California right now, and we are in the midst in America of a pandemic and forest fires, and there's a lot of things happening right now. So we're kind of busy. I'm safe and sound, and I am just thrilled to be here. So I'm going to talk about the art of perseverance, which is what it's going to take for all of us to get through this pandemic and every other challenge that we're facing. And I use the top 10 format. So here are my top 10 tips for persevering in a pandemic. Tip number one is you have to run the right race. Some people may think that this is a sprint, 100 meters, 100 yards. I think it's a marathon. It's going to be months and months, if not years, before things return to, quote, normal. But it's definitely not Usain Bolt going for 9 seconds. This is going to take a lot longer. So let's get our minds around the fact that we're in a marathon, and maybe we're in a marathon plus a decathlon, because a marathon requires running and a decathlon requires multiple skills. And that's kind of what it's going to take, running a long time and skilled in multiple ways. The second thing is, I think that as a business, everyone should be thinking about, how can we eat our cash cows? Now is the time to turn inventory into money, because at the end of the day, your organization is either going to survive or it's not going to survive. It's not about the positioning and branding and lofty marketing goals. Right now, it is about surviving. So let's take that inventory, let's sell it, let's turn it into cash. And at the end of this thing, we want to still be left standing. One of the consequences, number 3, of eating your cash cows is also that you should kill the dogs in your line. That is the stuff that's not selling. Before, pre-pandemic, there's always this hesitancy of companies to discontinue products and get rid of things that are not selling well. And there's this thinking that, it might affect our brand. People will see some sales and stuff, and they're going to think we're not doing well. Well, right now, this is a golden opportunity to get rid of all the stuff that you don't want to do, because nobody cares. Everybody is in a hard way. Everybody is under pressure. So, clean out your house right now. That's tip number 3. Tip number 4 is the flip side of both of those, which is now is the time to simplify your product offerings, because the availability and shipping is so important right now. And let me tell you a story. So I'm in Northern California. So from about March, April, May, about 3 months, I literally did not leave my yard. I did not go outside of my yard. And so for groceries, we depended on Instacart, right? Because we couldn't go shopping. And in Northern California, where you can kind of get anything you want, let's take a simple example: peanut butter, okay? So I used to go to Draeger's in Menlo Park or Safeway in Menlo Park, and you go to the peanut butter section, And there's Skippy, Jif, there's creamy, super creamy, chunky, super chunky, GMO, non-GMO, organic, inorganic, 8 ounce, 16 ounce, 32 ounce, like 65 different kinds of peanut butter. But then when I started shopping with Instacart in the midst of the pandemic, suddenly it became, well, you request 16 ounce Skippy super chunky, and Instacart brings 8 ounce Jif super creamy. And I was thankful to get any peanut butter at all. And so the lesson that I learned is, like, right now, you don't need this broad product line that's complicating your life, that has every color, every size, every option, everything. Right now is the time to simplify your life. The fifth tip is to start doing business as directly as you can. So prior to the pandemic, many companies would sell to a retailer, they would sell to a distributor, the distributor would sell to a retailer, and there was always at least one or two parties between you and your true end customer. Well, let's take an example. I advise a company called Merge4, and they sell socks. Okay, they sell the coolest socks in the world. And so much of their business, or most of their business, was done through retailers. But guess what? In a pandemic, many retailers weren't open for months. And Amazon, of course, was open and thriving, but Amazon prioritized which products it would emphasize. And guess what? Socks were not at the top of the heap of what Amazon wanted to sell. And so what Merge4 had to do was start doing business directly. No Amazon, no retailer. You know, this concept that, oh, we need to protect our resellers, we need to never compete with them. I understand that logic, but not now. I mean, now is the time to do business directly. Now, this means number 6 is get your mind around the fact that the easiest customer to sell to is someone that you've already sold to before. And that's actually a beautiful thing, because I hope you have their email. I hope you have their contact. Assuming you have a good product or a service, I mean, this should be the easiest sale ever. And so, you know, instead of trying to optimize social media and optimize your advertising and all that, go back and tap your installed base. You know what? And I'm seeing what you're seeing in one window. I'm going to dim my lights because the lights are too hot on Zoom here. So that's better. All right. So number 6 was tap your base. Number 7 was, and this is, it sounds very simple, but you have got to figure out how to ship stuff to your customers. I am an Amazon Prime customer. And 2 weeks ago, I ordered an iPad stand, and I ordered a tray, a keyboard, a desk tray for a keyboard. Okay. So Amazon Prime says guaranteed delivery. I order it on a Sunday. It says guaranteed delivery Wednesday. Wednesday comes, no products. Thursday comes, no product. Friday comes, now I get a notice. Sorry, we're delayed. Saturday comes, now I get an email that says, it's been so long, you can cancel your order. It must be lost. And like, this is Amazon. I mean, you're telling me, Amazon, that you can't ship 2 things to me? So believe it or not, figuring out shipping is a major strength, because now, guess what? So I still need those things. So what do? I order them from Best Buy, because Best Buy, at least I can go to the store and get it, you know? So figure out shipping. Number eight is a general recommendation that now is the time to truly go digital. In fact, you really don't have a choice. And by digital, I mean in your social media, in your marketing and advertising, in your relationships with your ERP, with everything. And even, I mean, think about it right now, many companies are not having their employees come in, right? So going digital means you have to recruit digitally, you have to hire digitally, you have to onboard digitally, and then you have to integrate that person into a team digitally. That's just, who ever heard of all that happening without face-to-face meetings? So now is the time to really go digital. And one very tactical tip I have for you, a recommendation, is that for the foreseeable future, a lot of interaction is going to be with Zoom and Microsoft Teams and Google Meetings and all this kind of stuff. So I'm telling you, if you want to look as good as you can, and I don't mean just physical attractiveness, I just mean professionalism, it's time to upgrade your Zoom, your Teams, your meetings technology. So hopefully what you're seeing from me is a very high quality photo with very high quality audio, okay? And I am not looking into a laptop with a bright light behind me. I'm looking into a digital camera. That digital camera is sending video via HDMI. I'm using a Shure XLR mic. So my sound and my video is coming via HDMI and then going to Zoom. And that's the effect you see. So, one aspect of going digital is you've got to make your Zoom conferences, your virtual keynotes, your virtual speeches look much more professional. The day of looking down into your laptop with a light behind you and the camera is staring up at your nose is gone, okay? Fix that. Number 9. Number 9 is the most important question you could ask right now, which is ask the question, therefore what? And by this, I mean, you take your insights, your data, your analytics, your vision, and you ask yourself, well, seeing what I'm seeing, knowing what I know, being able to predict how things are going to happen, therefore, what should we do? What should we do about recruiting? What should we do about product development? What should we do about marketing and service and employee relations? Therefore, what? And I think many people don't take the time to stand back and say, okay, so, let's ask this question. What should we do knowing what we know? We can't just react every day. Now, this is also positive because to go back in history, you could look back and you could say, well, 15 years ago, cell phones are no longer going to be, or telephones are no longer going to be tied to a place. They're going to be tied to a person. So we have cell phones, and admittedly, the first Motorola's were these huge bricks, and you had to install this brick into your car if you wanted a car phone. That day is gone, but back then you knew it was going to get smaller, right? And there's going to be cameras in them, and there's going to be data networks so you can share photos. So knowing that lots of people are going to have cell phones with cameras on a network, therefore what? And you might have come up with the idea for Instagram, right? Cameras, phones, internet access, people will want to share photos. Therefore, let's start Instagram. That's what I'm asking you to do. Ask the question, therefore what? Number 10. Number 10 is the secret to life, marketing, innovation, and marriage. I want you to imagine a graph that has a vertical axis and a horizontal axis. The vertical axis measures the degree of uniqueness or differentiation of your product or service. So if you're high, it means it's very unusual. The horizontal axis measures the value of something. So on the left side, near 0, 0, it's not very valuable. On the right side, as you go out, it's very valuable. So this is a 2x2 matrix. So in the bottom right corner, it's valuable, but not unique. There, you always have to compete on price. In the upper left-hand corner, there you are unique, but not valuable. You own a market that doesn't exist. In that corner, you're just plain stupid. The bottom left corner is where you have something that's not valuable and not unique. There, you are in the worst possible position. The corner you want to be in is the upper right-hand corner. In the upper right-hand corner, you have a product or service that's unique and it's valuable. Go back in time to the first iPod. The first iPod was a unique and valuable product. It had a user interface that a mere mortal could use. It had a broad selection of music from 6 of the largest publishers. You could get music inexpensively and legally. Those 4 characteristics just define something that was unique and valuable. So a product needs to be unique and valuable. Imagine if you're an employee that has a unique and valuable skill. You'll never get laid off or fired. You'll get lots of stock options and salary increases. Imagine if you're a spouse that's unique and valuable. You never have to worry about being alone. So all of life, in my humble opinion, boils down to getting unique and valuable in that upper right-hand corner. And that's where all the action is. So to summarize, in order to persevere, think that you're running a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's not a sprint. Turn inventory into cash. Kill the products that aren't selling. Simplify your life. Simplifying your product line simplifies your supply chain. Figure out shipping. Get all this done. Clean things up. Go completely digital. Get a better camera setup. Get a better camera setup. And then that's the best advice I can give you for the art of perseverance in a very difficult time. That's the art of perseverance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guy. So everyone, I'm joined by Guy for a Q&A session. Guy, that was awesome. And one of the things I remember from you is the 10, 20, 30 rule. We didn't have slides today, but you certainly had 10 points. And I've evangelized that guidance to all the startups that I'm working with and coaching. So you eating your own dog food, as they say.
Well, today I had 0 slides, 0 font, and 15 minutes.
Excellent.
Maybe I'm getting better as I get older.
So picking up on that, you're a little bit older than me. Have you seen a time in your life that's been as crazy as what we've got at the moment? You know, we talk about perseverance, but
I have never seen a time like this. And I hope I never see another time like this. Now, there are very few people alive who can say they've been through anything like this. I mean, obviously, there are people who have been through worse in an intense place, right? So if you are in a war, I mean, you know, a shoot 'em up war, yeah, I mean, that's worse than this. But something that has affected the entire world like this, boy, never.
So we'll try to stick to a couple of things around perseverance and I'm fascinated about your views. One is the mental and emotional impact that it has had on people and the opportunity for leaders to step up. From your perspective of the world, up to you whether you want to get political or not, but you know, really I'm looking at corporations and at home. What are the conversations we need to be having around emerging from where we are, learning from what's happened, maybe a life design issue, and then emerging where we are? Where are the opportunities for leadership around this?
Well, I think the point of leadership is to increase the welfare of the people you lead. And right now, I would say that's not exactly happening. If you think about it, right now, in America alone, we've had a number of deaths that's equal to roughly 4 Vietnam Wars. And you know, wrap your mind around that. And I also think that somehow science became politicized. And what I don't understand about that is that, you know, when you take a thermometer, I don't know if you can buy a liberal thermometer and you could buy a conservative thermometer. You know, maybe Fahrenheit is liberal and centigrade is conservative. So, you know, what happened to the dependence on science? Because at some point, it's going to be science and medicine that gets us out of this. It's not because, we're liberal or conservative. And so that affects whether you believe the pandemic is real or not, or whether you should wear a mask, or whether you should wash your hands. That makes absolutely no sense to me.
Yeah. So I think we're in a time where we want to see more empathy and understanding and trust, towards our leaders and from our leaders. And I think this is a message for all over the world. Whoever's listening, starting at your homes, this is an opportunity for you
Yes.
to take action and do that. I want to shift the conversation to shifts. Like we always talk about what's going to be the shift in the adoption of technology and, changes in organization and move to the cloud and digitization. And it looks like, for all the great reasons we had, sales messages that we had, COVID has become the fastest trigger for what's possible. Now, on the one hand, I heard that you're a little bit upset that things aren't arriving on time and there's an opportunity around shipping. But there's also been, I've heard of, organizations, large organizations, both international ones and domestic ones in Australia, but they're not small, moving to the cloud very quickly and changing things because we're no longer can be fat and comfortable sitting on old business models and revenues. Can you dig in a little bit deeper on that for us?
Sure. Well, don't get me wrong, right? So the sickness and death are absolutely tragic. There is no question about that. And the unemployment, it's not the same as sickness and death, but it is also tragic. So there are many negative things happening because of this. But I also think that we're going to look back and we're going to say, wow, that was a forcing moment that led to improvements in digitization and communication. I mean, one thing that's going to change so much, and I think it's going to get worse before it gets better, is higher education, right? Because higher education has been on this roll for I don't know how long. Every year they increase tuition, right? Every year they build more buildings. Everything is continuing the same. You name me a business where you're guaranteed getting, in the United States, $250,000. You guarantee that revenue, but you make no guarantees to the student, right? To the customer. It's just
the only guarantee is I'll leave you with $250,000 worth of debt.
Yes, yeah, well, that's for sure.
That's a
now,
guarantee.
to be fair, lots of institutions give scholarships. And then you look at some institutions and they have $50-60 billion, right? 50 or 60 billion dollars. They have never had a layoff. They have never taken a reduction in salaries. I mean, I work for Apple, $2 trillion company, the most successful company ever. And when I was there, we laid people off. People were turned out, and we reduce headcount, we reduce salaries, we do all that kind of stuff. Have you ever heard of Harvard or Stanford taking a pay cut? I mean, not that I know of. Have you ever heard of them believing that there's elasticity of tuition? That, maybe you can't increase tuition every year towards infinity and beyond, as Buzz Lightyear would say. And so, I still think that the Ivy Leagues and Stanford, et cetera, it's still worth $250,000 just to say you went to those institutions, right? Over the course of your lifetime, that's a good return on investment. But, beyond that top tier, second and third tier schools that were also charging close to that, good luck with that, man. I mean, and then a couple weeks ago, Google announced these very specific 6-month classes in tech skills, right? And so you take this class for 6 months, and Google said that they will consider that sort of the equivalent of an undergraduate degree in that area. And so you go from high school, you take this 6-month course in, I don't know, whatever they're teaching, data analytics, website optimization, whatever it is, right?
Yes.
And now Google considers you ready for the workforce? I mean, holy cow. You don't need to go to MIT. You don't need to go to Carnegie Mellon. You don't need to go to Stanford. Google will hire you with a high school education and 6 months of Google University. If I were a university president, I would be, whatting in my boots.
Yeah, I think definitely the message has changed, right? Before it was like you must have a university degree to be able to get into a job. And, there are a number of people that talk about being the famous dropouts, right? University dropouts, and that have created massive impact in the world. Now, if you want to be a doctor, obviously you need to go to university and go through the formal process. But if you want to be an entrepreneur, or if you want to be a software developer or a designer or an artist, you need some training. But does it need to be 3 years of university at $200,000+ per year? I don't think so. And I love all these different disruptive models. So the message for my 3 kids are, do what you want, be passionate at it, be polite and loving as a human, but there is no defined rule. Go change the way this is done. And I think more and more people are becoming aware of that.
I have a podcast called Remarkable People, which I hope people will go and check out now. And I interviewed Scott Galloway, NYU professor, a few weeks ago. And he was making the case that a Stanford or Harvard education is still worth $250,000. But he also made the case that if you applied and got into any of those Ivy Leagues, you could just tell any potential employer, here's a copy of my letter of acceptance to Harvard or Stanford. I got in. So clearly I'm in the upper, 0.01%. But I chose to instead go to Google University for 6 months. And I'm smart, so I got that. And now I'm ready to go. Maybe just saying you got in is good as maybe saying you got in is as good as going. Or maybe not as good, but I don't know, 0.7 of it.
Yes.
It's a whole new world, man.
It is. And it's interesting the knock-on effect it's having. I got involved in a Twitter exchange because someone was complaining that a high school graduate, and I'm hopefully using the right terms for the US market here. It is a high school graduate who'd been accepted into one of these top universities and then had put that on their resume, and then they'd said on leave. And she was complaining, the audacity of this person putting it on their resume that he's, and I'm like, well, he's not lying. He's saying I've got in and I'm on leave. Now, whether he should have said I've deferred or whatever, but back to your point, I'm smart enough to get in and I don't want to do uni for now. I want to come and learn. I want to go travel. The world's changing. I love it.
I don't want to pound this horse too dead, but you could make the case that, listen, I went to Stanford. Okay. So I don't want to be accused of hypocrisy, but I got in because I'm Asian American. Anyway, I'm so old that I got into Stanford because I was a minority. Right now, Asian Americans believe that it hurts them to be Asian Americans. So, the world has gone full circle, but maybe, having gotten in, well, let's face it. Many people look at an Ivy League or Stanford education as a proxy for intelligence, right? And so
yes.
One of my sons went to Cal Berkeley, which is a top-rated public school. And I asked him, in all the interviews that you've had for jobs, did anybody ask you what your GPA is? And he said, no. And did anybody really care about your major? No. So, that kind of leads me to believe that if you get in and say you are taking I'm taking a gap decade. How's that?
Yes. Decade, yes. And I'm going to start 3 businesses along the way. Guy, thank you very much for your talk and joining us today. You've given everyone a great structure, as you always do, on how to think about things, and your topic being perseverance.
Well, thank you.
I want everyone to really do 2 things out of Guy's talk today, please. Number 1, definitely go follow him on all his social media. He's prolific, and certainly tune into his podcast. And secondly, I want you to think about point number 9, not only from his talk or my talk or all the other 80+ speakers that have spoken, but his point number 9 was, therefore what? We're throwing a lot at you today. The question is, therefore what? How does it apply to you in your specific situation? And go take the time to decompress all this noise that we've created and think about therefore what. Guy, thank you very much. All the best for you for the rest of the year.
All the best to you. Remember, wash your hands, wear a mask, and don't go into crowded places.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Okay, so our next speaker is Ken Singer. Ken is the Chief Learning Officer at Satuja Center for Entrepreneurship and Technology. He helps Berkeley students, faculty, and alumni create innovation that matters and startups with impact. Ken is a serial entrepreneur and will share ideas and stories about how true innovators emerge from a crisis. Ken, the virtual stage is yours.
Great, thank you. And I know you just talked about shifts, which is great because that's the point of my talk. Hello, everyone. Good morning or good evening, depending on where in the world you are. My name is Ken Singer. I'm the Managing Director at the Satuja Center for Entrepreneurship and Technology, as well as the Chief Learning Officer there, which is a center at UC Berkeley in California. I'm gonna, hold on, I'm gonna try to share my screen. So I'm gonna try something new here. There we go. And I want to talk to you about shifts. And I'll qualify that in a second here, because I think that's a really important topic to discuss in this time, in the middle of a crisis. Well, first, I want to give my background. I was a student entrepreneur when I was in university many years ago. I went into industry, created lots of companies, killed a lot of companies, and my last tour of duty was a successful exit. So I returned back to the university to help teach the next generation of entrepreneurs. In teaching entrepreneurship for the past 15 years, I've learned a few things. And one is that not everyone wants to be an entrepreneur, which does not mean that everyone shouldn't learn the tools of entrepreneurship. It's a life skill. It's just like writing. It's just like math. It's like communication. It is a success tool. The second thing I learned was that success is never guaranteed. But in order to have a shot at being successful, you need to have these three things. You need to be able to want it, you need to believe it, and you need to be able to do it. So you need to want to be an entrepreneur, to be an innovator. And it's something that we can't teach you. You just have to have it internally to want, that you have a drive. Now, that can be activated, and conferences like this are great that help you activate your want to be an entrepreneur. You also need to believe that you can be one, that you have the mindset. And we've heard many speakers over the last 22 hours talk about the belief of the possible, right? So you need to believe. The third, though, is the can, the ability to, the development of skills, right? The entrepreneurial skills and acquired tricks of the trade that are necessary for success. You need all three of these. And I know for the last 22 hours, you've heard quite a lot from amazing speakers on how to activate your belief and your want. So what I'd like to do is to focus on the can. In this talk, I want to provide all of you with insight into where to look for opportunities, especially during a time of crisis, and what you can do to start. So before I get there, though, I want to talk just briefly about how we traditionally teach entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is looking for ideas, problems to solve. And typically as instructors, we tell you, go and disrupt something, right? Go find an old industry, go find an old company, an old market, and disrupt it. The taxis, hotels, restaurants, find something that has kind of gone stale and find a way to disrupt it. But what happens in a world where it's already disrupted? everything today, because of COVID-19, has been completely disrupted. It's what we would call an extinction level event in some ways, where companies that were powerful and in positions of huge influence are at the most risk today because of the fact that things have been completely disrupted. So what do we do now? How do we encourage you to start companies and to take risks when the world has completely, seemingly, have, completely changed? So the disruption comes to you. So what we've done is we've changed the way that we look at opportunity recognition. Rather than say disrupt, we say go look for shifts in the market, which was brought up earlier, the shifts that matter. And what we have seen in research is that most major companies, most significant new ideas have capitalized on some shift. It can be a technology shift, a legal shift, social, it can be a market shift. In technology, you all are familiar with this technology shift, and it's actually several of them. One is the mobile phone, another is GPS, another is fast internet on these devices, and another one you might not think is the touchscreen of these devices. All of those shifts colluded to make something like Uber possible. Without GPS, without internet, without these mapping technologies, Uber would not be possible. So it required these shifts in order for Uber to rise, right? So that's one kind of shift. Now, I point out that it's obvious that the reason I say that is because so many people can see a technology shift. They announce, aha, we've got 5G. Well, then there's thousands, if not millions of people around the world who see, wow, this is the next big thing. So this is where you're going to have lots of competitors. Here's a legal shift. This is a second category of shifts to look out for. This is where a law has been passed that changes the winners and losers. In this case with GDPR in Europe, data has now become an asset that needs to be managed. And in that case, many companies emerged to try to capitalize on that shift. What's interesting is that GDPR doesn't just affect Europe, it affects the rest of the world, because most websites, which it regulates, are accessible around the world, not just in Europe. And so they have to change all of their settings in order to be able to be useful. So this legal shift had huge global implications and made opportunities for emerging startups to be able to leverage. Another shift is a cultural one. And I talked about Uber in the technology shift, but Uber also required a social shift. And that was the willingness to share your car, right? A generation ago, my generation, if you ask someone, hey, would you use your fancy BMW to drive someone from one point to another to be paid to do this, like a taxi, most people would say no. But something has shifted in the last generation where it became not only accepted, but kind of a desirable thing to be able to use your vehicle, not just for yourself, but as a way of generating revenue. So this required a cultural shift, a change in the way that we value things in our society. Now, I say it's subtle because oftentimes cultural shifts happen in a way that we don't see them because we're in that culture. So this Uber should have happened many years prior to it happening. The technology was there, especially in Asia. But for some reason, it didn't happen that way. So, and the reason oftentimes we miss these kinds of opportunities is because we live in the culture. And which is why oftentimes the best companies, the most, I think, impactful companies come from immigrants, people who weren't from that culture. They came to that culture, and because they're an outsider, they can see the things that people inside can't see. So if you're an immigrant, this is the time. Being able to see what others can't see is one of the major elements of becoming successful as an entrepreneur. Another shift is a market aftershock. So You have Amazon that came along, took over online retail as the dominant player, but opened themselves up almost like an online mall to allow other companies to be able to sell product from their platform. And this opened up all these opportunities, not only to be a vendor that sells in Amazon's mall, but also someone who provides services to all those companies. And there are several unicorns, billion-dollar companies that service only companies that sell on platforms like Amazon. So this is yet another shift that someone saw. They saw that Amazon was starting to dominate. They saw, look, all these companies are emerging to sell on top of Amazon. Let's create businesses that can service those startups. And there are several that have done that very successfully. How about Airbnb? What shift made Airbnb possible? Because the question is, why wasn't Airbnb around 2-3 decades ago? Why was it more recent that it emerged? Yes, of course, the technology had to shift, but with Airbnb, there had to be a cultural shift. You had to have people willing to share their homes with perfect strangers. That is not normal in every culture. And for that opportunity, that business opportunity to be possible, a cultural shift had to occur. And what a lot of researchers point to is that that cultural shift was actually an economic shift. The meltdown of 2008, 2007, 2008, when people couldn't afford their mortgages in the US, they needed to find ways to make money. They saw Airbnb as a way that they could augment their income. They were willing to share their homes because they had no other choice. They needed to make the revenue. So this is an example of a cultural shift, a economic market shift, as well as a technology shift that all colluded to make Airbnb possible. Notice almost every company you can think of, you can look to see a shift that occurred right before they took off. Ryanair, right? There was a legal shift that occurred in the EU that changed the regulations on flight. It allowed for discounted flights between secondary airports in Europe. And that made Ryanair be possible, right? Because they couldn't compete with the primary national airlines in the main airports, but they could compete with them in these other places. It required the legal shift in order for that to be possible. Look at Zoom and WeWork, both unicorns at one point, right before the pandemic. And as the pandemic hit, Zoom, which went public, skyrocketed. WeWork is at a point where it's about collapsed. And they both were darlings of the tech world. Both of them were about productivity of work, but with the pandemic, completely different storylines right afterwards. Zoom became more important because we couldn't travel. We couldn't be with each other. Work became less valuable because they had real estate that required people to use it. So shifts are brutal. They have very different effects on different companies at different stages of their development. So this is kind of the problem today, is that we are in the midst of a massive systemic shift, where you have a healthcare crisis that has cascaded into an economic crisis, that has cascaded down into an education crisis, that's cascaded down into a family society crisis. It all is collapsing down because of this one very crucial thing, which was an attack on our our healthcare across the world, right? And so on top of that, we would also consider this a black swan shift. And this can be a complicated explanation, but I'll simplify it. In the simplest terms, a black swan shift is when there is a massive shift that is not calculated into the model. It's not calculated into a business model. Sure, big companies did not have this in their model. The airlines certainly did not, right? Amazon probably did not either, right? They're having difficulty delivering products. So a black swan shift is something that has this effect, that we did not anticipate it. It's not in our model, so we don't know how to respond. So you have this huge systemic to shift, everything shifting, plus it wasn't in the model, we have a major problem. Big companies, as just like small companies, are dealing with the fact that they don't have this in their plans. All of their 1 to 5 year projections all probably included the ability to travel, to have a product delivered from China, to have the ability to deliver product to people's homes, to be able to sell things in malls, that malls would be open. All of these things, these are assumptions that were built into the model that now have to be reconsidered, okay? And the reason I bring this up is because it's important for those who are considering starting something, that right now is the time, because all of these shifts make large companies much less likely to be able to compete. And this is why purchasing power, the existing customers for existing companies may not be able to buy. They might not have the money. They might not be able to purchase, or they might not see your product as being critical anymore. Risk aversion. Everyone's reprioritizing their risks because this thing wasn't in the model. They are concerned there might be another big problem just around the corner. So everyone retracts, and risks becomes the dominant element in making decisions, purchasing especially. Travel. We can't travel, or we've got limited mobility. In the US, we're unable to fly anywhere except for Mexico and I think 5 other countries. Travel has effectively stopped internationally, and locally people are taking a second thought before they make any travel plans because they don't know if they can go anywhere. And employees, of course, then can't get to work because they live too far away, or they've got to take public transportation. They're stuck. Broken supply chain, right? Because you got to deliver things, and from different places that might have different regulations now because of COVID. And then money, capital has flown out of the market, and in weird ways, they're still investing in some companies, but in others, they're finding it really difficult to find an investor. So all of this has changed. So the entire system has been shifted overnight. So what's the best response to shifts? What is the best response to a massive crisis like the one we're facing? Well, the first is, a lot of these actually, all of them are biochemical. We freeze when many of us, when we hit a crisis point. You know, it's what we call deer in headlights. It's the instinct to just stop and to freeze. But eventually most of us break out of that frozen state. And the next thing we typically do is flight. And that is to cut bait and run, to cut as much of your budget, to cut down on your spending, to cut off whatever things that might be additional risk. And then the third thing we do is we might fight. And that is to reprioritize, to regroup, to reinvest, to figure out what the next thing we should be doing. How should we fight this thing, right? So this is the problem, is that these things work up to a certain point. And I would give you one piece of advice here, which is there's one other strategy, and that is sex. And let me explain. I wanted this presentation to be memorable, so I'm going to leave it on something that most of us, don't talk in public about: sex. Now, there is this flea that has this incredibly unique capability. Very few animals have it. It's called heterogamy. And this is the ability to switch between asexual and sexual reproduction. Very rare. I think there's like a few species that could do it across the animal kingdom. So you have asexual reproduction, which is just budding, right? It's just a replication of who you are. And that's, some species do that. The other is sexual, which is you have to find a mate, and then you have children, okay? Asexual reproduction requires very little energy. And so this is the primary method of a lot of lower organisms. Sexual reproduction requires you to find a mate, see if they're right match, and lots of energy. So biologists first thought that sexual reproduction, when happens, when high nutrients are in the environment, because the amount of extra energy that it requires, right? So if it's lots of energy, that's sexual reproduction. What they found with this daft is that they actually did the opposite. when the nutrients were big, they would end up doing asexual reproduction. When there wasn't enough nutrients, they would go sexual reproduction. And the reason why this is what they found is that when things are good, why change it? Just replicate what we have. But when things are bad, we need a new way. And the best way they has found is to find two organisms to collaborate, share genes, to find a new solution that hasn't been used before. And so a diverse set of offspring provides an advantage, right? One of those offspring may be more adapted to the low nutrient environment. So you need to have this genetic collaboration. And this is what I propose for you. This is what all these companies have done. They have all emerged out of times of crisis during recessions in history. So there's no better time than now to innovate, to start a company. This is the time because big companies are in trouble and they don't have their usual advantage. And so I leave you with these three key lessons, and that is look for shifts to innovate. Those are the places with the biggest opportunities. Seek out new and different people to collaborate with and to start now. Good luck.
Thank you, Ken. That was a great talk. Absolutely, shifts are brutal, but the good news is that there are massive opportunities, including for the underdogs, the immigrants, the people that feel like they're outsiders right now. So great insights and great hope there. So folks, stay with us. We're still in hour 23. We've got a great lineup of speakers, and I'm handing over to the crew who's going to bring them on right now.
Take 611 action. Hi.
Hi guys, welcome to Brighton.
I'm currently in beautiful and colorful Colorado, but I'm from Qatar.
I'm coming at you from Nottingham, which is in the heart of England.
Hello. Hi, I'm Nathan. I'm from Sydney, Australia.
My name's Kyle. I'm also from Sydney, Australia.
We're both music producers. Together we make the band Me Again.
Hello, my name is Fernandez and I'm from Ghana.
Well, hello there. I'm Simon. Thanks for inviting me to join the conversation. I'm from England and I'm going to be 53 years old tomorrow.
Something's off and I'm counting on a sound that's...
My name's Ahmed. I'm in Mombasa, Kenya, on the Kenyan coast. It's very nice to meet you. What has changed in my neighborhood over the past couple of months? I think it's our sense of connectedness. We've started checking in on each other. We've started truly investing in relationships with each other. Prior to that, we didn't really talk that much. It was sort of a hi in the hallway. But yeah, now because of the pandemic, I think we're a lot more connected and care about each other and know a lot more about each other.
I think that something positive that has happened for me in the last few months is also something I've noticed for our local community. Every minute of my life before a few months ago has been scheduled, even free time. I run around from my full-time day job, then to working at my studio that I own, and then when I get home, I have to do all the administrative functions that I can't do when I'm physically teaching. And then I also need to cook or spend time with my mom or spend time with my dog. And then last place was usually taking care of myself. And so I think that I was just running on empty for a very long time and not really fully realizing that. And so the last few months has really given me an opportunity to slow down, and I can fully acknowledge the fact that I only slowed down because the entire world stopped.
A lot of people were reliant on commercial services for their daily entertainment and livelihood, be it the gym, as an example. So when everything shut down and quarantines were more in effect, you saw more and more people going back to the basics, getting back into nature, walking, biking, being with each other. So it was nice to see all of the noise kind of get shut down and people really coming together. And so, yes, I think quarantine was difficult for many, if not most. But with all challenges in life, if it doesn't kill you, it definitely makes you stronger.
Yo, what's up, guys? I'm Mateo. I'm half German, half Colombian, and I live in London, as you can see. Canary Wharf, lovely. I came to London to study philosophy, politics, and economics, and I've recently graduated, and I'm a musician. I play the guitar, and I love it. So I'm excited to be a part of this. Actually looks like I'm on the water, but I'm not.
In terms of positive changes, well, unfortunately my eldest daughter lost her job as the crisis unfolded. So she came home, and my youngest daughter lives with me. She's at Nottingham Trent University studying music. So we had the family back together, which we hadn't had for some time, to be fair. All of a sudden we've been thrown together, and it has been a really positive experience. Yes, we've had our ups and downs, we've had our fights, we've had our arguments, but we also laugh a lot, and we all really enjoy each other's company.
During the whole quarantine season, I've had a lot of time just for myself and just thinking, not even doing anything. And I've realized the importance of balance. So it's like sometimes we have highs in life, we have lows, life goes sideways, left and right, but we gotta stay balanced, because without that balance, we don't have clarity of vision. Very often my own emotions got in the way of my vision, and I feel like when you're balanced is when you see things just for what they are, and that's when you make good decisions and create a positive future.
One positive change is the increased sense of community that we've had due to COVID. Everybody has been coming together.
People actually talk to each other, and there's a real sort of overt communication going on between neighbours and people you see on the street. And people will stop and chat, and you realise that a lot of people have the same sort of ambitions, short-term goals, long-term aspirations, and it's been really nice to get to know people and to talk to people who I think probably I would not have spoken to in such great depth over the last few months as I have.
So to have that created again, I've been able to get to know my neighbours who were right next to me, but I probably would have just passed them by on the street. So that's been a wonderful creation, a sense of community, both online as well as face-to-face.
Our next speaker, Jeanette, is a program and engagement expert, bringing storytelling, human-centered design, and a solutions-oriented outlook to every effort. In 2019, Jeanette joined Dress for Success as Chief Program Officer, where she creates experiences, products, and programs that allow women around the world to successfully navigate gender-based challenges in the world of work. With a penchant for innovation in pro-social spaces, Jeanette is focused on solutions that leverage technology to create programs and experiences that meet women where they are. Jeanette, the virtual stage is yours.
Hey everyone, happy Saturday. I'm really thrilled to be here, but a special thank you to you, everyone who is choosing to spend your weekend focused on resilience and the solutions-oriented ideas we will all need to get through this next year. As you heard, I am Jeanette Duffy, the Chief Program Officer for Dress for Success Worldwide, the only global resource for anyone living as a woman and also navigating the world of work. Dress for Success started over 20 years ago in a New York City church basement, but now you can find our affiliates in 25 countries and 151 cities around the world. When Dress for Success's work started, it was simpler. give women the clothing and confidence they need to nail their job interview and get that job. But, through the years, our work has evolved. We listen to the women we serve, and they've told us about the gender-specific challenges preventing their professional and personal success. Challenges that I'm sure are familiar to any woman who is joining and listening to this right now. So what are the challenges that we hear from our affiliates around the world the most, the ones that are really impacting women at a high rate? Firstly, occupation segregation. Occupations with more men tend to be paid better, regardless of their skill or education level. When work is predominantly done by women, then it is valued less in the labor market. As a result, women at all education levels, and in the United States, especially women of color, are segregated into industries and occupations with lower wages. According to the National Women's Law Center, in the United States, women make up less than half of the workforce, but women are nearly 60% of the more than 26 million workers in low-wage roles. Because of occupation segregation, COVID-19 is disproportionately impacting women. Many of the roles that gender bias have deemed for women are on the front lines: nurses, flight attendants, teachers, and service industry workers. These jobs either put women at higher risk for exposure to COVID-19 or for losing their jobs entirely. Prejudice and bias keep women in low-paid occupations, but prejudice and bias also actively keep women out of higher-paying ones, specifically because these create cultures that do not provide the work-life balance that women need as primary caregivers. Many workplace cultures demand long hours and face time, which do not accommodate flexibility for caregiving, a responsibility that most often falls to women. It has only become more challenging for women as primary caregivers to find work-life balance with COVID-19. At home, women do more caretaking. So when schools are closed or virtual, they have more to do and are less likely to be able to meet the cultural demands of remote work, no Zoom happy hours for them, or, increasing numbers of hours expected for those on the front lines in essential roles. Even for women who do manage to be on a strong career track, their progression is literally halted because there is so much gender bias in promotions, especially early on in a woman's career. According to McKinsey's Women in the Workplace report, for every 100 men promoted and hired to manager, only 72 women are promoted and hired to those same roles. As a result, men end up holding 62% of manager-level positions, while women hold just 38%. What this creates is a broken talent pipeline. The number of women decreases at every subsequent professional level. How are women going to catch up when there are too few women to advance and even put into leadership roles? These are systemic problems. It is these systemic problems that create the gender-based challenges that women face in the world of work, and they must be tackled on a systemic level. It is absolutely on companies to do everything they can to make things more fair, to put processes in place to remove bias from hiring and decision-making. If there is anything that has been confirmed by the past few months, though, it is that change comes from a top-down and a grassroots approach, pushing society to an equitable middle ground. This is why at Dress for Success, our programs and services are designed to help women overcome the gender-based challenges they face. Understanding that in the time it takes to advocate and to hold large companies accountable, women still need to be moving forward in their careers. So what's the one thing women can do to successfully overcome gender bias in work? Is there a silver bullet? In our work for Dress for Success, we've actually found yes. It's been proven that having a strong professional network is critical for professional success. LinkedIn's research finds that over 70% of hiring happens because of pre-existing connections. So if we want women to succeed, then we need to be getting all women, especially more vulnerable ones, into professional networks that work specifically for women. So what does a network that works specifically for women look like? Thankfully, both research and real-world successes with Dress for Success have told us it is diverse. In the ideal network for women, connections span the organizational chart, with executives being open to connections with women at all levels. And this network, no surprise, it consists of other women. In groups of women, it is a safer space to open up and talk about discrimination and talk about gender-based challenges and not fear even more discrimination or, even more terrifyingly, that these experiences won't be taken seriously. Women are also more likely to open up to other women candidly about what to expect in a certain occupation or within a certain company. Information about things like an organization's attitude towards female workers and female leaders. Having knowledge like this can give a woman a leg up and strengthen her job search, her interview, and her negotiation strategies. Hearing that networks working for women are what help move women forward, it's no surprise or coincidence that at Dress for Success, our primary outcome is community. Our programming brings women together in safe spaces, both in person and virtual, where our volunteers, our staff, and our alumni share their time, their talent, and connections to help women get ahead. And our roots as a nonprofit community-based organization means that we are making these networks accessible to all women, no matter where they live, work, or learn. If you want to be a part of helping women move forward, especially as they continue to navigate the economic obstacles related to COVID-19, you can start today, right now. Open up your network to women, especially those that might not have been on your radar before. To do a little paraphrasing, ask not what your professional network can do for you, but what your time, your talent, your connections can do for a woman, especially a woman who might not have the same educational background as you or the same early career opportunities that you had. And, if you want to do this as part of Dress for Success, we'd love to have you. Reach out to your local affiliate and see how you can help. Or if you've heard anything today from me or from another speaker that sparked an idea or feedback that can help women worldwide, I'd love it if you'd reach out to me. You can find me on LinkedIn, or I'm an email away, Jeanette@dressforsuccess.org. Much thanks to everyone. And, I'm very much looking forward to hearing from you with ideas on how we can make the world more equitable for women. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is John K. Bates from Executive Speaking Success. John is one of my favorite people in the world and is a successful serial entrepreneur and storytelling master coach. When I first met John about 12 years ago, I remember him telling me he was considering quitting his coaching practice. After an hour together, he realized he was able to conquer what John calls his monkey mind to stick with it. He is here today to share his storytelling magic with you. John, the virtual stage is yours.
I really wish that you could be sitting right here with me while we have this conversation. But since you can't, will you pretend for a few minutes? Because I feel like I have something to share with you that could truly alter your life for the better forever. And the reason I say that is because the people that I get to work with, the top leadership at places like Johnson & Johnson and Boston Scientific and NASA and even the NASA astronauts, many of them tell me, John, where were you when I was in school? Where were you when I was an MBA student? Where were you when I was an undergrad? I wish I would have known this my whole life. So I want to share that thing with you that they all tell me they wish they had when they were where you are now. And my intention is that it completely and dramatically changes your life for the better forever. So let me start with this. I was always the guy who had the soft skills, and I was always super jealous of the people I worked with who had the hard skills. I worked in the internet industry. I was the chief evangelist for the different companies I worked for. I raised several $100 million with my various teams in Silicon Valley and beyond. But the people with the hard skills called what I did fluffy. And so I would go around trying to prove I was valuable while I secretly felt like I was not valuable, and it was just awkward. And then in 2009, I went to the TED conference for the first time and just saw speech after speech that blew my mind. So I came back home. I got very involved in the TED and TEDx community because I realized that even though I'd basically been a public speaker my whole life, I had never been doing that. So I got very involved, got very into it, and I was volunteering for my friends who ran TEDx Santa Monica, one of the first ever TEDx events. And we had this guy who was going to speak that day, who had all the hard skills in the world. He had the most interesting topic. He was the one I was looking forward to seeing the most. But when he got up on stage and started to talk, everybody in the room checked out because he was so nervous and awkward. We all thought we were going to throw up. And I remember being really sad at first because I'd just seen that so much in my career. People who were so well trained and so brilliant, but couldn't quite close the gap between their mouth and someone else's ears. And after I felt sad for a minute, the evil part of me popped up. And I remember thinking, ha, 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 hard skills guy is blowing it. And I indulged the evil part of myself for a minute. And as I was doing that, my friend Michael Weiss walked over and completely changed my life. He leaned down and he said, dude, we got to do something to help people like this. And I remember just having an aha moment. The lights went on, the clouds parted. I don't know what took me so long, but I realized in that moment that if I just got over myself for 5 minutes, if I got rid of the chip on my shoulder and started honoring the people around me, I could actually make a difference. And because of that moment, I went home and I created what I call the Speak Like a Leader boot camp. Maybe there's a better name, but that's what I called it. And that's what I now get to deliver all over the world, to the NASA astronauts, to Johnson & Johnson, Boston Scientific, Coca-Cola, Telefonica, on and on. But out of that experience of creating that, the reason that I did that is because of that moment. I realized that if I wanted to make a difference for that guy, if I wanted to make a difference for these brilliant people with the hard skills especially, I would have to base everything I did in science. So I based all my training in human evolutionary biology and human neurophysiology so I could show people not only what works when it comes to communicating with and inspiring and influencing human beings, but also why it works based in science. And guess what? It works because it's based in science. Took me a while to figure that one out, but yes, it does. And when I do these trainings, as I said, I always hear from people, gosh, where were you? I wish I would have known this earlier. So here's the absolute crux of that training, the singular most important thing I think I could share with you right here. And it's all around the human brain. If we took a cross-section of a human brain and looked at it, we would see the brain stem, and around that is the midbrain. And together they form what's called the paleomammalian brain, or the limbic system, or the emotional brain. 3 names, same thing. And then wrapped around the outside of that is the neocortex, or the cerebral cortex. Now, I'm going to say something. It's very important. It's a little weird, so I'll say it twice. The brainstem and midbrain, that paleomammalian brain, that's been around for a long time. My dog has one. Your cat has one. All mammals have a paleomammalian brain. It's been around for a long time. And this part of our brain does not have access to language or logic or reason, but it does have access to reality on a fundamentally deeper level than we will ever have access consciously. I'll say it again. The paleomammalian ancient brain does not have access to language or logic or reason, but it does have access to reality on a fundamentally deeper level than we will ever have access consciously. Here's what I mean by that. That's the part of our brain that smells things like pheromones. It sees patterns in things that our conscious brain doesn't notice. It hears things, and it sees body language that's completely unconsciously sent and completely unconsciously received, but very, very influential. So it has access to reality on a very deep level. We will never have access consciously. And yet we all think we live in our logical, conscious brain. You know, John, I mean, I'm one of those logical people. I'll weigh things out. I'll check the boxes. I'll make a logical choice. Well, you may do all those things. You may check the boxes. You may weigh things out. But when you actually make a choice or a decision, if we watched your brain in an fMRI machine, what we would see is, boom, your paleo-mammalian brain fires first, making the decision, and then your cerebral cortex, your neocortex, the new brain wrapped around the outside, would fire, either agreeing with or disagreeing with, but not making the decision. And here's why that's so crucial when it comes to influencing human beings. Because, tell me if you've never had an experience like this. Here's what it looks like on the court. Do you like the product? Oh, yes, we like the product. Mm-hmm. Do you think it's priced right? Oh, certainly, yes. Do you think it would make a difference for you to have it? Oh, certainly, yes. Well, would you like to sign the check and we'll start delivery? No, we're going to think about it for a little while. You've had an experience like that. Even if you've never done sales, you've had that experience somewhere in your life. Yes, 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 no. Okay, well, that experience is very upsetting, especially when you're pitching for millions of dollars, or you're trying to get your team on board with something, or you're trying to get somebody to do something that really, really matters. Yes, 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 no, that doesn't work. So here's what happened. They weren't lying to you. It's very obvious in hindsight what happened. Yes, 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 no. Logic, 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 emotion. The logical cerebral cortex wrapped around the outside, it says yes. Yes, we like it. Yes, it's priced right. Yes, it'd make a difference. But when it comes to actually taking action, the ancient paleo-mammalian brain, which is the part that takes action, said no. No, we want to think about it. So, yes, 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 no, that's logic, 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 emotion. We did not make the emotional connection that would allow us to get the fourth and most important yes. So that's why it's so important for you to think about not just the logic. Is the business plan good? Yes, that's important. Is the plan that you're trying to get people on board with good? Yes, that's important. But logic, that part of it is necessary, but it's not sufficient. Without the emotional connection, all the logic in the world just bounces right off. And this is the thing that I think we don't get taught enough and we don't think about enough. And it's scary on top of it. Because to make that emotional connection means we have to be vulnerable. I'm going to give you a few really good ways to make that emotional connection and a challenge to go along with it. The challenge is to have the courage to do it. So here's how you make an emotional connection. One is tell the story about why this matters so much to you. What is the authentic, really deep emotional connection you have to the thing you're doing? Why did you start this company? Why did you invent this product? Why do you care so much about this initiative? Because if you tell us why you really care, well, guess what? We're human beings. That'll touch us. That'll mean something to us. We'll find something for ourselves in your passion for it. That's one way, but it's scary, but it's the only thing that works. The other way is to think about the small talk that you participate in before you even pitch the idea or before you even make the request. Small talk has been misnamed. It's not small talk. It's big talk. It's just that it doesn't really matter what we talk about. The thing that matters most is that we talk about something that will allow us to connect. What's something we can connect on? Even if it's something as simple as, oh, you have a dog? I have a dog. Let me see your dog. Show me a picture. Here's my dog. That netted millions of dollars for one of my clients. The venture capital team they were talking to, everybody had dogs. They had dogs. Everybody connected on dogs, and bingo. They went from not being able to raise money to having a lead investor that helped them find even more people to invest in their business because of that connection. Small talk has been misnamed. It doesn't matter what you talk about as long as you talk about something that connects you, and it also matters how you talk about it, because what you're really doing is sussing each other out, putting that emotional, ancient brain at ease, so now the logical brain can take the wheel, and the business plan, if you will matter. And the third way is to just share anything about this thing that you want to influence people around that matters to you. And to understand that if something matters to you, there is a really good chance that it will matter to me too, because I'm a human being. But the challenge is to do this because it's scary. It's really scary to be vulnerable and to share things that really, truly matter to you. But that's the only way that you're going to reliably be influential and get people on board with the things that you want to do and generate trust and respect and love and actually have people take action. And the other thing about it is that once you commit to a course of action like that, to really authentically sharing yourself and being vulnerable and letting people know why things matter to you so much, that is a more fulfilling life. So not only will you be more successful, but you'll be more fulfilled, which I think is a really, really important part of being successful. So I hope this makes a difference for you for the rest of your life forever. And I encourage you to keep looking for those places where you can make an emotional connection with others. Because even though we're all scared to do that, oh my gosh, we want to do it more than ever now. And so it's a great leadership opportunity. This is something that's worth doing, but everyone else is scared of doing it. So if you go first and you create that environment where people can connect emotionally, you'll be much more successful, you'll be much more fulfilled, and you'll be contributing to a more fulfilling life for everyone around you. Happy CARE24 Day. This is John Bates, signing out.
Well, it's time to close this amazing show. After 23 hours, we've arrived in the future. You know, words have interesting origins, and the word future is no exception. It comes from words which mean to grow and to become. My goal in putting this conference together was to remind the world of the light, of the inspiration, of the good deeds that continue unabated around the world. It's easy to see the darkness and think, that's all that is there? And that has always been the challenge, to choose good, to choose right, to choose light, to grow, to become the future. We're going to turn over our final hour to a panel of experts on envisioning and creating the future. Dr. Anissa is a professional futurist joining us from Taiwan and has run future workshops all over the world with the United Nations. Shakil Hamed is an expert on education and believes in the power of storytelling as one of the most useful tools we have to build a better future. He joins us from Bangladesh. Jared Nichols rounds out the panel. He's the founder of the Foresight Academy, dedicated to teaching people the skills necessary to guide and shape the future they want to see, and joins us from the United States. Moderating the panel is Ethan Mayers, former television producer, tech entrepreneur, and global startup mentor, who's led companies on 3 continents. Let's welcome the Futures panel to the virtual stage here at CARE24.Global.
Hello, and thank you so much for this incredible opportunity to talk about the future. I'm joined by 3 incredible panelists who have dedicated their entire lives to look forward and thinking about what comes next, and most importantly, how do we get there? Welcome to the panel. Please tell the world who you are. We'll start with Dr. Anisha.
Oh, hi, hello. So happy to be here, wherever you are. So my name, Noranisa, and I'm Malaysian. I teach at the business school. I teach MBA, and I teach people scenario development for strategy. And I work quite a lot with futures literacy. I enjoy doing that because I feel that it is important, and we have to fundamentally enable and create this capability to allow people to appreciate the unknowability, the unknown, uncertain, and so that we can make sense and process the stuff that we know or hear.
Shakil.
Thank you. Good time of day, everyone. I'm Shakil Ahmed. Right now in Dhaka, Bangladesh, I'm an educator, futurist, and a storyteller. And I'm currently working at Acumen Academy in Bangladesh, where we work with people across sectors, people who are working with poverty and social justice, to build community and essentially to work towards their goals. And I think during these times, a number of different projects have started up, exciting ones. And I think hopefully through the conversations, we'll talk more.
And Jared.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jared Nichols from Charlotte, North Carolina. And I think the most simple way to talk about what I do is I work with leaders and teams, and I teach them how to think like futurists. And I do this so that they can take a more active role in creating the kind of future that they want to see, and more importantly, the kind of future they want to create for the people they serve.
Thank you so much all for being here. I want to go on a journey with you, a journey into what is described as the unavoidable future. And I don't just mean the 3,000 seconds we're going to spend together on this panel. I'm talking about the uncharted future, the one that we will create together. We humans are exceptional in our ability to learn from our past, act in our present, and plan for the future. So let's go on a journey to see what lies ahead. But first, I want to take one step back with you to the past. Not a long time ago, but not yesterday, to a time when you were a child. I want you to picture that before the adult responsibilities, the kid in you. When you were a kid, what did the future mean to you? Dr. Nisha.
Wow. That I have to go back too far. Just kidding. It was hide and seek, and I used to play along the block, playing in the drains, digging for worms, and I enjoyed that. So the future was just, for me, it was, everything wonderful and happy and joyful. Yeah.
Jared?
Oh, man. Well, yeah, in a similar way. As a kid, the future was really just, it was just the next day, right? It was the adventure that was ahead. It was something new that I could get my hands into, and some trouble I could probably stir up and discover new things. And just like most kids. I have a 6 and 9-year-old, so I'm very familiar with the way their brains work now.
And Shakil?
Again, to me, futures was basically like all the images and videos and movies and cartoons I used to watch. So so for example, Indiana Jones, Back to the Future. And speaking about the past, I was really interested by archaeology, right? To the extent that I was like, what if you could create a time machine and go back into the past, right? And I think so there was a time when you'd ask me, what do I want to be when I grow up? I would say that I'd like to conquer time. So and that was of course things are different now, but that's how I used to look in the future, like a place that I could go to. Yeah.
Wow.
I had a great talk with Dr. Colin Russo before this talk. That talk will be available on CARE24.Global on our YouTube channel as web bonus content. He said that our future has been pre-colonized, that we have these images, and Shakil, you alluded to this, that we have these images of moon bases and rockets and flying cars. But that was given to us by artists and movies and television shows. So what is the role of the individual for society in general in shaping that vision of the future? And how does that pre-colonized vision affect our ability to actually execute on it? I'll start with you, Jared.
So I think the way to answer that is to first frame up what the future is in the way that I look at this. And that is that these images and these ideas are just ideas, right? The future, we talk about it as though it's this destination, or it's this place that we're either going to arrive at or it's going to get here one day. But that's impossible, because, I mean, just think about it. If it did, well, it would no longer be the future. It would be the present. So we have to think differently about the future and understand that the future is never going to arrive. It's an idea. It's something that's always out in front of us waiting to be created, right? So the role of the individual when it comes to the future is to really stretch their imagination about what might be possible. So these images of moon bases, they are pictures of what might be possible. And we talked a little bit about this, I know, in our in the backstage, but we've been inundated with information. Information is great, which also limits our imagination, because if somebody's already given you the answer, then we stop thinking. We start looking to find out what somebody else has said. So the role of the individual is really to step back and realize that nobody has it figured out. Nobody has the corner on the future. The future is something that we are all creating, whether we realize it or not. So we just have to recognize our role in that.
Dr. Nisha, this pre-colonized idea, though, you know, we're born, we're indoctrinated into views of other people's ideas. How does that affect our ability to create our future? Does it become inevitable, or where do new ideas even come from?
That's so true for countries like, you know, Malaysia, where I come from. Like, we have always been told, you know, what is best for us, and we always follow, the white man country. They will, you know, that's the best. Ideally, we should follow them. And so we have, I think this is why I got into the futures work, because that's precisely why, really, that people are so hung up with just one preconceived notion of what future ought to be. It's always political. It's always somebody say this is the best for you. It's never emerging, never about, you know, what our people want, what we are about. And our education system has never, like, you know, been, has this, we don't teach the future at school. We don't have that. We don't have in the curriculum. We don't have it in our mindset. Teachers don't think about it, because that's how it is, isn't it? We will have a colonized kind of education system. We were just taught what is instrumental, what's functional. You have to be an accountant, an engineer, an administrator, a lawyer. That's what it's been given to us, and that's what we're working towards. So I've never thought about, you know, so much about our ability to create and have an idea of what we want until I met Sohail and the group and futures, you know, foresight group people, like, and I was so intrigued. That's how I got into it. I have not really gone to the space until quite recently. So I find it really intriguing. And I think this is a capability that we ought to have everybody learn, a skill, you know, as much as how we read, write, and count. Futures literacy.
Shakil, you're living in Bangladesh, a country that I've had the pleasure of visiting 4 times. Probably one of the favorite places I've been, because it has amazing people like you in it. That being said, it has a lot of challenges, transportation problems, clean water, things like that. My question to you is, does pre-colonize in the future with you know, superhero movies and lunar bases, does it take people away from concentrating on the problems that could affect billions of people in a positive way and putting them on projects that's only affecting the marginal?
No, I think so my childhood was actually in Canada, right? So I was brought up for the first 6 years in Canada, and I think so. Obviously, like for me, when I came back in the year '92, 7 years old, like there's a particular way in which I learned about Bangladesh, right? And then that's just my perspective of Bangladesh. And of course, I think over here, I mean, you're right. Like I think, I mean, I'm just wondering that in '92 there's only one television channel back then, right? There was just our national television channel, and of course slowly two channels, and then of course right now we have like 100,000. Like we're all in the same boat. But having said that, I think yeah, I mean, some of these images, of course, like when you're just watching like foreign movies and all that, sometimes it might be difficult for a particular child to relate to, right? Because it's not really their world, it's someone else's world, right? And I think, and especially so when you're studying in an English medium school, like when a lot of, like, which I studied in, like a lot of my textbooks were actually about people who are not from here, right? And I think, so I would probably know more about Sussex than I'd know about Chittagong, like a city in my country. And I think that's changing. I think there are definitely good developments that are happening, but I think you're right. I think what we lacked is having like local characters or particular heroes that we could say that, or this is how Dhaka is going to get transformed, or this is how Bangladesh is going to get out of this, right? And I think even now, like a lot of our media, a lot of the things that we see are dystopian or just talking about the current challenges. And I think that really does affect you, right? Because I think even Fred Pollack talks about it in The Future of the Image, right? As long as if a society's image is all dystopian, then you're just going to head that way, right? But it's important that that it's not, that it's positive and it's flourishing. And I think these cartoons and movies can really help get us out of that. I'm saying that things are improving, like good things are coming up, but I think there could be more. Yeah.
Well, thank you. That's a great way to start. And then if it's okay with you, I'm going to play a little game. So I'm going to move things in a little direction. I've written down on a sheet of paper a couple of questions, and I want to get your first reaction. Yeah, I know I'm testing you now, but I wanted to get your first reaction to these questions. So I'll start off with a simple one. Where are the flying cars? We're talking about the future. Where are the flying cars? How come there's no flying cars? Jared.
I think that one's more of an economic question. There's no demand for them. I mean,
I want one.
Like, well, sure, right? But yeah, when it comes to the flying cars or autonomous vehicles, I think the problem that we don't talk about enough is infrastructure, right? If you're going to have smart technology, that's great. But if you have a dumb infrastructure, and at least I'll speak for the United States, we have a 20th century infrastructure that's falling apart, and we're not investing in rebuilding it for the 21st century. In fact, there's a lot of talk about rebuilding it for the 20th century. So, they've been talking about flying cars since the 60s with the Jetsons. So, yeah, I think there's got to be a real need and a real hunger for them, and they have to be priced the right way. So I don't think it's anytime soon.
Dr. Anisha, a statement. The future doesn't matter at all. I'm hungry. I have to pay my rent this month. I have to eat. The future is irrelevant. What's your response to that?
That's true. I have bills to pay, but I think if we can't imagine or unable to imagine a future that we want to live in, it's definitely going to paralyze us. Like, we're not going to get anywhere. Things are not going to get better. So I think being a futurist or an educator, we have to be very optimistic about, what's going to come, and think positively, have a positive outlook about everything that, if we have a responsibility for today, like for the decisions that we make today, that we know is going to take us to how we imagine a preferred world.
Shaquille, statement. The world is so big, so many issues. My individual contribution, it won't affect the future at all. There's no way I can make history. What would you say?
Well, I mean, I think that can happen, because sometimes you can feel so overwhelmed by everything that's going on around you, right? But I think certain concepts definitely help you get out of that, right? I think even when Martin Luther King Jr. was writing the letter from Birmingham jail, right? Like justice. The justice somewhere, justice like everywhere, right? Justice anywhere, like injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere, right? And I think more and more so, like I think I at least this is my personal journey, that I think whatever is going on anywhere is definitely impacting me, right? And I think so like whatever happens to the U.S. election, for example, will have an impact in Bangladesh, right? Or what happens in Bangladesh will have an impact in the countries around us, and vice versa. And I think by and large, like we cannot deny that like we're definitely more connected than ever. And I think and if you accept that, then I think like whatever you do, like whether it's even in your own household, or if it's in your own school or your office or your workplace, right? Like you are making a difference, right? Like each and every person is making a difference. And I think we can definitely talk about like the different ways in which one can make a difference. And I think sometimes it's really being able to appreciate or legitimize that you are making a difference irrespective of who you are, right? And I think
I'm going to ask all three of you this one question. In 1 or 2 sentences max, what is the future? I'll start with you, Shaquille.
Yeah, a landscape of possibilities. Yeah, yeah, a landscape of possibilities.
Jared.
Well, I said it in one of the other questions, so I'll say it again. The future is just an idea. It's something that's always out in front of you, waiting to be created.
Dr. Nisha.
The future is how we select our imaginary, I think, how we create it, what we want, what we think of it. I thought it's supposed to be a game. It's not easy. It's not fun.
Yeah, this isn't a fun game, Ethan.
Oh, no. Well, it's 9:40 p.m. How about this one? What prizes would you like? You know what we do get is we go into the future, because no matter what, by the end of this conversation, we'll be 45 minutes older. I'll give you a wild card if you want one. Do you believe in the singularity, or where are the aliens? Which one, Jared, would you like to answer?
I'd rather talk about Sasquatch, but if we're going to go for singular, yeah, see, you throw a wild card, I'll throw it back, Ethan. I have an unhealthy fascination with Bigfoot, but that's for another conference.
Why do we get predictions about the future so wrong so often?
Yeah. Well, because oh man, that's a big question. I think the most simple way to answer that question is we get predictions wrong is because most of the time we are taking what we know, our experience, right? What we've experienced up to this point, what has worked, and we're throwing it into the future without considering context. And if you don't consider context, you are going to say, well, we're going to paint a rosy picture of the future of this industry or the future of this world because that's what we want, right? So it is part of the optimism as well, but it's also that blindness to say, well, what else might be possible here, right? So I think we get it wrong.
Why do we get it so wrong so often?
I mean, it's a combination, right, of like what you want to focus on, right? I'm thinking that the things that we get right and the things that we get wrong, and I think, and you're right. Like I think it's because like there's not. I mean, this is a very basic moot point that there's not just one future. There's multiple futures, right? And I think I think that's very important to understand, right? Because I think even when you question like what is the future, right? It's like there's not just one future. Like the question is like what are the features out there? And I think sometimes we just, even when we're planning as governments or as individuals or organizations, we just think about this is the one thing that's most likely going to happen in the future, right? Like for example, even in my own family, like if you're thinking about the baby growing up in our house, you'll think about okay, maybe the baby is going to go to school, there's going to be a job, but that's just one trajectory. But so many different things could happen potentially, right? And I think sometimes I think that's what happens. Like we put all our bets just on one particular narrative. But the idea is that, and that's why scenarios are so cool and important, that you just open up the narratives. Yeah.
So many narratives to choose from. Dr. Nisha, I'm going to ask you the same question. Why do we get these predictions so wrong?
Yeah, predictions deals with probability of getting chances right? So probability deals with, you need historical data to extrapolate and project into the future. So like Jared just said, we always use the past to project us into the future, and the future isn't the same anymore, particularly in this time. Like we don't know what's going to happen. None of the happenings follow any patterns that we know. Nothing is recognizable. So I think it's just impossible to be able to predict. So if futures what we avoid using the word prediction, You know, we say explore possible futures, like Shakil said, future, there's not the only one future. Of course, we'll get it wrong, you know, if you have those one target, one future. And whose future? Who's to say that's wrong or right anyway, you know? Yeah, and so it's all for us to like, what is possible for us? We look at all the this futures work is about exploring possibilities. And then we think about, okay, like Jared said, think of the context. What are, you know, emerging around us? What are the problems that we have? And work on that and see how we can place ourselves in between those possible futures.
Yeah. Just one thing to add to that, right? And I think like whenever we hear the word futurist and all that, like I think we should definitely understand that futurists are not fortune tellers or prediction makers, right? And I think the futurist has also changed throughout time, right? It's no longer saying that, oh, these are the things going to happen, right? And I think it depends on the futurist, for example. But then I think, like for me, it's really trying to give people hope and agency, right? It's not really about, and for people to think that it's not like the future's out there, that it's coming, which is what the fourth industrial revolution is. Like it's like a very reactive thing that, oh, the IR is coming, and then we're going to do something about it, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to like, what do you want your future to be, or what do we want our future to be, as opposed to just one person, but collectively. And I think so even, yeah, I think even our work is also is changing. It's really to hold spaces about helping people to paint this landscape.
I think that's such an important point you make. You know, if you'd asked someone in the late 1800s what's going to happen with trains, someone would say, well, one day we'll make a 200-mile-an-hour steam engine. And of course, 150 years later, the fastest trains go 400 miles an hour and use a technology called magnetic levitation, something that was impossible to even conceive of 150 years ago. What we think of the future and what we want, it's not going to be exactly how it is. So I think that's a great question. We're going to shift gears for a second, because I don't want to end this conversation before we talk about COVID a bit. So I have two different questions in COVID. The first one, it seems to us living through it that COVID is one of those seminal moments in human history that's going to greatly affect the future. Are we giving it too much weight? The question is not necessarily much about COVID, but how we view our own lives and think all of these things are just so important and going to have such a great impact. I'll start with you, Jared.
Yeah, I mean, definitely COVID's going to have an impact on the future. Like everything that takes place in the present is, it's going to have an impact in some form or fashion. For me, I look at COVID-19 as a shot across the bow for us to, and that's, I know, for, you know, it's basically a warning, right? To say, hey, look, if we don't stop and ask the questions that we need to be asking and think about our behaviors in the present day, right? I mean, COVID spread so rapidly, mostly because we have this global system and structure that has been wonderful in many ways, but it's also, we have been rushing so fast into the future and doing things because we can, rather than doing, you know, stopping and saying, should we actually be doing this? Are we creating a system that is far more vulnerable for the sake of short-term gains? And that, I think, is one of the big warnings that COVID brings to us, to say, look, everything shut down fast. Look how fragile the system actually is. So I think as it relates to the future, my hope, so this is really more just the way I think about this, COVID-19 gives us the opportunity to pause and say, what do we not want to go back to? And what do we want to start doing instead, so that we can avoid this mistake again? At the same time, and I'll make this really fast here too, I also think it's forcing us to ask the questions about what our priorities are, right? We are definitely trying to control a pandemic. At the same time, the isolation of people, you know, stuck in their homes and away from other folks, and we're creating this distance between each other. We also have to consider those impacts as well. So I think it's really also forcing us to recognize what's important about real human connection. And I don't have the answer for that, but I think now's just a time for us to be able to pause and reflect and decide what we want going forward.
Dr. Nisha, similar question about our own abilities to measure context. You know, if I have a death in my own family that feels like the most important moment of my past and will greatly affect the future, COVID feels like the most important thing that's happened in our lifetime. How do we maintain context? And I guess, does it matter, and how does it affect our ability to create the future?
Yeah, I think following from what Jared just said, like, you know, it gives us a chance to pause and think. And I think it's also good that, you know, what is happening right now just reinforce the ideas that, you know, we ought to, like, okay, what's happening now forces us to think about why are we so fragile? Okay, what kind of systems are we relying on right now? And why are they so unreliable? And why are they broken? So, and use this time to also create this urgency to you know, impress upon people that we need this capability to be able to anticipate, you know, be prepared for what's to come. And also to have this, to promote the ability to think about the future and use the future to get prepared, you know, prepare ourselves for what's going to come. So again, we're going to go back to futures literacy. We have to create this capability, use this shock to impress upon people the role of futures literacy in our lives, in our children, in our youth, to prepare them to be more resilient. Yeah, as how we need to learn how to write and read and count, you know, that's as important as that. So.
And just for our audiences to clarify, futures literacy that you're describing is the, I'm assuming, ability to conceive ideas in the future and understand their implications. And what would you add to that?
Yeah, futures literacy is the ability to use the future to think, to plan, or to the ability to explore, use methods to think about how we want to take actions today. Yeah, how we can create or imagine a preferable future that we can work towards.
Shaquille, a couple of weeks ago, Jared and I talked, and you planted a seed in my head, Jared, and you mentioned it a little bit earlier. And so I'm going to start with Shaquille here. Where are the technologies that we were promised? Because had any of them existed during the pandemic, this would have been awesome. I mean, drones would have been contactless deliveries, autonomous cars could make it easier. Nobody in New York, for example, wants to ride public transportation anymore. 3D printers, my gosh, the essential workers working in warehouses could have stayed home with their families. We've been talking about these technologies for years and years and years with so much hype, with so much, and none of them were here during the pandemic. What's going on?
Well, I think some were here. I won't say nothing was here, right? I think like right now, hello, hi, that we're talking to each other. Yeah. And of course, like this might, like in the 90s, we wouldn't think about this as smooth as it was, right? Or even like even in 2000, maybe even 2003, I wouldn't think about social media, right? Or even YouTube wasn't invented then, right? And so there are things that are here that are helping us out right now, right? And there are things that we think could potentially help us out that are not just systematized yet. Like you said, like the drones, the autonomous vehicles, and maybe in 20, 30 years, it's gonna be there around us. But I think one thing to just appreciate that there are things that if we that didn't exist, maybe it would have been a different world and we would have to like figure out differently. Having said that, maybe there are things that do exist, which is why COVID-19 spread more quickly as well, right? So like mobility, right? I mean, if we were less mobile, if things were less connected, maybe it wouldn't have spread in the way that it did spread today. So I think there's always a flip side also, right, to the technologies that exist.
Well, but why aren't we moving faster? That's my question. Come on, I want drones all around my house. You know, the hype mobile says that this is like happening, you know, next door. This would have been the perfect use case for it. But we're realizing, I guess, are we realizing that it's a lot harder to build the future than I guess it looks?
I mean, like, I think it also depends you as an individual, right? Like to some people, drones are a preferable future, and to some, it's also scary, isn't it? Right? Like, just like something just always just think something if with Neuralink, and then it's just gonna come to you, right? Like, and I think, and yeah, I mean, sorry, yeah, Ethan.
No, that's a great question. What do we do when one person's utopia is another person's dystopia?
Yeah, so that's the good stuff, isn't it? Right? Like, I think conflicting images of the future, and I think this is very, because given that I'm in education, I think pedagogy is so important, right? I think the pedagogy of lecturing is violent, right? Like, I think even right now, of course, right now the group of us are speaking. A few people are listening. It's still a lecture method, but for me to have a conversation, right? Like, so we call it praxis or dialogue. I mean, it's simple as that, right? I think whoever has a different future from you, if you're able to be humble and just have that conversation with that person. And if all our pedagogies everywhere, in workplaces, in schools, in politics, in religion, had a different pedagogy where it's more about social constructivism, that means people socially interacting with each other, having the conversation. I think that's what you do when you have these different futures, like one person. And the idea is that maybe we don't have to agree necessarily, but maybe we can identify some particular visions of the future where we both can live together on. And I think that's a beautiful thing to do. Yeah.
Jared, you talked about, you help teams envision futures and ideas, and we talked about during this whole conversation about future ideas. What do you say to someone when one person's idea is their happy place and the other person's, that same exact idea is the exact opposite of the happy place? How do you find compromise on building the future?
Yeah, so usually that can be removed. The way I like to talk about that is that when you've got differing ideas in the present day, the disagreement about the future is a projection of their beliefs and ideas in the present day forward. So their own narratives, they're just pushing those forward, right? And they don't. And here's the good news is those narratives they don't go very far. They're really looking at like, oh, next year. So we're not really talking about the long-term future. But if we're serious about creating the future, the way I like to frame it is we have to create neutral ground. And neutral ground is in the future because the future hasn't happened yet, right? So let's go there because all of your ideas and narratives don't really matter at that point. And so in order to really have a constructive conversation about the future, we have to, again, go back to if I could sum everything up in one word, it's context. So we have to learn how to, okay, if we're going to go to the future, we're not just projecting our own imaginations, which are limited, but we need to create context. And the easiest way to create context is to pick something that we all see here today, but the implications aren't fully formed yet. So let's talk about that, just to exercise the brain in that way. Artificial intelligence, drones, all those things we talked about, and then ask, how do they impact multiple facets of society? Because that's what creates context. How does AI change the way that we think about art? Oh, well, I'd never really thought about that, right? Well, how does social media change the way that we see the roles of family members? Okay, well, let's explore that a little bit more. And now we see the potential and the possibilities of what the future might look like. And all of a sudden, your present day narratives that are limited by political party, religion, your own personal experience, they really don't hold that much weight. But now you have context that you can place yourself in as individuals and start to see a world that could unfold and also see how more impactful your actions are today. So that's the first place, is you have to create neutral ground. So our own ideas and projections about the future is where they are right now become pretty small, pretty quick.
Dr. Nisha, you talked a little earlier before our panel about how you help run panels and help all sorts of different people help think and envision about the future. Can you tell us just a little bit about what you've learned to just help people, our audience, think about the future, what problems you've seen and how it can be overcome?
Right. Just listening to Shakil and Gerard just say like having conversations. So our workshops really create a space for people to have that conversation. So and I think one game that we normally play is where do you stand? We use the Pollack, we call it a Pollack game, and Fred Pollack talk about the images of the future, of how people think, what people think about, what people see when they think about the future. So like like what Shakir and Jared just said, like people have this narrative and, you know, their whole reality about what they believe the future is and what makes them unhappy and, you know, what created their, you know, their destiny. Why is it like that? Why is their life at the moment? Why do they live like that? So they have these convictions of what the future is about. And so when we played the Pollack game, we asked them to, okay, choose a position. How do you see yourself? I think what the Pollack game does is encourage us to explore these images that people hold about the future. And I think that's so important if you were to help people say, okay, let's come to this common space. Before we even get there, explore how do we each other see things differently. And with that game, we open up the opportunities for people to talk about what bothers them. And that creates, you know, and having an understanding. And then we move on to using different methodologies to get them to explore further out, okay, what are the emerging issues? What are the impact of that and the implications of those issues? And when we help people to stretch the thinking, they start to realize, hey, actually, when I was in disagreement, when we were in disagreement, in actual fact, you know, we are actually converging to a similar ground, really. It's just that we have different understanding of how things are moving and how we deal with things. So yeah, I can't remember what you were asking, but yeah.
No, I think you answered it. Well, we also have to admit for a second, let's all take a deep breath. We're in the 24th hour of a 24-hour conference. And so when Nathan Gold, the founder of this conference, started the idea was to help people greet the future with optimism, which is why I thought we have to end the panel with optimism and future. So I want to just read a tiny bit of a story. I want to shift gears as we only have about 10 minutes left on our panel. So essayist, poet, author Ralph Waldo Emerson, in 1841, he was reading the loss of his 5-year-old son. He was incredibly sad. He turned to writing as a therapy. He believed that God was so naturally good that good will have to prevail and good, awesome things will happen. He used a word that for the first time in his use meant looking towards the future, and that word was optimism. It had not been used in the context to look forward up until then. And that's when it became this to grow, when the future is to grow and become, and he married the word optimism. And for the first time, it was meant to look forward with hope. How can we generate more optimism, and how will that affect the future we build? Jared.
Yeah, I love that story. You know, I think the first thing is that people need to recognize that they are creating the future. It doesn't, you know, whether they're involved in it, whether they're cognizant of it or not, you are doing that. And so you have to make a choice, right? Are you going to create your idea of the future? Are you going to be actively engaged in making decisions, thinking critically, not just buying into somebody's narrative that is being force-fed to you or different camps that people are trying to put you into, because none of those are for your benefit. They're for somebody else's benefit. So an optimistic future is one where people feel that they have more control in the direction of their lives. And that starts by challenging these dominant ideas and narratives that are being force-fed to us on a daily basis. It doesn't mean to be skeptical of everything or pessimistic, but to realize that nothing is set in stone. The future is not, again, it's not this destination that we're going to arrive at. It is always out in front of you waiting to be created. So the choice is yours. Do you create your idea or somebody else's?
Dr. Anisha, same question. How do we generate more optimism?
I agree with everything that Jared just said. And when I was working with this group in Sierra Leone, the group teachers, and when I told them, when I was working with them, I was using, the typical methodologies, and we were like drawing a line from now to the future. And then they were looking at me and saying that, why is it a straight line? They don't have that same conception of time. Because for us, the future is always, looking at the future is always a surprise. But for them, it's not. Future is here, future is now. You do things for what you want, what you reap, right? So they believe that the future, our future is a constellation of events, things that keep coming back to us. And so just the linearity of time, I think we have to challenge that. So yeah, I am, and believing that what we do today, our decisions today has an impact on tomorrow. So I think that will make us a more responsible individual for our future.
Shaquille, the same question. How can we generate more optimism?
Yeah, I think there's a quote that Henry Giroux he spread critical pedagogy in the US, said that it's impossible to be radical without being optimistic. And I think when we think about that, thinking we're radical, like another quote also comes by someone who's popular in the US or not popular, depending on who you are, by Che Guevara, who also says that at the risk of seeming ridiculous, let me say that a true revolutionary is guided by a great feeling of love. And I think love is a place that has to create optimism, right? And I think it's sometimes difficult to love someone who's very different, who thinks differently from you, who believes something very differently from you, right? Who acts differently from you. And I think the point of tolerance is that if you lived another person's life that you don't like or you hate, like would you be the same person that would you be making the same decision that that person is making right now? And if you are able to arrive to that point of love, then I think it's really about, like everyone else has said, that to write your own story of that future, right? Because if you're able to write your own story, then you work towards it, right? But I think, those are some of the key ingredients. You have to be radical, you have to be ridiculous. It's love and tolerance, and then you create your own future, work towards that. And I think I'll just say Jim Dader also, who says that any useful statement about the future should appear to be ridiculous, right? So just write your ridiculous stories and let's just work towards them.
What a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful saying. We just have a few minutes, so I just have basically one question that I'll ask you. I want to take a moment to say thank you. What an interesting discussion. We could have a 24-hour conference just on the future, and I hope the audience and everyone listening understands. The biggest lesson I'm taking away, future is not written. And nothing that has happened or is happening now is guaranteed in the future, and we could all create a better one. And I love your message, Keel, about love and empathy and trying to understand other perspectives. And Jared and Dr. Anisha said, have conversations, have dialogue, and try to resonate and understand what other people are going through. So for my last question, and for the purposes of CARE24, we're trying to give people, our audience at home, things to actually do. So one of the concerns that people have from conferences like we just had, we have these great conversations where it's left with a lot of thought. But what's our next step? So I'm going to ask each of you as the last question. Tell me something that someone can do tomorrow in the world of future foresight optimism that you've learned, and it could be any action item that you want, whether it's reading an important book to you or a meditation exercise or anything that you want. I'll start with you, Jared. Tell me something tomorrow that someone can do.
This isn't going to sound very futuristic, so I apologize in advance, but I firmly believe that the foundation of really being engaged with creating the future starts by examining our own ideas and beliefs, not just about the future, but why we do what it is that we do. I think oftentimes the focus on the future jumps immediately to technology, and that stuff is great, but it doesn't really work if we're looking at it through a lens that hasn't been examined. I think for us to create a future that we want to see, we have to first get really honest with ourselves. I think the greatest thing about foresight and future studies for me is that I learned how much I don't know and that I will never know. And so it's a constant journey of always learning and discovering new things along the way. So start by noticing how you feel or react to certain things that are in your environment, and then stop and try to ask yourself, why do I feel that way? Why am I responding that way, right? Is it because of some belief I have about myself or the way I was raised? And so it's really just about self-examination and saying, oh, okay, great. Not to beat yourself up. I'm not on that horse at all. But it's so you become more aware so that you're not walking into the future with a clouded vision and you can enjoy and learn and explore more.
Absolutely love that. Fantastic advice. Almost keep a dialogue or a little log or a tracker of you feel emotionally something, react to information, and ask yourself why. Shaquille, same question. What can someone do tomorrow?
I think to create art in the way that you want to, right? And what do I mean by that? Like, because if you're just kind of wondering what you want to do. I mean, you just take a piece of paper, like draw your future out, draw your image out. It could be a Facebook post, it could be a meme, it could be a joke, it could be a poetry, like, or rap, or whichever way. But I think yeah, just take a moment and just put it out all on there, right? I mean, be by yourself, right? And I think like I said, right, I mean, these times are good. Hopefully, if you have the privilege, just take some time out and just put it out there, and just go back to it, right? That image might keep changing, the image that you draw. But I think one practical piece of advice would be just get it out of you. And I think in whichever way you think that that works for you. Yeah.
And Dr. Nisha.
Yeah, what works for me, I mean, during the lockdown, the 3 months, we were stuck at home. So I did a lot of yoga and meditation. So I know that some people feel like, oh, these are all like, airy-fairy, all very cottony and stuff. But I feel like, to be present, to be aware, self-aware is so important. Realizing what is important to oneself, I think that's also very important, crucial in thinking of your future, really. You like you said, it's so easy to get hung up with flying automobile or going to the moon or stuff like that, because everybody says that's the future. But what's for you? What's so true for you? So I think self-awareness, yeah, and be present, love yourself, have me time. I think that's the best thing about the lockdown, a lot of me time, I don't have to fly too much. I don't have to travel to teach anymore. So I have so much time to sit, meditate, and yoga.
So I love this. A conversation about the future is a conversation about love. It's a conversation about art. It's a conversation about self-awareness. It's a conversation about exploration. It's a conversation about walking a mile in someone else's shoes. It's a conversation about challenging the belief system of where we are and where we could go, because the future is unwritten and we can go anywhere. It has been an honest pleasure and a privilege to be able to speak with the three of you on this last 24th hour of CARE24.Global. I advise the audience go to CARE24.Global after the conference and our YouTube channel to see this and many other talks. We filled 1,440 minutes of exceptional content and even bonus content that didn't even make the show, like an exceptional 20-minute video from Dr. Colin Russo. I'm going to hand it back over to Nathan for the final close. But I will do one last thing. Are there any final statements anybody would like to make? We've written the future.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to hand it over to Nathan. And it has been an absolute pleasure and an honor. We'll see you in the future.
Wow, that was a great panel. Thank you. Okay, it's time to wrap this up. Preparing for this event was a gigantic undertaking, so bear with me for 15 seconds. Thank you, Dr. Alfred Tan, Becky Poon, Kylie Hwang, and all of you still at Come No Studio. Thank you. Claudio Sennhauser, Ethan Mayers, John K. Bates, Francis Mendez, Ryan Edwards, Sierra and Carissa Edwards, Natalie Kaufman, Peggy Kilburn, and Bradley King. Thank you for being my A-team. Thank you all for joining us in this closing hour of CARE24.Global. We just spent the last 24 hours successfully streaming over 80 multi-generational speakers from around the world, who shared their ideas, stories, and experiences so we can all meet our future with more optimism. I know I learned a lot, and I hope you did too. Thank you, and be safe. CARE24.Global, over and out. Bye-bye.